Alrighty, welcome to the project. So this one is going to allow users to save bookmarks and be able to click on the links to go to those websites. So it has local storage functionality, meaning that a user can come back to the website anytime and find the bookmarks just as they left them. You see, I just refreshed the page there. And we can see that we're also populating the favicons. That's actually being done dynamically. So that's something I will also show within the project. And if we click on one, we can see that it opens it in a new tab. Perfect. Now, if we go back, we see that we have an add bookmark option here. So if we click on that, we're going to launch into a modal and we can enter in a website name and URL. So I'm just going to put test and test.com. So we actually don't need to put in HTTPS or even www. And we can save that. And we can actually click outside of the modal to get rid of it. You can see that we have a favicon here, but it's a little bit dark. And the other thing we can do is delete an individual item from our bookmarks. So I'm going to delete this one here. And you can see it gets removed. If I refresh the page, you can see that it still has the most recent version of our bookmarks. And the very last thing I'm going to show you is that it is also mobile responsive. So you can see now that they are stacking in a column from top to bottom. All right, so that's it for the project overview. Let's get started on working on it. Alrighty, so the first thing we're going to do to start out with is we're going to use our original template file. So make sure that you've downloaded that from the introduction section of the course and make sure it's unzipped, of course. And we're going to duplicate that or copy and paste it, however you want to do that. And then we're going to rename it. So bookmark-app. And I'm going to then open it in Visual Studio Code. All right, so I'm just going to hide this sidebar here to give us a little bit more space now that we've opened up all of our files. If we jump over to the index.html, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change our title here to be bookmark app, and we're going to save that. Then we're going to launch this with our trusty live server. Okay, so we have our blank project here, and we have our title changed. Perfect. So the first thing I'm going to explain is how to set up a Hero Patterns background. So this allows you to use a repeatable SVG pattern background. And the benefit of this is that it's very lightweight. It uses only code, and you have a bunch of unique patterns where you can actually change the colors. So feel free to choose whichever one of these you like the best. I'm going to go with the anchors, because of the anchor tags we're using in our bookmark application. I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to change the foreground color. So I'm going to actually make that white, so the anchors are white. And I'm going to change, I'll actually leave the opacity as it is. 0.4 is a good amount of opacity. And I'm not really going to worry about the background color because we're going to change that within our project. So when you're done setting it up how you like it, we're going to copy this chunk of code and we're going to jump back to our project. And within our style CSS, within the body, we're going to paste this in here. And we'll just press tab there. And so the background color, we'll leave it like that for now. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually use CSS variables on this project in order to allow us to change our colors later if we want to, just by changing one line. So how this works is we're going to target the root, which is the global element, and we're going to denote that we're using a variable with 2 dashes, and then we're going to provide our name. So in this case, it's going to be primary-color. And then I'm going to choose a color that I like. It's a nice purple color, but feel free to choose any color that you want here. So this is a hex color, and it's going to be 7C59B0. Okay, cool. And while I'm at it, I'm actually also going to use this for a border radius. So it doesn't need to just be for colors. You could dynamically replace any value with this CSS variable. And I'm just going to set that at 5 pixels. So now in our background color, to actually be able to use this, we're going to delete this. And instead, we're going to type in var bracket, and then our name of our color, dash dash primary color. You can see it's auto-completing there. And you can see it's actually even taking the color of this. Okay, cool. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's working quite nicely. Awesome. So again, feel free to use whichever pattern you want and whichever primary color you want to have there. The next thing we're going to need to do is create a trigger to actually add our bookmarks. So I'm going to actually use an H1, but I'm going to kind of make it look and feel like a button. So let's go back to the code. In our index.html, we're going to comment out a title, open modal, and then we're going to create an H1, and we're going to give it an ID. We can do this in a quick way with the hashtag and then the name of our ID, show-modal, and press enter. That's a cool feature of Visual Studio Code that allows you to have that nice shortcut there. And we're going to fill in the title, which will be add bookmark. So we're going to save that. And now we're going to style that in our CSS right below our body here. So we're going to target our H1. We can be this general because we're only using one H1 in the project. But of course, if you had more than one, you would need to define a class. We're going to start by giving it a color of white and a padding of 20 pixels. This is going to give it space all the way around to make it kind of look more like a button. We're going to give it a background color RGBA 0, 0, 0. So this is black, and then the A stands for alpha, which is another way of thinking of opacity. And we're going to make that value 0.5 so that it's 50% see-through. We're going to have a border radius on this. So this is where we will use our border radius CSS value here to populate that dynamically. We'll go back at the end and show why that's beneficial. We're going to give this a cursor pointer to make it look like a button. So the mouse will change from a regular cursor to a hand. We're going to give it a text transform uppercase to make sure that it's uppercase. And we're going to give it a set width. I want it to be 275 pixels. And we're going to give it a margin top, 20 pixels, left and right of auto. So that's going to center it within the page. And then we're going to give it a margin bottom of 10 pixels. And lastly, we're going to give it a user select of none so that it won't act as text. When you hover over it, it'll just look like a button. And the very last thing we're going to do is we're going to give it a h1 hover pseudo class so that when we hover over it, the background is going to get a little bit darker. So we're just going to copy this and paste it here and change the alpha value to 0.8, so that'll make it darker. And let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking good. It looks a lot like a button, but I kind of hate the default text there. So what I usually do in projects is I'm going to go to Google Fonts and I'm going to find a font that I like. So of course, you can choose any font that you would like. I have one in mind, and that is called Carla. So when you find the font that you like, you can click on it, and you're going to scroll down. I just want the regular, so I'm going to select this, and then you're going to go to Embed, Import, and you're going to copy this import statement here. Okay, and then I'm going to jump back to the project. At the very top, I'm going to add in this import statement. And now within the body, I'm also going to have the font family, Carla, comma, sans serif. So I'm adding a sans serif backup just in case the font doesn't load. And I can save that and we can jump back. And yeah, that font is looking a lot better. but we can see that it's unbalanced. We want this to actually be in the center of our box here. So let's jump back to our CSS and let's add in a text align center and save that. Okay, that's looking a lot better. All right, so we've got our first main element here and we've got our background here. In the next video, we'll start tackling our bookmarks UI itself. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now we're ready to build the UI for our bookmarks themselves. So let's jump back over to our HTML. And below our H1 here, we're going to comment out another title for our bookmarks. And we're going to start by creating a div with the class of container. So I'm going to do div.container. And then I can also do hashtag bookmarks container to give it an ID as well. So within this container, we're going to have a parent div for each of our bookmark items. So we'll create a div.item. And then we're going to create another div that's going to actually wrap our favicon and our name so that they appear on one line. So we're going to create a div.name. And then inside of that, we're going to have an image first for our favicon. And we're actually going to use a trick from above, which is what we were using to populate the favicon for our page itself, which is using googleusercontent.com/favicons. This is going to pull a favicon for whichever domain you're populating here. So for the example, I'm going to use my own website. So I'll just copy this whole thing. But if you want to use something different, you're just going to replace the domain equals. You're going to replace this part here with whichever website you want. And the alt tag, I'm just going to put in favicon. Okay, and then below that, we're going to add in the actual anchor tag itself. So that's the anchor tag, and we want to point it, in this case, to the website I'm referencing. So I'm just going to put in my website address here. And we're also going to add a target of _blank so that it opens in a new page. And then we're also going to write in the name of the website itself. So all of this is going to be taken care of later on through our modal input, but for now, we're going to do it manually in order to actually build our UI. The other thing we're going to do is we're just going to copy this 2 more times so that we have 3 items so that we can see what it would look like having multiple bookmarks. Okay, so now we can save and check that out. Okay, so we can see that we have our favicons here, and we have them all in a line here, but we have a lot of work to do to make that look a little bit better. So the first thing is that we want our objects to flow left to right. So we're going to need to use Flexbox on our bookmarks container class. And we also want to make these look similar to our H1, so we're going to add the same kind of padding and background color as well. Okay, so let's jump back and take care of that. So right below our H1 hover here, we can comment out a title for our bookmarks. And the first class is going to be our container class. And we're going to use Flexbox display flex. We'll initiate Flexbox. We want the direction to be row, so that will make everything go left to right. And we're also going to add a flex wrap of wrap to make sure that when we have so many links that instead of it creating a horizontal scroll bar, it will just break off to the next line. So next, we're going to start styling our item itself. So this is the overall parent container for each individual bookmark. We're going to start by giving it a background RGBA. You can see it auto-completes with something I've previously used, which is very handy. I'm going to just select that and press enter. And we want the color to be white. And we want the border radius to be our border radius variable. And we're going to have the same padding as before, 20 pixels all the way around. And we want a margin of 10 pixels all the way around as well. And the last thing we're going to add is an item hover. So item, pseudo class hover. And then same as before, we're going to want to increase the darkness, but in this case, it'll be a little bit more subtle, going from 0.5 to 0.6. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a little bit better, and you can see when I hover over, it gets darker, and you can see now they're going left to right, and we have an item container. All right, so the anchor element is still looking pretty terrible, and the favicon also could probably look a little bit better. The problem right now is that the anchor's default styling, you can see that the text is blue, which is very difficult to read. We also don't really want to have that underline. So let's go and take care of our anchor element first. So let's jump back, and right below this, we're going to target our anchor element, and we want to give it a bigger font size. So font size 20 pixels. We want it to be bold as well. So font weight, bold. And we also want it to always be uppercase. No matter what the user enters in their input field, we want it to be uppercase, so that allows us to do that. And below that, we're going to need to actually target the pseudo classes for the link in order to change the underline and the color. So a good tip for this is there's an acronym for the order that you should be targeting these particular pseudo classes, and it is love, hate. So we're going to target the link pseudo class and the visited pseudo class. So we're going to use a comma, and we're going to have that on a separate line. Then we're going to have our curly brackets, and we want it to be white instead of the blue or purple it could be. And we also want to get rid of the underline. So we're going to go text decoration, none. And so that's the love in love, hate. And then the next one is going to be targeting our hover pseudo class, comma, new line, and our active pseudo class as well. So that's the HA for hate. And this time we actually want the text decoration underline to come back, but only when we're actually hovering over the link itself. Okay, so let's save and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. And when we actually hover over the link, then it gets an underline. All right, that looks great. Next, the favicon. So I think we can make it a little bit bigger, and I also want it to line up with the bottom of our text here instead of being a little bit above that. So let's take care of that. Below this, we're going to target our name image. So any image element that also has the class of name as its parent. And we're going to have a little bit of a bigger favicon. By default, I believe it's 12 pixels. So we want it to be just a little bit bigger without pixelating it too much. And we also want there to be a little bit of a space on the right. So we're going to give it a margin right of 5 pixels. And actually, we also want to give it a vertical dash align of sub. So this is going to cause the image to line up with our text because it's going to line up with the bottom of the element next to it. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. Our favicon is bigger, and you can see that the bottom now lines up with the bottom of our link. Perfect. The last thing we need to do is we need to actually add an icon to each of these because we need something to act as a delete button for us to be able to get rid of one of these if we want to. So we're going to use Font Awesome for that. So you might remember that we have Font Awesome already linked within our template. So we just need to be able to figure out which icons we want to use. So I'm going to provide a link to this Font Awesome website within the course. You can see that there's a lot of different icons here to choose from. These ones are grayed out because they're pro, meaning you have to pay for them. But there's plenty of free options, and if we click this, it'll actually filter only the free icons that are available. And you can then search for whatever you would like. In our case, we want an X icon, so I'm just going to search close. Okay, so you can see we have a lot of different options here. I think I'm going to go with just the plain X, but if you wanted to use an X with a circle, you could do that. or you could also search for delete to find like a trash can icon. But I'm going to click on this one. And when you click on an icon you would like, you can see that it has the HTML that you want to use. I can copy this and I can jump back. And if we scroll down, we actually want to add this right above our name because the X will be above the name within our item. And I want to actually paste this in 3 different times. So to do that, I can use a very handy tool that allows me to select multiple of the same thing. So I can highlight our div item here, and I can press Control D or Command D, depending on if you're Windows or Mac. And you can see that they've all been highlighted. Now I'm going to use the right arrow key because I want to be on the right side of what I highlighted. And then I can press Enter, and then I can paste in what I've just copied. Pretty cool. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the cursor on. So you see now I have 3 different cursors at once. And we're actually going to add an ID of delete bookmark. And we also are going to want to have the title of delete space bookmark so that when it's hovered over, you can actually see what the purpose of the icon is for. And I'm going to turn off word wrap here with my Alt-Z just to make that a little easier to see. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our X icon here, but it would probably be better if it was in the top right. And I also want it to be spaced a little further away so that you don't accidentally click on the link when you're trying to click on the icon. So let's jump into our CSS and style that a little bit. So we're going to add this in here because we're going to go in order, and we're going to target our FA times class, and we want it to float right. We also want cursor pointer because we want it to look like it's a button. And we're going to give it a Z index of 2 just to make sure that it always stays on top of everything. And below that, we're going to style our name class. And we're going to give this a margin top of 20 pixels and a margin dash right of 20 pixels as well to give it a little bit more space. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So you can see now that this is totally separate and it's floating to the right. And if we actually hover over it, we'll see our title here of delete bookmark. Okay, perfect. So that looks good, but let's just check out the mobile view. Okay, so that looks all right, but it would be nice if we're going to have everything be looking like this. We want it to kind of stretch the whole width here. So let's jump back and add a media query for this. So at the very bottom here, we're going to comment out a title, media query, and this is going to be for large smartphone bracket vertical. And the media query itself at media. So this is going to be for a screen that has a max width of 600 pixels. So this means any screen that also has a max width of less than 600 pixels, we're going to use these stylings instead of the original styling. So we're going to style our container specifically, and we're just going to give it a flex direction of column instead of row. So column allows objects to go top to bottom instead of left to right like row does. So we can save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So that is now stretching everything. Everything's going top to bottom. Awesome. So we're finished with the UI for our bookmarks. In the next one, we'll tackle the UI for our modal. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we're ready to tackle the modal UI. So I'm going to show you how to build your very own modal from scratch. This is going to be something that can be very useful in a number of different projects. So modals are usually made of 2 different parts, an overlay that darkens everything behind it, and then the modal itself. So let's jump to our HTML and build it out. All right, so we're going to scroll to the bottom here, and we're going to comment out a title for this. This is our modal. And we're going to now create a parent container for containing our overlay. So we're going to give it a class of modal-container. We're also going to give it another class of show-modal. This is something that will either show or hide our modal. We're going to activate this in JavaScript, but for now, we want to just show it permanently. And we're going to use the hashtag to give it an ID of modal as well. And inside of this, we're going to create the modal itself. So div.modal. So we're going to give it the class of modal. Inside of that, the first thing we're going to add is a close icon. So we're going to do I to get our Font Awesome icon. We're going to give it a class of FAS, which stands for Font Awesome Solid. Then FA times, just like we did before. And we're going to give it another class of close icon because we want to be able to customize this specific icon. And lastly, we're going to give it an ID of close modal because close-modal, because that's what the function will be. Okay, perfect. Next, we're going to create a div.modal-header. So this is going to be for the header of the modal. Usually that's a different color. And inside of that, we're going to create an h3. And it's just going to have our title here of add bookmark. Okay, and then below our modal header, we're going to create a div for the modal-content. And then inside of this, we're actually going to create our form. So we're going to use the form element, and we're going to use hashtag to give it the ID of bookmark-form. We don't need to worry about the action because we're going to have a button that will submit our form, and we'll pick that up with an event listener in our JavaScript. Now, inside our form itself, we want two inputs. One will be for the website name, and one will be for the website URL. So we'll comment out a title for the first one, website name. We're then going to create a parent div for our input/label. So we're going to call that div form-group will be the class. Press enter. So as I just mentioned, keep in mind, it is best practice to have a label for all inputs because it enables screen readers to be able to tell users that can't see the page exactly what the input field is for. So we'll create our label first, and we're going to give it the class of form-label so we can style it. And you can see by default, we have a for attribute. So we're going to populate this with the ID we're going to add next, which will be website-name. And then the label itself will be website name. That's what's going to show up. And then below this, we're going to create our input. And we're going to give this a class of form-input. And we can see by default, it's type text, which is right. And we actually also want to give it an ID, as I just said, has to match the for of the label. And we'll give that the website-name ID. Okay, so we can actually copy this whole thing. And we're going to paste it. Okay, that spacing's a little off. We're going to use Shift-Tab after highlighting everything. And now we are going to change this around a bit. So this is for our website URL. And we're going to use our multi-select to change the ID at the same time. It's going to be website-URL instead. We still want the same classes, but we also want to change the text showing up to be URL instead of name. And it is still a text input. Okay. All right, so that's it for our HTML. Let's do some styling before we jump back. So in our CSS, above our media query here, we're going to comment out a title for our modal styling. And the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to style the overlay itself. So that is our modal-container class. And we're going to give it a background color, RGBA. We're going to go 0.6 opacity on the black there. And we want this to have display none. So this will become clear when we work on our JavaScript. We want the position to be fixed. So we want it to always be the same spot on the page. And we want it to take up the entire page. So we're going to do that by adding a top of 0, a left of 0, a right of 0, and then a bottom of 0. So that means it'll be tied to all 4 corners, meaning it'll take up the entire page. Then below that, we're going to have the show-modal class. And this is going to have display flex, justify content center, and align items center. This will allow us to center our modal vertically and horizontally within the page. And then lastly, our modal itself. We're going to add a background color of white. And we're going to give it some box shadow so that it kind of has a little bit of a 3D effect. So we don't want a vertical or horizontal spread. We just want it to have 10 pixels all the way around of blurred box shadow. And we're going to give that an RGBA of 0.8 opacity. We're going to give it a max width of 95%. So this is in order for it to look good on mobile devices. But on a desktop, we're going to give it a set width of 500 pixels. So it'll never be more than 500 pixels on the desktop. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have a modal here and we have an overlay, so that's good. But obviously our modal itself looks pretty terrible. So first thing we're going to change is I actually want the modal to be a little bit more animated when it shows up. So let's jump back to the code and see what we can do. On our modal itself, we are going to add in an animation. And it's going to be the modal open animation. We're going to create that in a second. And we're just going to give it a duration, this time of 5 seconds, just to illustrate what's happening, but I'm going to reduce that in the final version. And to actually make an animation, we're going to go at keyframes. Then we're going to name the animation modal open, make sure that those names match. And then for the animation itself, we're going to use 2 values, the from and the to values. So this is the equivalent of being 0 to 100. And we want to change the opacity to be from 0 to 1. So that means 0% to 100%. And we want that to take 5 seconds to happen. So let's save that and check it out. And you can see it kind of fades in like that. So I made it 5 seconds just to show more clearly what's happening, but I'm going to actually jump back and change that to just 1 second instead of 5 seconds. Save that and check it out. Let's just refresh it. Okay, so you can see it still animates in. Perfect. I think that's nice. Okay, so next we want to figure out the heading styling and the content styling as well. So let's jump back. And below this, we're going to start with the close icon actually, because that's within our header, but it comes before our header. And we want this to float right as the other one does. We want it to be white. We want the font size to be a little bit bigger. So remember, for Font Awesome icons, to control the size, you're actually using font size instead of height and width. And we want to move it within the header itself. So we're going to use position relative. This allows it to move just a little bit from where it is instead of being tied to a position on the page. It's just moving from where it already was a little bit. So I'm going to give it a top of 13 pixels and a right of 13 pixels. And then lastly, we're going to give it a cursor pointer as well because it's also a button. And then for our modal dash header, we are going to have the background be the primary color. And we want the color to be white. And we want it to have 15 pixels of padding. And then lastly, the H3 that we're using as the title here in the header, we want this to have no margin. So remember that all H elements have a pretty big margin, so it's always better practice to remove the margins and then add padding and stuff back where you want it. And then lastly, for our modal content itself, we want this to also have a padding of 20 pixels, and we're going to give this a background of white smoke, which is a little bit grayer than pure white, just to make our input fields that will be white stand out a little bit more. So let's save and check it out. Okay, so I'd say that that's looking a whole lot better. Our header for sure is great. And you can see that this background color is a little bit darker than the white in the input fields. Awesome. Lastly, we're going to need to style our form itself. So we want the labels to be on top, and we want the input fields to be as wide as our modal here. And we also need to actually style and create our submit button as well. So let's jump back actually, and we need to add that within our HTML first. So right below this, we're going to add in a button, and we're going to give it the type of submit, and we're going to give that the save title there. So let's save that, jump back. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we were missing that before. And let's go back to our styling now and change all of this other stuff. So we're going to comment out another title here just to show that we're styling our form specifically. And the first thing is our form group. So remember, this is wrapping our label and our input. And I just want to give it a height of 55 pixels so that it has the ability to space those two things from each other. Next, I'm going to style the form input. So we want this to be as wide as the modal, but we want to have even space on both sides. So we're going to give it a width of 97%. We're going to give a padding of 5 pixels. We're going to give it a border of 2 pixels solid, and then the color is going to be our primary color again. And let's scroll down. We want to give this a border radius as well. Again, we'll use our border radius variable for that. And we want it to be display block, meaning that we want it to take up the entire line. And we want to remove the outline that's normally on an input field. Then we're going to style our label, form-label. And this is going to be the primary color for our text, just to have it stand out a little bit. And we're also going to make this display block so that it's on its own line. And next, we're going to style our button itself. So we have a few things to style here. We're going to start with the cursor pointer. Then we're going to make it white. For the text itself, the button color itself is going to be our primary color again. We're going to give it a height of 30 pixels. We're going to give it a width of 100 pixels. We don't want a border around our button, but we do want a border radius. We want those rounded corners. And lastly, we want a margin top of 10 pixels to separate our button from our input fields. We're also going to give it a button hover. So this allows it to look like it's being more interacted with. We'll add the filter brightness of 110%. So when I hover over it, the color is going to get a little bit brighter. And the very last thing, we're going to target the pseudo class focus, and we're going to remove the outline. So we're going to go outline none. So normally after you click on a button, it has kind of a black outline around it. We're going to get rid of that with this styling here. Okay, let's finally save and check it out. Okay, so I would say that that's looking a whole lot better. Very, very stylish. All right, awesome. So the one last thing I want to show you is the reason that we were using CSS variables. So if I jump back to the very top, let's say that I want a more dramatic border radius. If I change this value to 25 and save, you can see that everything is super rounded. These are all rounded. This is rounded. These are rounded. The button is rounded. And we can do the same thing with the color. So we'll remove that, make it 5 again. But if we wanted to change the color, let's say we want everything to be orange instead, we can do that, save, jump back, and now everything is orange themed. Okay, so that's the benefit of CSS variables. When you're working with them, let's say you're working for a project for a client and they say, I want the color to be just a little bit darker. This allows you to change everything with just one line. So I'm going to jump back and just undo that and save it and jump back. We're back to our purple. All right, perfect. So we are totally done with our UI and our styling. In the next one, we're going to tackle our JavaScript. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the first bit of functionality we are going to tackle is being able to show and hide our modal. So you can see that it's permanently showing here because we hard-coded it to show the modal. So we're going to start first by jumping back to our HTML, and we're going to get rid of this show modal class on our modal container. If you remember, in our styling for our modal container, we have a display of none. And when we add in this class, it overrides it with a display of flex because this is below this. So that's how CSS works. Okay, so we can save that. And if we jump back, we can see that our modal is gone. So now we want to be able to show it when we click on our add bookmark H1 up here. So let's jump back to the JavaScript. We want to target from our HTML. So first, we're going to make a const modal. And this is actually going to be for the modal container. So we're going to have that equal to document.getElementById, bracket, single quote, and modal is the ID. Next, we're going to have constant modal show. This is going to be targeting our show-modal ID. This is on our H1, so this will show our modal. Then we're going to have modal close equals document get element by ID, and this is our close modal ID. So this is going to be the X icon within our modal itself. Next, we will make one for our bookmark form, and that's going to equal get element by ID, and that is our bookmark dash form. And then we want a constant for each of our inputs. So website name EL stands for element. And that's going to be document get element by ID, website dash name. And a similar thing, website URL L equals document dot get element by ID, website dash URL. And the last one is going to be for our bookmarks container. And that one will target our bookmarks dash container ID. Okay, so we have all that done. Next, we're going to create a function that is going to add back our show modal class. So we'll comment out a title for this, show modal, and we also want it to focus on the first input in the modal so that we can rapidly enter in more and more bookmarks. So the function will be called show modal, brackets, curly brackets, and inside of this, modal.classlist.add, and then we're going to put in the name of our class, no period is necessary, show-modal, and then our website name element, we're just going to use the method of focus, and that's going to make it so our cursor is on that first line there. And then lastly, we just need to add the event listener. And we're going to put this on the modal show constant. So this is our h1. And we're going to add event listener and then brackets, single quote. We're looking for the click event. And then we're going to have a comma. And then the function we want to run is our show modal function. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so if we click on this, perfect. It shows our modal, exactly what we wanted to do. Next, we want to make it possible to actually close the modal with the icon here. So right now, if we click on it, it doesn't do anything. So let's jump back and take care of that. So below this, we're going to add another event listener. This one is going to be for our modal close constant. And we're going to add the event listener when we click on it, comma. This time we're going to use an arrow function inside of this instead of creating a separate function because it's one line. So to do that, we're going to have brackets here, then a space, equal sign, and our arrow here. And then we're just going to type modal.classlist.remove, and then bracket, single quote, we want to remove our show modal class. And we'll have a semicolon at the end there. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So we can launch our modal, perfect. And with the X, we can close our modal. Excellent. But lastly, we want to be a little bit more advanced. We want to be able to hide the modal by clicking anywhere outside of it. So in order to do that, we're going to need to add an event listener at the highest level, so in our window, because that will listen to literally every click event within our window. So let's do that first. So we want a window, add event listener, and we want to add a click event. And in this case, we actually want the event from the click itself. So we're going to put bracket E. So this is using an arrow function, but we're passing in the event. And then I'm actually going to console log the event to just show you what's happening when we're clicking on our window. So let's save that and check it out. We're going to right click, inspect, go to our console. And so when I click somewhere, you can see that we have a whole event here that has a lot of different properties on it. So if we scroll down, we can actually see like where we're even clicking on the page and everything like that. But we're concerned is with the target itself. So if we were to click here, for example, and we look at this other event, you can see that the target has changed from HTML to our div.item. So what we want is when we are showing our modal and we click, so the last one that I just did, you can see now that the target is our div with the ID of modal. And so we can reference this actually with our modal constant. So only when we're clicking on this overlay do we want it to actually dismiss the modal. So to do that, we're going to jump back to the code, and I'll just illustrate this a little bit more clearly. I'm just going to console log the e.target. Okay, let's check that out. So if I click here, we can see that the target was the h1 show modal, and now if I click on the overlay, again, our target is the modal container with the ID of modal, so we can reference that in our JavaScript by just using our modal constant. Okay, and in order to make this work, we're actually going to use a ternary operator. So if the target is this modal, then we want to remove the show modal class. And if it's not, we don't want to do anything. So if we click on this, we can see that it's modal content and not the modal container. So we don't want to do anything. For those unfamiliar with what a ternary operator is, it is similar to an if statement, but it allows it to be written a little bit more elegantly. So you can see the format here. If we go down to the bottom, we can see that the syntax is whatever the condition is. So in this case, we want to know if we're clicking on the modal, and then we have a question mark, Then we want to do something. We want to remove the show modal class. And then we are separated by a colon. And if we're not clicking on the modal, we don't want to do anything. Okay, so let's jump back and take care of that. So instead of console logging this, we're going to create this function a little bit differently. So if the e.target is equal to, using 3 equal signs, modal, then question mark, we want to modal.classlist.remove brackets our show-modal class, and outside of that we're going to have our colon, and we're going to type false. So that means we're just not going to do anything. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, we can close this and open our modal. And so if we click inside the modal, nothing happens. But if we click outside, we can see that it gets dismissed. Awesome. So that's working. All right, so in the next video, we're going to tackle actually validating the input that we're getting from our form. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in this video, we want to take care of handling our input data as well as validating it. So if you're unfamiliar with how HTML form elements work, I'll provide a link to this resource within the course. And basically, this is talking about specifically the submit event. So the submit event is what we're focused on. This is an event that fires from the form itself. And this event fires when a user clicks a submit button. So in our case, we're using a button that has the type of submit. So we can implement that. If we go into our JavaScript, below our modal event listeners, at the very bottom, we're going to comment out another title for just a general event listener. In this case, we're going to listen on the form itself, so our bookmark form constant. We're going to add the event listener, and instead of a click event, in our single quotes here, we want a submit event, and then comma, and then we're going to provide the function that we want to take care of that, and that is the store bookmark function. So we have to create that function. We'll do that directly above our event listener. And so we'll comment out a title, handle data from form, and we're going to create a function, store bookmark, and we're going to need to pass in the event because we actually want the data from the form itself. And we can just console log that event. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, we're going to open our console, and then we're going to add in something, test.com, save. Okay, so you see that it flashed there, and then it refreshed the entire page. So the reason that it's doing that is because by default, a form is something that's usually submitted to a web server, so it usually makes a network request. But in our case, we don't want that to happen. We just want the values from the forms. So we're going to use the prevent default event method on our event here. So you can see an example here. And basically, it just means, in our case, that clicking on a submit button is going to prevent it from submitting the form to a web server. We're just going to catch the values within our JavaScript instead. Okay, so let's jump back, and above this, we'll just type prevent default, bracket, semicolon, save that, jump back, and now when we pass in our test.com, save, we can see that we still have our event here. Perfect. So now that that's working, we actually want to be able to pull the values. So let's jump back to our code, and we can actually delete our previous console log here. What we're going to do is we're going to create two variables. The first one will be a constant for our name value, and that's going to be equal to the website name element dot value. Oh, not node value, just value. Okay, don't autocomplete that for me. And next, we're going to create a let for the URL value. The reason we're not using a constant for this is because we're going to need to modify it a little bit. I'll get to that in a minute. But we want that to be equal to the website URL l.value. Okay, and let's just console log those two things. So our name value and then our URL value. Okay, so let's save that, jump back. So same thing, we'll just use our test.com, save. Okay, perfect. So we see that we're passing in the name and we're passing in the URL. Excellent. So the way we want our project to work is that we don't want to have people have to enter HTTP / to actually make the link work. So of course you need to have that in order for the anchor tag to actually go to this website. But let's just do that dynamically so that the user doesn't have to worry about that. So we can jump back, and this goes to the reason that I was making this as a let instead of a constant. Right below this, we're going to have an if statement, and it's going to say if the value doesn't include, so we're going to start with an exclamation mark, so that means does not. The URL value does not, and we're going to use the includes method, so that's a method you can use on any string. And then in single quotes, we're going to put HTTP : comma, and then also HTTPS : So that means if it does not include these things, so you might copy paste something and it does include them, so then we'll just not do anything. But if we're not including those things, then we want the URL value to be equal to, and we're going to use a template string here. So this will use the backtick button right below the escape button. And we want this to be HTTPS : and then $ curly brackets is what's allowing us to pass a variable into the string. And we're going to pass in the URL value. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So we can see now if we do our test and then we do our test.com, you can see now that it's actually adding the HTTPS to that, which is making it an actual link that you can go to. Perfect. Next, we're going to need to validate the address further to ensure that it's formatted correctly. So to accomplish this, we're going to use regular expressions. So if you're unfamiliar, again, I'll provide this link within the course. But essentially, regular expressions are patterns used to match character combinations in strings. So this allows you to match to see if the string that you're entering matches a certain set of patterns. In our case, for example, a website URL cannot have spaces, so it's going to match to make sure that it doesn't have spaces. So what we need to do is we need to find a pattern that we're actually going to use with this regexpress method. So in order to do that, what I would do is just search. So I'm going to search for regex for a URL. And we're going to click on the first one. So Stack Overflow is a great resource for developers. There's a lot of people that have had similar issues to you, more than likely, and you can find tons of information on those things. So we're going to zoom in here and we're going to look at the top answer. So you can see that this is a pattern to use if we want to ensure that our URL starts with HTTP or HTTPS, which we do because we are prepending that in case it doesn't have it. So we're going to copy this here. And if we scroll down a little bit more, we can see how this would be implemented. So we're going to have a variable for the expression that we're going to paste in, and then we're going to have a variable that is going to use the regular expression method to pass in that expression, and then we're going to use the match method to actually check to see if what we're passing through is going to match. So I'm also going to include a link to a website that you can learn more and test your expressions. So you can see that we have one here by default that gives us a bit of an explanation. So you can see these are the things that are matching with this expression. But we're actually going to delete this, and we're going to paste in what we just copied. And we're going to delete the sample text just to see what's going on. I'll zoom in a little bit more here. So if I were to just type in www.google.com, you can see that it's not highlighted, meaning it's not passing that expression. But if I were to type in https google.com, we can see now it's matching. Okay, cool. So that's exactly what we want. So let's jump back to our code and start implementing it. So we're going to do this at the top here, right below our modal event listeners. We're going to comment out a title. This is going to be validate form. And we're going to create a function called validate. And we're going to pass in our name value, comma, our URL value. And then inside of this, we're going to create a constant for our expression. And that's going to be equal to, we want to add a slash at the beginning, paste. And we're going to use Alt-Z to turn on word wrap so that we can see what's going on. And we need to add another slash and then a G at the end and then a semicolon. Okay. On the next line, we're going to have a const for our regex, and that's going to be equal to new regular expression. And we're going to pass in our expression. And then below that, if our URL value, which we're going to pass in from our other function, matches our regex, then we want to have an alert to say that it matches. So we're going to just put in a string here, match, and we're also going to add another if statement. So if the URL value match regex is not true, so we're going to add the exclamation mark at the beginning there. Then we want to pass in a different alert. And that's going to be, we're going to leave this permanently in the project. Please provide a valid web address. You could also make this into a UI element, but for our purpose, I'm just going to leave it like that. And then I'm also going to return false. I'll explain why in a few moments, but let's just make sure that we're calling this from our data function here. So we can, below this, we want to validate, and we want to pass in our name value as well as our URL value. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we are going to add in a bookmark value here, test.com, save. So we can see that we have an alert saying that it's a match. But if we were to add a space in here, space, save, we can see that please provide a valid web address is what comes up instead. Awesome. So we can see that our check is working. Next, we also want to make sure that we've filled out both inputs, and we want to provide an error message to the users to make sure that they are filling out both fields. So let's jump back and take care of that. So back up here, actually we're going to do this above this here. So if we don't have a name value, or we're going to use the straight line. So this is shift and then the backslash. We're going to use two of those. So that means or. And we're going to put in exclamation mark URL value. So if there's no name value or if there's no URL value. And then inside of that, we're going to have another alert that's going to say, please submit values for both fields, period. And we're also going to return that as false. And we can actually remove this one because we know that that's working. And then lastly, we're actually going to pass in return true. So that means if we successfully don't go into this if statement, and if we don't go into this if statement, we want to return the value to be true. Because in our bookmark function, we only want to stop this from continuing if we return something that's not valid. So instead of framing it this way, we're going to have another if statement. So if not valid name value URL value, then we want to return false. So in this case, it means it's going to break out of this function and not do anything below it. So essentially what's going to happen is if validate returns as false, it will then return this as false. But if this returns as true because it's valid, it means it's going to skip this altogether and then keep evaluating the code below. All right, so let's save that and check it out. And we can see now, if we leave this blank and we put in a value, we can see please submit values for both fields. All right, so that's working. Awesome. In the next one, we're actually going to look at what we're going to do with those values. Specifically, we're going to save them in local storage. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is to be able to save our data to local storage and also retrieve our data from local storage. So if you're not familiar with what local storage is, it exists on the window, just like our console log, and it allows us to save data across browser sessions. So that means you could refresh, come back a week later, and that data is still saved. And it saves specifically based on the site that it was accessed to. So on a certain site, you would have a certain local storage cache, and it would be different for every different site that you go to. And if we go down, we can see an example here. So these are the most popular ways to use local storage. So we can see that we are setting an item that's going to be saving it in our local storage. This is the key we're saving, and this is the value. And then we can actually get what we've saved by getting the item from local storage using the key that we set previously. And we also have the ability to remove something from local storage, again, targeting the key. Or if you want to clear everything from that site local storage, you can use clear. So for our purposes in this project, we're going to stick with these three main functions of local storage. So let's jump back to the code and start implementing it. So what we are going to do is we're going to create an array for our bookmarks, and it's going to be an array of objects. So first, at the very top, we're going to create a global variable for our bookmarks. So let bookmarks equal, and then square brackets to show that it's an array. And then we're going to scroll down into our store bookmark function, and we're going to get rid of this console log here. And below this, so remember, if we validate this and it's true, we're going to skip over this. And so the next thing we want to do is we're going to create a constant called bookmark. And this is going to be equal to a JavaScript object. The first key is going to be name, and that's going to be our name value. And then we're going to have a comma. And then the next is going to be our URL, and that's going to be our URL value, and another comma there, and then a semicolon here. So that's our bookmark object. And then we want to actually pass that object to our array. So we're going to use bookmarks.push, and then in brackets, we're going to pass in our bookmark. So this will send our object into our array. And then below that, we're going to console log our bookmarks just to make sure that that's exactly what's happening. And we also want to reset our bookmark form. And we're going to use the reset method on our form. And also we want it to go back to the first input field. So we're going to use our website name L and then focus just like we did above. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to need to enter multiple values here. So we're going to put test.com, save. We can see that we already have an array here with one object in it. Cool, that's great. And I'll enter in another one, and we can see now again that we have two objects in here. And let's just add one more for fun and save that. And we can see, of course, that our cursor has come back here. That was our focus element doing that. Okay, so we have 3 items here. Next, we're going to want to actually push this to our local storage. So let's jump back to the code, and right below our console log, we're going to target our local storage, and we're going to use set item to save to local storage. And single quotes, our first parameter is going to be the name we're going to save the key under, which is going to be bookmarks. Then we're going to have a comma, and then we're going to pass in our bookmarks array. So let's save that and check it out. So in order to check local storage, we're actually going to click this arrow here, and we're going to go over to the application. And you see we have local storage. We're going to drop down that arrow, and we're going to look at it for our specific address here. And we're going to need to add some values back. So let's do that and save. Okay, so we can see that something weird has happened here. So we are saving in local storage, which is great, but we can see that the value just says object. So that's a problem. If we go to this resource here, this will explain why. So when we are saving to local storage, and when we're saving to any web server, really, it can only hold that value as a string. So this method here, JSON stringify, is going to convert our object into a JSON string that can be stored on a web server. So let's jump back and implement that. So instead of just bookmarks, we are going to cut this, and instead it's going to be JSON.stringify, and then bracket, and then paste in our bookmarks. And let's copy this into our console log as well so that we can more clearly see what's happening. And let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you see we still have this here. Let's right click and just delete that for now. And let's try this again. So we're going to add test.com, save. Okay, so you see now if we actually click on it that we actually have a object with an index of 0. If we enter in something else, we can see that we have 2 objects here. Perfect. And if we were to go back to the console, we can see that everything here is now a string, so we can see everything instead of having to click the drop-down arrow to actually look inside our array. All right, perfect. So the next thing we're going to want to do is we want to be able to get this string back and turn it back from a JSON string back to a JSON object. So to do that, we're going to use json.parse. So this does the exact opposite of our JSON stringify. It takes a JSON string and constructs it back into a JavaScript object. Okay, so let's jump back to our code, and we need to create a function that's going to take care of all that. So above our store bookmark, we're going to create a function, comment out a title. This is going to fetch our bookmarks from local storage. We're going to create our function, fetch bookmarks. And inside of this function, the very first thing we want to do, we're going to comment out a title, is we're going to try to get bookmarks from local storage if available. So that's important. We only want to populate our bookmarks array with this if there's something to be returned. So we're going to use an if statement here, and we're going to type in if local storage dot get item, and then we're going to pass in the name of our key, which is bookmarks. So if that returns something, then we want to set our bookmarks array to be equal to the value of JSON parse. And we can actually copy this above because we want to get our bookmarks JSON string. And we'll put a semicolon at the end there. So else, we have to add an else statement because on the very first time someone visits this application, there won't be anything saved within local storage. And we're going to comment out a title here. We want to actually create a bookmarks array in local storage. So in our case, I'm actually going to pass in one object just to show the users how the bookmarks app is supposed to work. So I'm going to have an array and I'm going to pass in one object, and this is going to be the same example that we had before. It's just going to be, I'm going to put in my website, of course. You can put in anything that you want here, and another comma there, and another comma there, and a semicolon there. And then lastly, we want to actually save that now to local storage so that we have something saved in there. And then set item for our bookmarks, comma, and then same thing, we want to do JSON stringify our bookmarks array, and then semicolon at the end. And then the last thing we're going to do, because we're not yet actually populating our DOM, is we're going to console log our bookmarks array just to make sure that that's working. So we're going to scroll down. We're going to get rid of this console log just so that we're not confused. And we're going to want to call our fetch bookmarks function right below we set the bookmarks array in this other function when we're updating through our form. And we're also going to want to call fetch bookmarks when we first load the project. So on load, we're going to fetch our bookmarks, because when you come back to the page, you want to be able to take whatever was in local storage and populate the bookmarks array with that. All right, so that's a lot we've done there. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we already have two values here. This is us console logging our bookmarks array. If you remember from last time, we had entered these two in here. But if we delete this and now refresh our page, we can see that we have our sample one in here. So we do have something to show. And we can see now in our console that we have that one item there. Okay, perfect. So that's all working. Let's just check to make sure. Let's just type in another one here and save it. And we can see, yep, our bookmarks array has grown. And if we refresh the page and come back, we have our same two bookmarks there. All right, that's awesome. So we've figured out our local storage, saving our bookmarks array, and also retrieving our bookmarks array. In the next one, we're actually going to use this data to build our DOM elements. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in this video, we're finally going to replace our placeholder elements here with the actual data that we're passing in from our local storage. So let's jump back to the code. And the first thing we're going to do is in our index.html, we're going to go up and we're actually going to delete all of these items here, like so. And we're going to save that. And we're going to go into our JavaScript, and we're going to go back up to our fetch bookmarks function that we're calling when we start up. And instead of console logging our bookmarks, we're going to actually run a function called build bookmarks. And now we're going to need to create that function above. So right here, we're going to comment out a title. And this is going to be to build our bookmarks DOM. And the function is called build bookmarks. And so inside of this, what we're going to do is we're going to build our items here. And we're going to use our bookmarks array. We're going to use a for each. So this is a way to run a function on each item within an array. So we're going to have the bracket for that method. Then we're going to have another bracket that is going to create a local variable that it's going to represent each object in the array. And then we're going to use an arrow function here then our curly brackets, press enter, put the semicolon at the bottom here. And what we're going to do first is we want to pull the name and URL from each of these objects within the array. So for this, we're going to use something called destructuring. So we're going to have a constant curly brackets name, comma, URL, and that's going to be equal to bookmark. And we're just going to console log that to make sure that that's actually working. So our name, comma, URL. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we already have the two that we had from last time here, and we have our name and we have our URL. Okay, so that's working perfectly. You can see too that we have no bookmarks in our DOM. If we were to go ahead and add another value, so let's go with our test again, we can see that these all repeated because our for each is going to run every time, and it's going to run for each item in the array. This is going to cause a little bit of a problem later, but I will get to that in time. First, we're concerned now with actually populating our DOM. So let's take care of that. So we can remove this console log, and now we're going to go about the process of recreating the item that we had within our HTML. So there are multiple ways of approaching this. Some people might use inner HTML and just copy in their HTML into a template string and then pass in the variables that they need to. But for our purposes, we're going to do it in a different way that's much more secure. So we're going to need to create all of our elements one at a time. So let's start with our parent, which is our item div. So we're going to comment out a title just to make this a little less confusing. So we're going to have constant item equals document create element, and then bracket, single quote, we want to create a div. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit. We're going to need a lot of space here. And then that item that we just created, we want to add to the class list. So class list.add, and we're going to add the class of item. Okay, that's it for our item. The next thing is our close icon. So again, constant close icon equals document.createElement, and we're going to create an I element. This is for our Font Awesome icon. And then our close icon, we're going to add to the class list. So we want FAS, comma, and then FA-times. So we're going to add both of these classes at once. Then close icon, we want to set the attribute, and first parameter in single quotes, we're going to add the title, and this is going to be our delete bookmark title. So this is what allows us to hover over the close icon and it says delete bookmark. And then next, we want to set one more attribute, and this is going to be the on click. So this allows us to actually run a function similar to our event listeners in our JavaScript. And for this, we're going to pass in a template string. So we're going to use our backticks again, and we're going to pass in a function that we haven't created yet, but we will, delete bookmark, and then we're going to have our brackets, and then we're going to have a single quotes inside, and then inside of that, we're going to put our variable, so $ curly brackets, and we're going to pass in the URL that we destructured before. Okay, cool. So that's it for the close icon. Next, we're going to work on the favicon/link container. So if you remember, we had a div called name that was holding our favicon and our anchor element. So we're going to call that link info equals document create element, and this one's also going to be a div. And our link info, we want to add the class list name. Okay, and we can scroll down. The next one is going to be our favicon itself. Oops, favicon. And this is going to be constant favicon. This is going to be equal to create element. And this one is going to be an image, img element. And for this one, we are going to need to set the source. So we're going to actually go back to our HTML, and we're going to use our word wrap, Alt-Z, and we're going to copy this part. We're going to leave out the website and just copy this. So this is what is going to be the secret sauce that allows us to dynamically populate our favicons. So we're going to go back, and on our favicon constant, we are going to set an attribute, and we want to set the source of the image, comma, and then we're going to use a template string. Then we're going to paste that in, and now we're going to use our variable for our URL, so $ curly bracket, then URL. So that's going to dynamically pass in the same URL value here. So that's what's going to pull that favicon for us. Next, we want to set one more attribute for that, and this is going to be our alt attribute, and comma, single quotes, we want it to say favicon. And below that, we're on to our next item, which is our link itself. So again, constant link equals document dot create element, single quotes A, so that's creating our anchor element. Scroll down a little bit more. And for this one, link dot set attribute, we want to set the href. This is what is going to provide the actual link it's going to go to. And for this one, again, we're going to use template strings and $ curly brackets URL. We're going to pass in our URL value. Then below that, we're going to set one more attribute. This is going to be our target, comma, and then single quotes again, underscore blank. This is going to allow it to open in a new tab. And then lastly, our link name itself, so what's going to actually show up for the user, we're going to use link.textContent. That's the most efficient way. You could also use inner text, but this is a little bit better. And that's going to equal name. And then lastly, we have to now smash all these things together. So we're going to comment out a title. We're going to append ultimately to our bookmarks container. So first, because we have a container here, this is our link info, that's going to contain our favicon and our link. We're going to start with that. So our link info dot append. So we're going to use append instead of append child because it allows us to append multiple things at once. And then bracket, we're going to append the favicon constant, comma, and then the link constant. And we're going to do a similar thing with the item because the item is going to contain the close icon and then our link info that we just created. So we're going to do item.append, and then we're going to pass in our close icon constant and then our link info constant that we just created. And lastly, our bookmarks container, which is the overall parent for our bookmarks elements. Now we can use append child, and we're going to append our item. So this has to happen in a specific order. I'm building the smallest thing, and then I'm getting to the progressively bigger things that need to be built. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so as soon as we come back, we can see that magically we have all of the items that we've just created here. That is excellent. So if we refresh the page, we can see that we have everything here. Awesome. You can see our favicons are working and everything. Perfect. Next, let's click on a link to make sure that that's working. And it is. We're going to google.com in a new tab. That is perfect. So next, if we were to click on the X here, which is supposed to delete the bookmark, we can see that our title is working. Perfect. You can see that the delete bookmark function is not defined. That's because we haven't made it yet. And that's what we're going to tackle in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the very last piece of functionality is going to be the ability to remove a specific bookmark while leaving the others in place. So you can see that we have an error here. That's because we have not yet created that function. So let's do that first. We'll jump back to our code, and we're going to create this function above our store bookmark function. Comment out a title. This is going to be to delete a bookmark. We're going to make the function delete bookmark, bracket, and we're going to pass in the URL as a parameter because we need to know which one we want to delete. So let's actually console log that. So we'll specify this is the delete URL that we want to delete, and we'll log that like so. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so now if I click on this, I should get this URL, the google.com. So we can click, we can see, yes, we are targeting the right URL. We have our google.com URL. Perfect. So next, what we're going to need to do is we're going to pass this URL, and we're going to need to loop through everything in our array and check to see if anything matches that, we want to actually remove it. So we're going to accomplish this using an array method called splice. So if you're unfamiliar, again, I'll provide a link for this within the course, but this allows you to change the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in a specific place. For our purposes, we're going to be removing an element in a specific place. Okay, so let's jump back to the code and see how we're going to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we can get rid of our console here because we can see that that's working properly. And we want to loop through our bookmarks array, and we want to do another for each. So similar to how we did before, we have a bracket, and then we're going to have another bracket for our local variable, which is an individual bookmark. And we also want to pass in the index of the array. So to do that, we're just going to do comma, and then I will represent our index. Then we're going to have our arrow function as before, and our curly brackets, press enter, put the semicolon down here, and then we want to use an if statement here. So if bracket our bookmark dot URL, so this is our individual bookmark object, equals, with 3 equal signs, the URL that we were passing in before, so that's whichever one we clicked on, we're passing in that URL. Then we want to splice that out. So again, we're going to target the bookmarks array itself, dot splice, and then we're going to pass in the index, so starting at whatever index that is. So let's say that we had 3 items, and we click to delete the second item. That index would be 1, because arrays are 0 index, it would be 0, 1, 2, and we want to delete 1, the one in the middle. Then, comma, we want to remove one object. So just splice, and then the parameters are I for the index, comma, we want to delete one thing. Okay, so we'll add a semicolon there. And then below this, we want to also comment out a title. We're going to update our bookmarks array again in local storage to now reflect that we have removed that item. And then ultimately, we're going to repopulate the DOM. So again, local storage dot set item, same as before, our bookmarks, and then again, our JSON stringify, and then we're going to pass in our bookmarks array. And then lastly, we're going to run our fetch bookmarks function again. Okay, cool. So let's save and check it out. Okay, so let's try to delete our Google object here. Okay, so something definitely weird is happening here. We can see that we tried to delete the Google one, and instead of deleting it, it just added the other two again. So this goes a little bit back to the problem I was talking about earlier in our for each, in our build bookmarks function. I'm going to challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. As I said, the hint is that it's related to how we're building our DOM. Okay, so welcome back. I hope that some of you were able to figure it out. If not, don't worry, I will show you what our problem is. So the problem is that in our build bookmarks method, that we are only appending to our bookmarks container. We are never removing from our bookmarks container. So in order to fix that problem, we can actually just add one line here at the top of our for each. And I'm going to comment out a title here. This is going to remove all bookmark elements. So every time we try to build bookmarks before we get into our for each, we're going to remove everything from our bookmarks container. So to do that, we're going to do bookmarks container dot text content equals empty string. That's it. That's all we need to reset our bookmarks container. So let's save that and jump back. And let's add one more. So let's add back our Google. And you know what? Let's add one more. Let's add that one there. Save. Okay, so we have 4 here now. And I want to just delete the test one. And perfect. So we just deleted the one we wanted to get rid of. And if we refresh the page, we can see that everything is still exactly as we want. If we open up our local storage, we can see that we have our 3 items here. And if we delete one, let's delete Google, you can see that it updates in our local storage as well. Okay, that is excellent. So we are done with our project here. I hope that you learned some tricks along the way, including dynamically populating favicons and creating your own custom modals. And I hope that you learned something about local storage and how it can benefit you. All right, so I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
All right, so we just finished our bookmarks page. Very, very nice. We learned about local storage, but let's take a look at some code. Now, I actually wrote a new script file here. So it's the exact same as the one that we've seen before, except I did something different. You see, what we've done is we've used bookmarks as an array. So we stored our bookmarks in an array. But can you also store your bookmarks in an object? Change your code around so it works the exact same way, except bookmarks is now an object? Pause the video and see if you can try it yourself. Because what I can do now is change in my index.html file, change this to script2.js, make sure everything is saved, go into my memory, or my application actually, and just make sure that in your local storage right here, let's make this bigger, we delete any previous bookmarks. If I refresh, everything still works. If I type in ZTM, let's say zerotomastery.io, save, everything still works as expected. Except this time around, I'm using an object. Now, why did I do this? Before I do that, let me just go over some of the things and why I might want to use an object instead of an array for bookmarks. You see, when we did the bookmarks, we are entering items into our bookmarks, which is no problem. The thing that I think could be improved a bit is this delete bookmarks function. You see, for our bookmarks, to delete a bookmark, we have to loop through all our bookmarks. And if any of them have a URL that matches what we want to delete, we delete that item from the array, and then we use this splice method to shift over all the items in the array. Now, this isn't a big deal for a project like this because we don't have too many items. But imagine if we had 1,000, 10,000 bookmarks. We're really into bookmarking websites. This operation would take a long time. As a matter of fact, anytime we need to search through our bookmarks, we have to loop and hypothetically check every single item in the array to make sure that we find one that the URL matches on. Instead, if I use an object for bookmarks, well, what can we do? In a similar sense, all I do is similar to script.js when we do build bookmarks. Instead of doing the bookmarks for each, I'm going to use object.keys, bookmarks for each. And this bookmarks object, instead of having an array, instead has this format. So that is, each bookmark has an ID, which will be the URL, and then that ID is associated with another object inside of it, that is the name and the URL. Now I'll link to the code in this video so you can take a look at yourself. But now, when I delete something, instead of looping through the entire array like we did before, instead I just look for the matching ID. Hey, does this bookmark exist? If it does, just delete this property. So instead of looping, imagine if we had 10,000 items in the array, I can just find it really quickly using an object. Now, this is a small sample of a topic called data structures. Data structures are all over computer science and all over programming. And things like arrays and objects are data structures. That is, they're ways for us to contain information, contain data in an organized fashion. Arrays are sometimes really good for certain things, and objects are really good for certain things. Our job as a programmer is to decide which data structure is optimum for our use. What data structure makes sense? Now, this comes with experience. Sometimes it can be hard to know, should I use an array? Should I use an object? And the topic of data structure is a big one that we won't cover fully in this course. But just thinking about the pros and cons of each data structure, should you use an array or an object, is a good thing to think about in the back of your mind as you're coding along. Because as you progress through your career, you're going to start to notice more and more that your ability to determine the right data structure for the type of data that you have becomes better and better. So take a look at this code, play around with it, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. So in this one, we're going to look at how we can create our own custom video player and be able to control the functionality through our own custom UI. So you can see we have a video here with the rounded corners. If we click on the video, anywhere on the video, we can play and pause. If we hover towards the bottom, you can see that we have a controls UI that will load. We have a play pause button here as well. And you can see that we have a mute and unmute, as well as we can actually drag the volume to different levels. This video doesn't have volume, but we will test that out as we're working on the project. We also have the ability with our progress bar here, you can see as we hover over it, it gets a little bit bigger, to jump around in the video. And you can see on the right side that we are tracking the current time of the video as well as the total duration. And if we jump back to the start again, we can actually change the playback speed as well. So we can go half speed. You can see all the waves are slowing down, or we can go up to double speed, and you can see everything speeds up. And we'll go back to normal speed. And the last bit of functionality is we can also toggle full screen with this icon. You can see we're in full screen here. And if I want to exit, I can actually hover back down to the bottom and click the button to exit full screen as well. All right, so that's pretty much it for the functionality of this project. Let's get started. Alrighty, so to begin with, I provided a template specific to this project within the course. So the first thing you're going to want to do is download that and then unzip it, and then you're going to have this folder here. And what I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to rename it, again, just to show that I'm working on it. And Then I'm going to open it in Visual Studio Code. Okay, and then I'm going to open each of the files. And then I'm going to hide this bar here just to give ourselves a little bit more space. And I'm actually going to even turn off the activity bar as well. Okay, so you can see this time around, starting out with our script.js file that we have just commented out some titles. This is just to separate our functionality into different sections. In our style CSS, you can see that there's a lot of styling here already. We're going to go over the important parts that we've left out. And lastly, we have our index HTML here as well. So you can see also that I've added some video files. These are from Pixabay. So let's jump over to the browser and check out Pixabay. So this is a website where you can get free stock videos. And so you can choose to use any videos that you want for your example. Let's say that I wanted this video of a mountain. I would just click on it and make sure that what you do next is you click free download and then you choose the file size that you want. So for our purposes, I would recommend 720, but you can do 4K if you want. It's up to you, but keep in mind a 4K video will take longer to load. When you've selected the one you want, on the download, you're going to right click and copy the link address, and then you will have something like this. So I'll just paste it just to show something like that. That's what we're going to use to actually populate our video element. But we don't have a video element yet, so we will get to that in a minute. First, let's actually launch our project. So we're going to use this Go Live for our Go Live server. Okay, so you'll notice it's not just a plain white background. This is a subtle background that I've added from Hero Patterns. And this is a website that I've featured in several other videos. It's a great place to get background patterns. I'm not going to go over the entire process, but basically you're just going to click on one, adjust your colors, and then copy this code into your CSS. So if we jump back to our CSS, we can see that we have our background image here, background color here within our body element. Okay, the first thing we need to do is we're going to create a parent container that is going to wrap our video and all of our controls. So let's do that first in our HTML. So we'll start with a div, and we want to give it a class of player. So we'll just use period, and then player, and then press enter. So Visual Studio Code will auto-complete that for us, which is very handy. And then inside of this, we're going to create a video element, .video, to give it a class of video. And then we are going to paste in the source. I'm just going to use this ocean one here. And I'm going to paste that in. And you see this line's a bit long. We can't see the end of it. I'm going to use word wrap to be able to see it. Alt-Z is the command to word wrap. And then at the end here, we're also going to add an attribute called plays inline. So what this is going to do is on mobile devices, when you click play, by default, it will go to full screen view. But we don't want that to happen because we're going to have a full screen button specifically. So this will allow it to not jump directly to full screen. Okay, so let's save and check that out. Okay, so we have a video here. You can see we already have some styling. We have a border and we have a border radius. We have rounded corners. But you can see that the video itself is actually wider than our container. If we were to jump back and replace this 720p video with a 4K video, so this lake video I have here, and save and jump back, we can see that not only is it too wide, but it's also too tall. It's way too big. So we're going to need to fix that within our styling. So let's jump back and go over to our CSS. And you can see here that, again, we have a lot of styling. We're going to go over this. This is CSS variables. This is allowing us to set one primary color for everything and one font color for everything. And then we can change all those values at once by changing this one value. But we'll get to that later. For now, we're concerned with our player and our video. So first, we want to make the video fit within our player. So our player has a max width of 80 VW, viewport width. So that means 80% of the screen width, essentially, or of the window width, I should say. And we have a min width of 800 pixels. So the problem is that our video is bigger than 80 VW. So in our video element, we can change that by styling our video element to have a width of 100%. So that means 100% of the player width. So it's designed to just fit in its parent container. And then we're also going to give it a height of auto. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. And that is looking a whole lot better. So yeah, we have our 4K video. Even though it was huge just now, it's now fitting perfectly inside of our container. So that's looking good on desktop, but let's check out our mobile view. So if we right click, inspect, and if we click this button here, we can toggle our mobile view, and we can see on an iPhone X that the video is not contained within the screen. You can see that the left side here is cut off. So we'll need to do some styling specifically for our mobile view. So as I mentioned, we have a minimum width of 800 pixels, but you saw that our iPhone width was only 375 pixels. So we're going to need to reset this min width value, and then we're also going to change our max width value to be a little bit more of the page because we only have 375 pixels to work with. We want it to be closer to 95% of the width so that we have just a little bit of margin on the left and right. If we scroll down to the very bottom, you can see that I've already created media queries here. So media queries is what allows for responsive design. They're traditionally at the very bottom because they need to override any style that came before. And for our purposes, we are interested in smartphones in the vertical orientation. So we want to change the player properties, and we want to change the min width now to be 0, and we want the max width to be 95 VW. So let's save that and jump back, and you can see that looks a whole lot better. The entire video is within the screen, and we have just a little bit of margin on the left and right. Perfect. So now we have our player and our video styling working correctly. In the next one, we're going to build out the UI for our controls. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so you can see that I've switched back to my Ocean video because it's 720. It's going to load a little bit faster than our 4K video. And now we're ready to actually build out the controls for our player. So let's jump back to the code, and we're going to start by building out our controls in our HTML all at once because most of the styling for our controls is already complete. So the first thing is, below our video, we're going to have a container for our controls, but above that, we're going to have another container that is going to act as a way to toggle showing and hiding our controls. So we'll comment out a title for that, show controls, and then we're going to have a div with the class of show-controls. And then inside of that, we're going to create a div with the class of controls-container. And you know what, let's comment out a title for that as well, controls container. And then inside of this is where we're going to build all of our controls. So the first thing we're going to have in our controls is a progress bar. So we'll comment out a title for that as well. And we're going to create a div with the class of progress-range. And we're going to give it a title of seek so that when someone actually hovers over the progress bar, it'll explain that they are able to jump around in the video. Inside of this div, we're going to create another div with the class of progress-bar. So the progress range is the parent container. It has the background color. It's the full length. And then the progress bar itself will be our primary color, and it's going to show us how far through the video we are. Okay, and then below that, we're going to create another div, And this one is for our control group. So we're going to have a left side controls parent and a right side controls parent because we're going to space them apart. So obviously the left side will stick to the left side, the right side will stick to the right side. So let's comment out a title for that first, actually. So we're going to have our left controls, and we're going to create a div with the class of controls-left. And then we're going to do a similar thing for our right controls. We're going to comment out a title for that. And then we're going to create a div.controls-right. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to start actually building out our controls. But before we get to that, I just want to jump over to the Font Awesome website. So Font Awesome is something that we have included in the template of all of our projects. This is going to allow us to add in icons. So if we jump over to the browser, there is a link I will provide for the actual icons available on Font Awesome. And so you can search for whatever you would like. In our case, we want our play pause button. So if I search play, you can see that we have a standard play button, a play in a circle, and then a play with a circle without a background. For our purposes, we want the play button. So whichever icon you want to use is totally up to you. But you're going to click on an icon that you want, and you can see that we're just going to copy this HTML. That's what's going to act as our play icon within our project. So let's jump back and start building out our left controls. So inside of this, we're going to comment out another title for our play/pause. And we're going to have a parent for this, which is a div with the class of play-controls. And then inside of that, we can paste our play button. And we're also going to give it a title of play. So again, when someone hovers over it, they can see what it's for. And we're going to give it an ID of play-button because we're going to need to change the class list of this element. We need an ID in order to do that, but we'll get to that later. Below this, we're going to comment out a title for our volume controls. And inside here, we're going to create our controls. We'll first have another parent, div-volume class. And then inside of this, we're going to create another div with the class of volume-icon. And inside of this, we are going to have another Font Awesome icon. So if you actually know the class that you want from Font Awesome, we can create it even more quickly. We can use an iElement.fas. So that stands for Font Awesome Solid. There are different types of Font Awesome icons. All of the ones we're going to be using are solid. And then I can type another period to add another class. This time I'm going to add fa-volume-up. And then I'm going to add a title here, which is going to be mute. So when the volume's up, it'll have the title of mute to show that that's what you can do if you want to click on it. And we're going to give this also an ID of volume-icon. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit. And then below this volume icon, we're also going to have similar to a progress bar, but it's going to be for our volume. So we're going to create another div. This one is going to have the class of volume-range. And then we're going to have a title of change volume. And then inside of this div, we're going to create another div. And this one is going to have the class of volume-bar. So same thing, the volume range is the parent. It's going to be the full width. And then the volume bar will represent a percentage of how much volume is there. That's also going to be our primary color. Okay, moving on to our right controls now. On the right side, the first thing we're going to have is our speed. So this will allow us to change the playback speed of our video. We're going to create a div with the class of speed. And we're going to give it a title of playback rate. And then inside of this, we're going to create a select element. So select. And the name of this is going to be playback rate. not need to give it an ID. We're going to reference it in a different way. And we're going to give it a class of player-speed. And then inside of the select element, we're going to have the options that we can choose. So we're going to create an option element. And the value of the first one is going to be 0.5. So the slowest we'll go is half speed. And we want to actually have the text to show what's happening. So we're going to do 0.5 and then an X just to show the users that it's 0.5 times the speed. And then we're going to copy this a few different times. And then we're going to change the values of these. This is going to be 1. This is going to be 1. This is going to be 1.5. This will be 1.5. This is going to be 2. And this is going to be 2. And then the very last thing we're going to add is we want the value of 1 times to be selected first because that's what the video is going to play at by default. So we're going to add the selected attribute there. Okay. 2 more items to add here. So below our div here for our speed, we're going to comment out a title for time. And we're going to have a div with the class of time. And inside of this, we're going to have a span with the class of time-elapsed. And then inside of that, we're going to have our format of minutes and seconds. We're not going to worry about hours. And we can copy this actually. And we're going to paste this in here. And this one is going to be for our time duration. So this is going to be the total time of a video. And we're going to have this be 2 minutes, 38 seconds. And we don't need the slash. So in total, this is going to show up as one line. So this plus this. So we're going to have our our elapsed time, current time, however you want to look at it, and our duration next to each other. Last thing we're going to add is a full screen toggle icon. So we'll comment out a title for that. And we're going to scroll down a bit. And we're going to give this div a class of full screen, enter. And then again, we're going to have an I class, FAS, and then FA-expand is the name of the actual icon. And we can save that. All right, so that was a lot of coding here, but there's a reason I wanted to build out everything at once. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we have a mysterious blue rectangle, which we'll get to in a moment. We have our icon here. You can see when I hover over it, it has the primary color there. We have our volume icon. We have our volume progress bar. You can see the title there. We have our selection here, this mysterious white rectangle. If we click on it, we can see that we have our values here. Perfect. And we have our elapsed time as well as our duration. And then we have our full screen icon here as well. Everything is looking pretty decent. Most of the styling is there, but there are a few things that we're going to need to fix. The first one is regarding our blue rectangle here. You can see right now that our controls are always showing up, but we actually only want them to show up when we are in the bottom part of the video with our mouse. So if we go to the CSS and we scroll back up here, we can see that we have our show controls styling here. And you can see it's a 30% height in relation to the video. So it's taking up the bottom 30%. And we have a background color of blue here. So we're going to leave that for now because it's actually showing us how our show hide functionality is going to work. So what we'll do now is actually implement our show hide functionality. So how we're going to do that is we are going to reset the opacity of our controls container from 1 to 0. So we're going to give this an opacity of 0, meaning that it's invisible. And then below that, we are going to have a class of show controls hover and controls container. So that means when our show controls is being hovered over, we will modify the controls container styling. So in this case, we're going to add an opacity of 1. Okay, and the other thing we're going to add to both of these is a transition. So a transition will allow the opacity from 0 to 1 to happen more smoothly, or however we want it to happen, really. So the transition here, I'm going to put all, but we could just put opacity because that's all we're changing, but it's just easier to write all. And I want this to be 0.5 seconds in terms of duration, and I want it to ease out, so that's the animation style. But I'm also going to give it a 2-second delay. That's going to be our fourth parameter here. And then I'm going to copy this. We want to transition on the showing of the controls, but we want the controls to show more quickly. So we want to have them pop up within 0.2 seconds, and we don't want a delay. So just to reiterate, when we hover over and show the controls, we want it to show up in 0.2 seconds. And then when we hover away, we want the opacity to go from 1 to 0 in 0.5 seconds, but we want there to be a delay before it starts removing the opacity. So let's save and check that out. So you can see that we have our blue rectangle. When we scroll down with our mouse and we get right to the top, we can see that now we have our controls showing. And you can see that they showed up pretty quickly, 0.2 seconds. But then if we were to hover outside of our blue box here, 1, 2, you can see there's a delay of 2 seconds, and then it took another half second to hide the controls. So that's how we want it to work. We want it to appear quickly, but we want it to disappear slowly just in case someone accidentally hovered away from the controls. All right, perfect. So that's working exactly how we want it to. Let's jump back to the code though, because we can actually remove this background color. It was just to illustrate how that was actually working. So let's save that and go back. And now you can see it's working behind the scenes. When I hovered to the bottom 30%, we have our controls showing up. Excellent. All right, so in the next one, we're going to style our progress bar. You can see that it's missing from our controls. We will get to that in the next video. All right, bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the UI seems a little bit unbalanced here. That's because we're missing our progress bar at the top of our controls. So we're going to need to take care of that. So let's jump back into our CSS, and we're going to scroll down from our container, and now we're concerned with our progress bar. If you remember, our progress bar is made up of two parts. It is the progress range, which is the parent, and then the progress bar itself, which is actually what's going to be colored in to show the progress. So the first thing is we're going to need to style our project range. So we want to start by giving it a height of 8 pixels, and we're going to give it a width of 100%, and then we're going to give it a background of RGBA. We're going to use one of these, even though we're going to modify the color. So RGBA is RGB with an alpha value added, which acts as our opacity. So we want this color to be like a light gray color. So if we actually hover over this, we can use the color picker built in to Visual Studio Code, and we want it to be around that. So we want a nice gray color that has a little bit of opacity. So we'll add the semicolon at the end there. Okay, perfect. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so when we hover over, okay, cool. So we can see that we have our progress range, and we even have our progress bar itself already. If we jump back, we can see that our background color here is already our primary color, and you can see that it already has a width of 50%. So if I wanted to change that, I can just change that in the styling there. This is something that's going to be changed dynamically in our JavaScript, but if we jump back now, we can see that the progress bar is much shorter. But if we focus on the range itself, we can see that it doesn't quite work because it's extending beyond our video here. We want it to kind of stop with 15 pixels to spare to line up with our full screen icon here. And one way we can do that is by using something called calc. So I'll provide a link to this resource within the course, but calc is a CSS function that lets you perform calculations when specifying CSS property values. So if we scroll down to have a look at the example here, you can see that this width is just 10 pixels plus 100 pixels, so that means the width would be 110 pixels. But if we use something like this, 100% minus 30 pixels, we can see that we have a 15 pixel space on either side. So that is actually exactly what we need. So we can copy this, and we'll jump back to the code. And instead of having a width of 100%, we're going to use our calc and have 100% minus 30 pixels. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So that lines up nicely there, and it lines up nicely there. Excellent. Next, we want to show that something can be done when clicking on the progress bar. So we want to make it get a little bit bigger just to signal the user that something can be done with that. So if we jump back, we are going to start by adding a transition on the progress range, so the parent container itself. And specifically, the height is what we're going to change. And we're going to give this 0.1 seconds duration, so we want this to happen very quickly. And we want it to ease in and out. And then below this, we're going to have progress-range, and then we're going to use the pseudo class hover. So whenever we hover over the project range, we want the height to change. So my height is 8 pixels. I want it to be just slightly bigger. So I'm going to give it a height of 10 pixels as it's hovered over. So let's save that and check it out. And so now when we hover over, it's very subtle, but you can see that it gets bigger. That to me suggests that it's something that can be interacted with. All right, so that's looking a lot better. In the next one, we're going to finalize our selection UI because right now it's just a white rectangle. So we'll need to fix that in the next one. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last piece of our UI that we need to sort out is our select element that we're using for our playback speed. So this element can look different between browsers and even operating systems. For example, Chrome on Windows, it will look one way, and Chrome on Mac, it will look another. So if we look at our page here, you can see that it's just a blank rectangle. So the first thing we want to change is the cursor. So right now we just have the default cursor, but we want the pointer cursor to show that it's something that can be clicked on. And when we click on it and come out of it, we can see that there's also an outline around it. We want to remove that as well as we click on our select element. So let's jump back to our CSS, and we're going to scroll down to our playback speed area. And the very first thing we're going to add is we're going to add a reference to our select, comma, and also to our option, because we want both of them to have a cursor pointer. And then below our select property, we want to target our select with the pseudo class of focus, and we want to have outline none. So that's going to remove that outline that we just saw after we clicked outside of our select element. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so when we hover over it, we can see that our cursor changes to our pointer here. And when we click on it and come back out, we can see that we don't have an outline. Okay, so that's definitely better. But you can see that it still looks like a white pill. So this is actually because our text color is white and our background color is also white. So that's why we can't see anything. So what we can do to fix that is change the background color of our select element. So if we jump back to our CSS, you can see that we have the font color, which is white, and we want to add in a background, and we're going to give this a transparent color. So that means it should be invisible. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. You can see that now we have our value in here, and we even have our drop-down arrow. And when we click on it and change the value, we can see that it updates there. That is excellent. We have finished styling our select element. The very last thing I want to show you before we get into our functionality is talking about our CSS variable colors. So you might remember that I mentioned we were going to get back to it. So at the very top, as we scroll up, we can see that there are some elements that have a var -- and then font color. So this is our CSS variables. So instead of applying a static value here, we are providing a dynamic value that can be changed up here at the top. So right now our primary color is Dodger blue, but if we hover over it, we can see we have our color picker here. So let's say that I wanted to make everything purple, let's say, like a darkish purple. Okay, so I can save that now, and when we jump back and we hover over our controls, we can see that our progress bar is now purple, our volume bar is now purple, and our play icon is now purple. So that is the power of using CSS variables, is it allows us to, in one line, change the colors for multiple objects all at the same time. So I'm going to jump back and I'm going to undo that because I like the blue color, and I'm going to save that, and you can see we're back to blue. Okay, so I just wanted to show off that that's the reason we're using CSS variables. It allows us to modify everything color-wise with just one line. All right, so finally, that's it for our UI. In the next one, we're going to get started on our functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we're finally ready to get into our functionality. The final goal of this video specifically will be to get our play and pause functionality working correctly. But before we get to that, we're going to need to reference our HTML items within our JavaScript. So if we jump back to our HTML, we can see what we're going to need to reference. So first, we want to be able to reference our video, because we want to be able to use the controls, play, pause, volume up, volume down. We want to get the duration. We want to get the current time. All of that is actually going to come from the video element itself. So that's very, very important. And next, we want to target the progress range as well as the progress bar. We need to target the range because we need to know the total length in order to get a percentage of how far the bar should be in relation to the range, which is 100% of the width. We will also need to reference our play button here. That's why we have this ID. We're going to need to change this from a play to a pause button and then change the title as well. We will need to do a similar thing with our volume icon. So we want to be able to change these classes. And same thing as our progress range. We have our volume range and our volume bar. We'll need to adjust both of those. And then we're going to need to adjust our speed selector here. So we're going to target this, our class of player speed. So most of these is going to target the CSS class specifically because we didn't add IDs to everything. And then lastly, we're going to need to target our time elapsed and our time duration because we're going to dynamically update these values. And then, of course, our full screen icon here, we are going to need to be able to toggle our full screen on and off. So let's jump over to our JavaScript and take care of all of these constant assignments. We're going to start with a constant for our video element. And this is going to be equal to document. And then we're going to use query selector. We could select an element or a class. So we could actually even just type in video. There's only one video element. Next, we're going to create one for our progress range. And that's going to equal a query selector. This time we're going to target a class because that's just a div. And so we're going to use single quotes to target a class. We're going to have a period to represent class. And then that's going to be progress-range. And then we're going to copy this because we have a similar one next. And that is going to be for our progress bar. So we're going to change this to be bar, and we'll change this as well to be bar. And then below that, we're going to have a constant for our play button. This time, I'm actually going to get element by ID, and this is because only with this specificity are we going to be able to actually change the classes on the element itself. And I'm going to use play-button for that. And then below that, I'm going to have another constant for our volume icon. And I'm going to have the same thing, get element by ID. And then this time it is going to be our volume dash icon. So when you're getting by ID, you don't need to add hashtag or anything. You're just going to put in the name of the ID. Whereas with query selector, you need to put dot to specify you're selecting a class, or nothing if you're selecting the element itself. Moving on, we are going to do a similar thing for progress bar and range for our volume. So let's just copy and paste those. And we can use a neat trick to select all of these at once. So we're going to use, it would be Command D or Control D, depending on if you're Mac or Windows. And I'm going to press it 3 times, and you can see that I have all 4 of these selected at once, and that means I can actually change them all at once. So I'm just going to start typing volume, and you can see I changed all of those at the same time. Very efficient. All right, next we're going to have a constant for our current time, and that's going to equal to our query selector, and this will be our time dash elapsed. And we're going to have one for our duration, and that'll be for our dot time dash duration. So I actually forgot the period here on time elapsed. I need that because I'm targeting the class specifically. And the very last one we're going to add here is our constant for our full screen button. And that's going to be another query selector, and that's going to select our full screen class. All right, so that's it. We can save that. Again, as I mentioned, we have some commented out lines below. And so this is for each phase of the functionality we're going to work on. We're going to start with our play pause functionality, as I said. But before we get into that, we're going to take a look at some documentation on the video HTML element. So back in our browser here, I'll provide a link to this reference within the course. I'm going to reference this throughout the creation of our functionality. So the HTML5 DOM has methods, properties, and events for the audio and video elements. So these will apply to both audio and video. Of course, in our case, we're concerned about video. And you can see that we have a couple of methods here, and we have a lot of properties, and we have a lot of events. We're going to start by just focusing on the methods here, because right now we just need to be able to play and pause. So these are the 2 methods that we want to try to call. However, there's one other property that we are concerned with, and that is, if we scroll down through the properties, we're concerned with the paused property, because this is going to tell us whether or not the video is paused. So based on whether or not the video is paused, we're going to either play the video if it is already paused, or pause the video if it's already playing. So we'll need to keep that in mind as well. So we can jump back to the code and deal with that. So we're going to create a function called toggle play, bracket, and then space, curly bracket, enter. So we're calling it toggle play because this is going to handle both the play and pause functionality. So we're going to start out with an if statement. If bracket video dot paused. So this is short form for saying if video paused is true. Then if it is paused, we want to play the video. So we're going to call video dot play bracket to call the video play method. Else, so if the video is already playing and we toggle play, we're going to video.pause method. Next, we're going to need to add some event listeners to actually set this function in motion. So we're going to go to the very bottom and we're going to comment out a title for our event listeners. And the first one we're going to add is going to be on our play button itself. We're going to add the event listener, and we're going to add a click event, so single quotes, and then click, comma, and then we want to run our toggle play function. And we're also going to add one on the video itself because we want to be able to click anywhere on the video in order to play and pause. So we'll add that in as well. Now we can save it and check it out. Okay, so if we click on the video, it should play. All right, perfect. That's working. Awesome. And if we click it again, it should pause. Excellent. So that part is working perfectly. Let's go down and try our play button. Okay, so we can see that the video is playing and it's pausing, but we have a bit of an issue here. Our play button does not change to a pause button. So we're going to want to fix that, and we're going to want to change the title, of course. If we change the icon, we want it to say pause in the title instead of play. So let's jump back and take care of that. So we're going to scroll back up. In our toggle play function, in our video.play, right below this, we're going to add in playbutton.classList. So we want to be able to target our CSS classes here in our play button element. And we're going to use a replace in order to remove and add a class in one line. So the first parameter is going to be the class we want to remove, which is our fa-play, and then comma, and then in single quotes, the class we want to replace that with, and that is our fa-pause. So again, this is maybe counterintuitive, but when the video is playing, we're going to show the pause button because that is the action that the button itself will then do. And then vice versa. If it's paused, we want to show the play icon. On our play button, we want to use the set attribute method, and single quotes, we're going to set our title, and we're going to have a comma, and then we're going to set that to say pause. Okay. We can copy this, and we're going to paste it in our else statement here, and we're just going to flip this. So we're going to replace fa-pause with fa-play, and then same thing, the title will now be play instead of pause. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to hover over, and you can see our icon changed, and as we're hovering over, you can see that the title changed as well. It now says pause. Excellent. One last thing, though, is when the video comes to an end, we want the pause to switch back to play because that's what it will do. We don't want it to just look like a pause icon when the video is already paused. So we're going to need to change that. Okay, and in order to deal with that, we can go back to our reference here, and we want to search within the events. So we're going to scroll down, and we can see here that there is an ended event. So this is going to fire when the current playlist is ended. In our case, we just have one video. So this event is going to fire when our video is finished playing. So we're going to need to reference that. So if we jump back to the code, what we want to change specifically is this here. We want this to be called again when our video is ended, but we don't need to call any of this other functionality. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this out into a separate function. So we're going to cut this from here, and above this, we're going to make another function called show play icon, bracket, curly bracket, and then we're just going to paste in the code that we had previously. And now, in our else statement, we're going to call that show play icon function with our bracket here and then our semicolon. And then below this, we're going to comment out a title. So this is on video end. We want to show the play button icon. And so we're going to have an event listener here. And this is going to be on ended event. And we're going to show the play icon. So we're going to save this, but we can't really confirm that it's working until we get to the next video that will allow us to skip to different parts of the video. So let's get to the progress bar in the next one. Alrighty, bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we have a couple of things that we want to accomplish. First, we want to set this progress bar width dynamically as it relates to the elapsed time of the video. We also want to actually show the elapsed time, updating this text here, as well as the duration. And then lastly, we want to be able to click anywhere on the progress bar to jump throughout the video. So first, we're going to go back and consult our resource. So if we scroll back up to the properties, we can see that there is a current time property as well as a duration property. So you see that the current time sets or returns the current playback position in the audio video, and we can see that the duration returns the length of the current video. So both of these are formatted in seconds. Now that we know which properties we want to look at, we need to look at when we're actually going to trigger them with events. So if we scroll back down to the events, the first one we're looking for is down here, time update. So this is going to fire when the current playback position has changed. So this is going to happen as the video is playing. It's going to keep updating the current time. And if we go back up to the top, we also want to target the can play event. So this fires when the browser can start playing the video. So that means as soon as the video is loaded and ready to be played, we want to call the event here in order to update our current time to be 0 and our total duration, more importantly. All right, so let's jump back to the code. First thing we're going to do is we're going to add in those event listeners. So we're going to scroll down to the bottom, and on our video, we're going to add event listener. And the first one we're going to add is our time update. And we're going to call a function that we have yet to make. It's called update progress. And then below that, we're going to add another event listener. And this one is going to be on the can play event. And same thing, it's going to update our progress. So let's scroll up and build that function in our progress bar section here. So we're going to comment out a title for this, and it's going to update our progress bar as the video plays. Update progress, brackets, curly brackets, enter. And the very first thing we're going to do is we're just going to console log the time here. So we're going to console log the current time, comma, and then video dot current time. So we want that property. And then we're going to single quote, have our duration here, comma, and then we want our video dot duration, and we'll add a semicolon there. So let's save that and check it out. So we're going to open up our console here and go over here, open up our console, and you can see that right away we have a current time of 0 and we have a duration of 28.82 seconds. If we were to actually play the video, we can see that it is continuing to update our current time. That is because of our time update event, and you can see it's actually being thrown 4 times per second. So that will keep updating our current time. So that's perfect, that's working. We can see though that our progress bar is still stuck at 20%, regardless of where we are in the video. So we want to use these numbers in order to change that. So we can jump back to our code, and we're going to remove our console log here. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to target our progress bar element dot style dot width. So we want to change the inline style of our progress bar element, and specifically we want to change the width, and that's going to be equal to, and then we're going to pass in a template string. So that is the backtick button right below your escape key. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to divide the current time by the total duration, which is going to give us a value under 1. So 1 would be that the duration's complete. And then we're going to multiply that by 100 to get a percentage. So let me just write that out. That'll be probably easier to understand. So first we're going to use $sign and then curly brackets. You can see that turn blue. So that means it'll allow us to pass in our variables. And then I'm going to have a bracket here because we're going to do some math. So we're going to do video.currentTime divided by video.duration. So let's say that our video was 20 seconds and our current time is 2. That means that we are 10% of the way through the video. And we want to times that by 100 to actually get the percentage itself. And then outside of our curly brackets, we're going to add in a percentage sign because we're actually changing a CSS property, so we want that to be in the form of a percentage. So let's save that and check it out. So we're actually going to go over to the Elements tab here, and specifically we want to target our progress bar, but we can see that it looks like it's already working. If we pause that, use our selector, we want to select our progress bar, you can see that we have a inline style, which is the width, and it's 20.5826%. So that means our template string is working. Excellent. And if we play the video, we can actually see that this keeps getting updated, and that's what is allowing our progress bar to match how far through the video it is. All right, excellent. So that is task 1 accomplished. Next, we want to actually populate the text elements here. So we want to update our current time as well as the actual duration, which is 28 seconds. But you know what? This video is getting a little long, so let's actually tackle that in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So as I said, in this one, we're going to tackle actually populating the values here. So the correct duration, which is 28 seconds, and we want to update the current time as the video is playing. So we will do that by jumping back to the code. So these two values, current time and duration, are both in seconds, but our text wants to be able to display minutes. So that's what we will need to evaluate. So we're going to create a function above this, and we'll comment at a title, calculate display time format, and we're going to create a function called display time. It's going to take a parameter of time, and within this, we are going to need to do a couple things. But first, in our previous function, we're just going to call this as a test, display time, and we're just going to pass in a static number. So we're just going to put 64, because that should read as 1 minute and 4 seconds instead of 64 seconds. And so we're going to pass that in. So first, we're going to create a constant for minutes, and this is going to be equal to math.floor. So I've talked about this in other projects, but math.floor essentially allows you to round to the nearest whole value that you have just hit. So for example, if you had an integer of 1.5, the math floor would return 1 because that is the biggest possible whole number. So in our case, we're going to use that with our time, and we're just going to divide that by 60 because it's in seconds. So that means 64 is going to be our time value. 64 divided by 60 with math floor will return just a value of 1 because that's the last whole number. It would be 1.0 something if it was 64 divided by 60. Okay, and then below that, we're going to create a let variable for seconds. The reason is because we might need to add an extra 0 if the seconds are less than 10, which it is in this case as well. We're going to use another math floor, and this time it's going to be time, and then remainder, which is going to be denoted by a percentage sign, 60. So what that means is anything that is above 60, it will return that value. So in this case, this should return a value of 1, and then this should return a value of 4, because that is what's left over after the number 60. Okay, so let's console log that and see if it is in fact working. So we'll just console log minutes and seconds, just to keep it simple. Let's save that and check it out. So we're going to go back over to our console here, And you can see, yeah, we have 1 minute and we have 4 seconds. But the problem with this, as I just mentioned, is that in our UI here, we have 2-second values. So if we have a number that's below 10, we need to add in a 0 before it. So we can do that pretty easily in the code. So above our console log here, we want to be able to add a conditional statement. So we want to reset the value of seconds. So we could use an if statement here, but instead I'm going to use a ternary operator. So for those of you unfamiliar, let's jump back to the browser and take a quick look. Again, I'll provide this link within the course, but basically a ternary operator consists of a condition. So if something is true or not, then a question mark, then it will do a certain thing if this is true, divided by a colon, and it will do something else if this is false. So let's jump back and implement that. So our condition is if our seconds value is greater than 9, and we're going to separate our expression true with a question mark. So if it is more than 9, then we're just going to return seconds. So that means seconds will equal seconds. And if not, we're going to add in a template string here that's going to add a 0 in front of our variable seconds. We'll use $ curly brackets and then pass in our seconds there and then a semicolon at the end. Okay, so let's save and check that out. Okay, perfect. So we can see now that we have our 1 minute and we have our 04. So you can see that this is red now and it's in quotes because it's a string, but that's okay because where it's going to end up here, it is a string anyway. It's just text. Okay, so now that that's working, we can jump back and instead of just console logging it, we can remove this actually. And we want to actually return the value because we're going to return it into our update progress function. And we're going to have another template string and we're going to have our $ here for our minutes. And then outside of that curly bracket, we're going to have a colon. And then we're going to have a $, again, curly brackets, and then we're going to pass in our seconds. And then we'll have a semicolon there at the end. Now, in our update progress function, we're going to set the template string for our current time and our duration. So we can get rid of this display time 64 here. And instead, we are going to call our current time element. And we're going to change the text content. So this is a secure way to change the text of an element instead of using something like inner HTML, which is less secure and also less high performance because inner HTML has to replace the actual element. And we're going to pass in another template string and $ curly bracket. And inside of this, we are going to actually call our function display time because that's going to return a value. And the parameter that we're going to pass into that function is our video.currentTime, which again is formatted in seconds. And then outside of that curly bracket, we're going to add back in the slash that we had previously, and then a semicolon, and we'll do a similar thing for duration, text content equals template string, $ curly bracket, pass in our display time function, and then in brackets, the parameter we're going to pass in is video.duration, and then we're going to add a semicolon there at the end. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Awesome. So now we can see here that our duration has been updated to be 28 seconds. That's perfect. And if we actually click and play the video, we can see that our current time is updating in real time as well. That is excellent. The very last piece of functionality is now going to be the ability to actually click on the progress bar and skip to a different point in the video. But let's tackle that in another video. All right, so I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in this video, we want to be able to actually click on our progress bar to jump to a different point in the video. So let's get started with that by jumping back to the code. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add an event listener. So this is going to be on our progress range. So this is the parent of our progress bar. And we're going to add an event listener, and this is just going to be a simple click event. And then comma, we're going to pass in the name of the function, which we haven't created yet, but it's going to be called set progress. Okay, so let's go back up and actually create that. So we're going to create that below here, and we'll comment out a title, and this is to click to seek within the video, and the function is called set progress, and we actually want to pass in the event from our click, so we're going to use E to represent the event, and then inside we're just going to start by console logging that event. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to hit play, and let's click the progress bar near the beginning so you see that we console logged our event, and let's also click it near the end. So we have two events here. So if we go inside of our event, we can see that there's a lot of different values here. So the one that I'm interested in is offset X. So we can see that we clicked near the beginning, it has a value of 11. If we go into our second event and we look at our offset X, you can see it has a value of 759. So that's when we clicked near the end of our progress bar. So what this is representing is a pixel value, and it's saying that that's how far in relation to the parent element we have clicked. Okay, if we go now into the source element, we can see that our source element, of course, is our progress range because that's where the event listener is. But if we go down here, we can see that this also has an offset value, and you can see that the width is 770. So this is the total width. So what do we mean by offset values? Offset widths are just referring to the entire pixel width, including any margin and padding. So in our case, I don't believe that we really have any, so we're just focused on the width of the actual progress range container. We're going to need to divide the first offset X, so where we click, if we click at the beginning, we're going to divide that by the total width, which is the offset width of the progress range element. So let's jump back to the code. First thing we're going to do is we are going to remove this console log here. We're actually going to console log a constant that we're going to make called new time. And we're going to create that constant right here above, new time equals. So this is going to be our event offset X. So we're only concerned with the horizontal axis. So this is where we clicked. And we're going to divide that, as I said, by the progress range dot offset width. So one more time, this is the total width of our progress range, which is the parent of our progress bar. And the E offset X is where we actually clicked on our progress bar. And we're going to divide those to have a value of new time. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can play this. And again, we'll click near the beginning. And we can see we have a value of 0.01. And let's click near the end. And we can see we have a value of 0.98. So that to me looks an awful lot like a percentage. So we can multiply this by 100 in order to get an actual percentage value. We need that so that we can pass that to the style of our progress bar because we want to update the width of our colored in progress bar here. So let's jump back and take care of that. Below this, same thing that we kind of did before. We are going to style our progress bar style.width. Instead of being equal to video time, current time divided by video duration, we are going to pass in a template string, $, curly brackets, and this time we're going to pass in our new time variable, and we're going to again times that by 100. We're going to use asterisks again for that, times 100 to get an actual percentage value, And then outside of the curly brackets again, we're going to add in a percentage sign so that can be read by our CSS. Next, we want to actually be able to make the video skip to where we want it to go. So in order to accomplish that, if you remember when we looked up our current time attribute, it not only returns the current time, it can actually set the current time. So now that's what we're going to do, is we're going to set the current time to be equal to the new time, which is essentially a percentage, but the value is 1 or less, so between 0 and 1. And we're going to multiply that by the video duration. So again, let's say that we had a 20-second video. If we clicked on the 2-second mark, that would be 0.10 within the video, so 10% through the video. And then we're multiplying that 0.1 by our video duration, which is 20 seconds, and that's going to give us 10% of the way through the video. So let's just actually see how it works in practice without me trying to butcher the math explanation. All right, so let's save that and jump back and check it out. Okay, so we're going to play. And now if we click somewhere, we can see that, yeah, our progress styling has jumped. And if we pay attention to our current time down here, that jumped as well. You can see now it's back to 5 seconds. And this is because our time update event is firing every time the time changes. So even though we're the ones manually changing it, it's still updating that event. And that is what is updating our current time. All right, perfect. So that's working exactly as we want it to. The very last thing I said I would try is when the video gets to the end, we want to make sure that our pause icon here turns into a play icon. So we'll skip near the end there, and you can see that, yeah, it turns back to a play icon, and now I can just hit it again, and it will restart the entire video. All right, perfect. So that's it for our progress bar and our current time and elapsed time. In the next one, we're going to tackle our volume controls. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the next piece of functionality is going to be to change our volume through the volume bar here, similar to our progress bar, and also through the button here, which will allow us to mute and unmute. In this first video, we're just going to tackle the volume bar itself. So first thing, we're going to need to change the video because this video does not have sound. I have uploaded a video to Pixabay that is cars racing. So that's the first video up at the top here. At this moment though, it's actually still processing. So I'm just going to use a local version of that video, but I'm going to change the source here to be cars.mp4. And I'm going to save that and jump back. And when I click play, you can hear the audio happening. Perfect. All right, so that's all we needed to check to make sure that that's working. Now we're going to need to actually start dealing with our volume bar. So again, this is going to be kind of similar to how we handled our progress bar. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back into our JavaScript. And at the bottom, we're going to add in an event listener. So this is going to be for our volume range element. We're going to add an event listener. And again, we want a click event and comma, and then we're going to name our function, which is going to be change volume. And then we're going to go up in our volume controls, and we're going to name this function here volume bar. And we're going to add in our function, change volume, bracket. And again, this is going to take an event. So we're going to have an E for event. And then inside of this, we are going to set a local variable called volume. So let volume equal e.offsetx divided by volume range.offset width, and then semicolon. So again, this is identical to what we were doing up here. The reason that it's a let, again, is because we're going to need to modify it, but I will get to that in a moment. First, we're going to console log our volume value. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that when we click on our volume bar that we're console logging some different values, but we could very clearly hear that the volume itself has not actually changed. So we're going to need to figure out how we can actually do that. We are also going to want to round the numbers. So if you clicked right near the end here, 0.09, we're going to round that down to 0 so that there's a bigger sweet spot to get to the minimum value. And same thing here, if you clicked on 0.91, we want to round that up to full volume, which would be 1. So we're going to need to do that in our logic. But before we get to that, we're going to jump back to our reference here. And if we look at our properties, we see that we have a volume property, and this has the ability to set or return the volume of the audio video element. In our case, we're going to be setting it when we click on it, and we're also going to need to return the value similar to how we did with current time in order to do some math to decide how far the width of the volume bar should be. All right, so let's jump back to the code and take care of this stuff. Alrighty, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to round our volume value. Remember, it can be between 0 and 1. So we'll comment out a title for this. We are rounding volume up or down. So we're going to have an if statement, brackets, if volume is less than 0.1, then we want to make our volume equal to just 0. Then we want to add another if statement. And if the volume is bigger than 0.9, curly brackets, we want to set the volume to be equal to 1. Okay, and then we want to actually style our volume bar. So we're going to target our volume bar constant, and we're going to style dot width. And same as before, we're going to use a template string. So $ curly brackets, volume, and then times with the asterisk 100, because our volume value again is between 0 and 1. We want it to be a percentage. And outside of our curly brackets, we're going to add in a percentage sign, then a semicolon at the end. And then lastly, we want to actually change the volume of the video element itself. So we're going to use video.volume in order to target the volume attribute. And we're going to set that to be equal to our volume. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can play our video. So we see we have full volume here. It starts out at full volume. And if we were to click it now, we can see that it got quieter. If we click it again, we will have 0. So we have 20% volume. It's a little bit quieter again. And if we click towards the end here, you can see that the value is logged as 0. And you can see we have 0 volume. Okay, awesome. And if we were to click near the top, so like one more, a little bit more, you can see that instead of going 0.89 to 9 something, it went directly to 1. And we can see that this is full now. Okay, so that's working exactly as we want it to. But one problem you might have noticed is that our icon didn't change. So if we go down to 0 volume, our icon is still looking like it's at full volume. So we want to be able to change those icons. Let's jump back to the code and try to deal with that. Below our code here, we're going to comment out another title. And this is going to be to change icon depending on volume. And the first thing we're going to do is our volume icon. So the thing is, we're going to use 4 possible icons here. So that makes it very hard to use a classlist.replace because we would have to have an option to replace multiple things. So we can do this in another way by simply resetting all the CSS classes so they are all removed, and then just add back the 2 classes that we want each time. So to do that, we're going to target our volume icon dot class name instead of class list. And we're going to have this equal to an empty string with our single quotes here. So that will ensure now that our volume icon has no CSS whatsoever. So if we were to save this and jump back, and if we were to change this, we can see that the whole thing actually disappears because there's no CSS class, meaning there's no icon. Okay, so let's jump back. And now we're going to add back the icon, but we're going to add back a different icon depending on the volume level. So we're going to use a conditional set of statements here. So first, if our volume is greater than 0.7, so 70%, curly bracket, we want our volume icon, class list, to add. And again, we're going to add the two classes, so our FAS, Font Awesome Solid, and then the specific icon, so FA-volume-up. Okay, so that's it for that one. Else, if, bracket, our volume is less than 0.7, and, denote and, we're going to use two ampersand, so that's shift and number 7, and, our volume is greater than 0. So we want a range of 0.7 to 0. We want our volume icon class list to add, again, our FAS, and then this time we're going to use FA-volume-down. So this will look a little quieter. There'll be less like speaker noise coming out of it. Okay, this should be over one more. And then lastly, we're going to have one more else if our volume is 0. So we're going to use 3 equal signs if our volume is equal to 0. So remember, a 1 equal sign would actually set the value, but we want to check the value. So that's why we have 3 equal signs. Curly brackets, same thing, volume icon class list dot add, but then this time FAS, comma, FA-volume-off. Okay, so that's it. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so without playing the video, I'm just going to toggle through the volumes here. So we're at 100%, so we have the icon we expect, which is our 3 waves coming out here. But if we click, you see above 0.7, nothing changes. But if we click between 0.7 and 0, you can see now, perfect, that that's changing. So we just have that 1 wave coming out. And if we were to click towards the bottom, we're at 0 here. We can see that we have no waves coming out of our speaker. And if we click back to above 0.7, we can see we have our full speaker there again. All right, perfect. So we have successfully finished our volume bar functionality. In the next one, we're going to tackle muting and unmuting by clicking on the icon here. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now that we have our volume bar working here, the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to click on this icon to mute or unmute the video at a single click. So in order to do that, we need to do a couple things. First, we need to save whatever the volume value is before we actually mute it. And then we need to mute it by setting the video.volume to be 0. But then when we want to unmute, we want to be able to return to whatever the last volume was. So we're going to need to make a variable for that, because that's how we will be able to provide our unmute functionality. So let's jump back to the code. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create that variable. So we're actually going to create that above our mute function and above our change volume function as well, because we're going to call that within our change volume function. So we're going to have a let, because this value is going to change, last volume, and we're going to set the opening value to be 1. So the reason we're setting that as 1 is because by default, the volume of a video is 1, which is equal to 100%. Okay, so we're going to go down, and at the bottom of this function, actually, we want to make sure that anytime we're changing this with the slider, that we are tracking what the volume value actually becomes. So at the bottom, we're going to say that the last volume is going to be equal to the volume variable that we have within this function. Next, we're going to actually make a function that is going to take care of muting and unmuting. So we'll comment out a title for that, mute/unmute, and we're going to create a function called toggle mute. Okay, and then curly brackets, enter. Okay, so inside of this now, we are going to set a condition. So if the video has a volume, so we can do that just by video.volume. So this will trigger if the volume is anything other than 0. But if you remember from up here, any volume below 0.1 will become 0. So if it is not 0, then curly brackets, enter. We want to set the last volume variable to be equal to the current video volume. So that is us saving whatever volume it was. So let's say it's 1. And then after we've already saved it, we are going to do video.volume and actually reset that attribute now to be 0, meaning that the video is now muted. And after that, we are going to want to style the width of the bar again. So style.width for our volume bar. This time it's even simpler though, because it's just going to be equal to 0, because we want no width whatsoever. And then below this, we're going to have an else statement, brackets. So if we don't have a volume, meaning that the volume is 0, meaning we're toggling from mute to unmute, then we want to set the video's volume attribute to be equal to the last volume. And same thing, our volume bar, style.width, similar to before, is going to be equal to a template string, $, curly brackets, and this is going to be our last volume, which remember is between 0 and 1, times 100 in order to get the percentage. And then outside of the curly brackets, we're going to add in another percentage sign, and then a semicolon there. So again, to review, we're going to be toggling mute. So this will serve for our mute and unmute. If there's a video volume more than 0, we are going to capture that value in our last volume variable. Then we're going to set the video volume to 0, and we're going to set the volume bar width to 0 so that it's blank. Else, if it was 0, meaning it was muted, we're going to set the video volume to be our last volume, and then we're going to style the volume bar to be the last volume times 100 to get the percentage. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we should be able to click on this, and nothing's happening. So I think we forgot something here. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out what we forgot. I'll give you a second to do that. Okay, so welcome back. If you guessed that we forgot our event listener, then you are absolutely correct. So if we go back, what we forgot is something that's actually going to call this function. So we're going to scroll down to the bottom here, and we're going to add an event listener. We're going to add it specifically on our volume icon, add event listener. And again, this is a click event, comma, and we're going to use our toggle mute function. Okay, so let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so if we click on it now, we can see that the bar went to 0. That's perfect. And if we click it again, it went back to 100. And let's now try if we actually change it to like 50%. You can see we have the value here. If we now mute it and unmute it, it jumps back to 50%. All right, that is excellent. But the problem is now, when we mute and unmute, our icon itself is not changing. So we want to fix that. We want to have a mute icon here. So it'll be this speaker, but it'll have a little X in front of it. So let's take care of that. So we're going to jump back And within our function here, we are going to, at the very top, do the same thing that we did previously, which is for our volume icon. We are going to reset the classes to be 0, meaning we're going to get rid of all the CSS classes on our volume icon because it's hard to know which one we're going to have because we have 4 in total. And then inside of this here, we are going to target our volume icon class list, add, and then we're going to add back our FAS, and then we're going to add in our FA-volume-mute. And we also want to make sure that the title is going to match what we want it to do. So again, this is going to be reverse, like our play pause button. So this set attribute is going to be for our title, comma, and then we're going to have a title of unmute, semicolon there. And we're going to do a similar thing below. We're going to copy this, and we're going to paste this below. And instead of FA-volume-mute, we're going to just go back to FA-volume-up, and we're going to change the title back to be mute. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so right now we have the title of mute, which makes sense because if we click on it, it's going to mute it. So let's do that. Okay, and we're muted. And you can see now that we have an X in front of our speaker to denote that it's muted. And if we click it again, we go back to our full volume icon. Okay, so let's actually jump back to our code. And we're actually going to get rid of the console log here just to clean things up. And we can save that and jump back. And we can close this. And let's actually try to test out our mute unmute on our video actually playing. So let's do that. Okay, and that's working very nicely. All right, so we're done with our volume. The next thing we're going to tackle is our playback speed. We want to be able to change how fast or slow our video is playing. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to focus on actually changing our playback speed. You might have noticed that I switched back to our waves video. That's just because it's going to be easier to see if this is slowing down or speeding up because there's constant motion all over the video. So we're going to jump back to our resource on our video element, and we're going to look at the properties specifically. So we can see that we have a default playback rate. So that's the default speed of the video, which by default is going to be 1. It's going to play at normal speed, 100% speed. But if we go down here, we can see that there's also a playback rate property. So this is going to allow us to set or return the speed of the video. In our case, we're more concerned with setting the value, and we're going to set this value every time the value changes on our select element. So if we go to this other resource, we can see that on a select element, there is a change event that gets fired every time there's an alteration to the element's value. This is what we will use to listen in on that event, and then we will run a function that is going to change our playback rate. So let's jump back to the code and take care of this. We are in our HTML here first. I just wanted to remind of our select element here, and we have an option, and each of them has a value attribute. So that is what we are concerned with, is this value here. We don't need the X, we just want the number. All right, so let's jump into our JavaScript. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll to the bottom, and we're going to add in an event listener. So for our speed constant, and we're going to add an event listener. And this is going to be a change event. So anytime our select value is changed, we're going to launch a function called change speed. So we're going to go in our playback speed here, and we are going to create a function called change speed, brackets, curly brackets, enter. At first, let's just console log and see what happens. So first, we're going to have a string here for our video playback rate, comma, and then we're going to return video.playback rate to see what it actually is. And then we're going to console log our selected value, comma, and then this is going to be our speed dot value. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we are going to open our inspect again here. We're going to go over to our console. Okay, so we can see that we have an error here. If we go back, we can see that our speed element is not defined. So we actually forgot to add our constant here at the top. So let's take care of that. Constant speed equals document.query selector bracket period, and we want to target our player.speed -speed class. So single quotes dot player -speed, and we'll add the semicolon there. Let's save that and jump back. Okay, our error is gone now. Perfect. And now if we click on our value here, so we can see that the playback rate is 1. As I said, by default, it's 100%, but you can see our selected value is 0.5. And if we change that, we can see our playback rate stays the same, but our selected value is now 2. So what we want to do is we want to just set our playback rate with whatever our selected value is. So we can jump back to our JavaScript, scroll back down, and we can actually get rid of these consoles, and we can do something very simple, which is simply video.playback_rate is going to be equal to speed.value. So let's save that and check it out. So we're going to play the video this time. We can get rid of this, and then we're going to change it to half speed. And you can see everything's slowed down, all the waves slowed down, and we can change it to double speed, and we can see everything is moving super fast. Okay, so that's working perfectly. We're able to very easily change the playback rates of our video. Awesome. In the very last video, we're going to tackle our full screen functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last piece of functionality is going to be getting our full screen to work. So right now, if we click it, nothing happens. So we're going to start by actually looking at a resource. So how to full screen. In this resource, it's talking about how to make a video full screen, but something that needs to be considered is which browser are we using to open it? And we want to create something that will work in every browser. So if we scroll down, we can actually see a really good example here. So this has two separate functions. So one is view in full screen, and the other one is close full screen. So we can actually copy this code here. And we're also going to need to pass in which element is actually going to be displayed in full screen, but we'll do that on our own and modify this code a little bit. Okay, so let's jump back to our project and take care of that. Okay, so in our full screen functionality here, we're going to start by just pasting in what we copied. And we still have some work to do, as I said. So the very first thing is we want to pass in a parameter here to know which element we actually want to full screen. So we're going to pass in as lm. That's how they have it in the code here. We're going to need to actually create another function that is going to pass in that we specifically want to full screen our entire player element, not just the video. So we're going to go to the bottom first, and we're going to add in an event listener. So this will be on our full screen button. We're going to add event listener. And again, this is just a simple click event. And this is going to call a function that we haven't made yet. That's going to be toggle full screen. And we're going to make that function right above here. But before we make that function, we're actually going to let full screen be equal to false to begin with. So this is going to be a Boolean that will determine is it full screen or not already. And then the function we're going to create, we're going to comment out a title. This is going to toggle full screen. And we're going to create the function toggle full screen, brackets, curly brackets, enter. And so how this is going to work, similar to our play button, if brackets full screen is false, which it would be as we first open the page, we can actually write that out with exclamation mark full screen. So that's the same as if full screen is equal to false. Then, curly brackets, we want to run our other function that we copied, the first one at the top, open full screen. And we're going to pass in the parameter of our player constant. Else, we are going to want to close full screen, which will allow us to just exit any full screen that happens to be open. And then lastly, we are going to reverse the value of the Boolean full screen by just having full screen equals not full screen. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's not working again. Let's open up the console. We can see we have some errors here. And it says player is not defined. So it looks like we actually forgot to define our player constant. So again, let's go back up to the top and fix that. So above our video, because it's the parent, we're going to create a constant for our player, document.querySelector, and we're going to select the class of player with .player. So let's save that. And if we scroll back down, we can now see that this has actually changed color, and instead of being an any, it's a constant player element. Okay, so now let's jump back and try it out. Okay, perfect. So that's working. It is jumping into full screen, and if we hit it again, it is exiting full screen. Excellent. One thing to note here is that normally when a video opens in full screen and the video is not the full height, we want it to be in the center. We don't want it to just stick to the top here because our controls are going to be at the bottom. So we can fix this. So if we exit our full screen here and we jump back to the code and we go to the CSS specifically, and if we scroll down to the bottom here, we can see that we actually have a video-full screen class that we want to actually add to our full screen class. So we can do that in our JavaScript. You see that this has a top 50% and a transform translate y of minus 50%. This will center our object on our y-axis. We're going to jump back to our JavaScript, and then in our open full screen function, we're going to target our video specifically because we want the video itself to be centered vertically on the page. We want the player to still take up the entire page. So we're going to go video.classList.add, brackets, single quotes, and then we want to add our video-full screen class. And we're going to want to do the opposite on our close full screen function. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to scroll down, and we're going to paste that at the bottom. But instead of add, we're going to remove. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so now when we hit our full screen, we can see that perfect. It is centered on the page here, and we can still get out of it, and then it goes back to exactly where it was. You can see here that we have a little bit of a black bar on the top and bottom. That's because I'm using a Mac, which has a 16:10 aspect ratio, and our video is 16:9. So the cool thing about this, we can still use all of our controls in full screen, so we can slow things down, speed things up. That is the benefit of passing in our entire player into the full screen rather than just the video. So then we can exit full screen. Perfect. All right. So that is the last of the functionality for this project. I hope that you enjoyed learning more about videos and how you can create your own custom UI and use the video properties, methods, and events in order to make it all work exactly the way that you want it to. That's it for this one. I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
All right. Now that we know how to build our own YouTube system one day, let's talk about the code. Now, this piece of code is a little bit lengthy. I think there's a lot of places that we can probably clean up because we're repeating ourselves. We're doing a lot of styling changing with width. We're doing a lot of set attributes. Maybe what we want to do is, instead of polluting the global variable and adding all these variables to the window object on the global object, instead maybe we can create one single object that contains all these properties to clean up our code. Or maybe shortening some of our functions. For example, here we can probably use a ternary operator. I can just say, is it full screen? Because if it's not full screen, then open full screen. Otherwise, just close full screen. And we can clean up our code like that. But these are things we've already talked about. What I want to focus on is this piece of code right here. The open full screen function and the close full screen function. Now, some of you, if asked, hey, how can we make this code a little bit better, might think, well, we're doing a few things here that are quite similar. That is, deciding what browser the user is using, right? Whether it's Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Opera, whether it's IE or Edge. Why don't we just do this at the top? Why don't we just, at the top of this script, decide what browser the user is using and then just go off of that, instead of doing this if-else statements over and over and figuring out what feature the user's browsers have. I mean, this is a lot of repetitive code, right? And this is an important topic that I wanted to talk about. You see, if we open up, let me pause this video. If we open up the developer tools, let's make this a little bit bigger. So inside of the browser, we have the navigator object that's actually part of the window object. So if I do window.navigator, you see it's the same thing. Now, this navigator object, if I check it out, actually tells us about the browser that the user is using. And in here, there's something called the user agent. And the user agent tells you about the browser. So, what's going on here? I'm using Chrome right here, but I'm getting Mozilla, I'm getting Apple WebKit, I'm getting Safari. And this is actually an interesting topic. The user agent is supposed to tell us about the browser, but we have all this confusion around. If we actually check, why does Chrome send for browser in the user agent header? We have an interesting little tidbit here and kind of tells you about the confusion around this topic. Mozilla is the byproduct of the browser wars. The Apple WebKit is the platform used by your browser. Chrome is what we're actually using. And then the Safari bit was added for historic reasons, when Safari was treated differently. You see, because browsers are all implemented by different teams, there's all this intricacies and all these confusion around how each one should work. And because of this, this user agent string is quite confusing. Even though this is the way that we should be detecting what browser the user is using. If we go to the official Mozilla web docs, it has a section on browser detection using the user agent. And one of the big tips that they give here is right here. It's very rarely a good idea to use user agent sniffing. You can almost always find a better, more broadly compatible way to solve your problems. And if we scroll down, it has a section on trying to check for existence of a specific feature, which is exactly what we're doing, right? If we go back to our code, we're checking for feature of the browser and saying, hey, does this exist? If this exists, then use it. And this is actually good practice right here. And the reason is that this feature of user agent or detecting users' browsers is very prone to errors. There's a lot of weirdness that's going on. Browsers sometimes change things around where things all of a sudden don't work anymore. So it's not a reliable way for you to detect what the browser is doing. Instead, even these documentation recommend that when you're trying to do something that is browser specific, you want to check for the feature, not necessarily what the browser is. This way, your code actually is future-proof. Because instead of relying on something that a browser might change, like the user agent, we're now just checking specifically for the feature. Hey, if this feature doesn't exist, then don't run it. It's as simple as that. And although this code may be a little bit repetitive, this way we have code that is more future-proof than otherwise. So this is an important topic with browser compatibility, differences between the browser, but the key takeaway with this code review is to always check for features instead of the actual browser. Feature detection is the way to go, and user agent is almost never a good idea to use. I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. In this one, we're going to be looking at form validation. So we're going to start by learning about forms and input elements and how HTML has some validation built into it. We're then going to fill in the gaps in that validation with some JavaScript. The goal of this project is to show one way to validate, and keep in mind we're only validating on the front end. This isn't a full stack course, so learning about back-end validation will not be covered in this project or in this course. So you can see here that we have a sign-up form, and you can see that we have red outlines around each of the input fields. And if we were to just register this, we can see that we have a little popover asking us to please fill out the field. So I'm going to do that. And you can see once I fill out a field that it becomes green. And you can see here that we want a phone number in a specific format. And we have an email address here. Again, this is a specific format. If I were to remove the @ sign, you can see that it turns red. So that is the email form actually validating that for us. For the phone number, we've provided our own pattern for validation. Next, we want a website URL. So I'm going to put in my own website here. If we were to get rid of the HTTP, you can see that it's no longer valid. That is, again, the input of type URL that's validating that for us. And then lastly, we're going to create a password here. So we need an 8-character password that contains one capital letter and one number. And you can see that I've done that. But if I were to just type something that's 8 characters, but it doesn't have a number, and I try to register, you can see that it says, please match the requested format. Please include at least one uppercase, one lowercase, one number. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to add that number. Now it's green again. And now I'm going to enter in another password, but this one is going to be a different number. You can see that it turns green here, but then if I try to register, you can see they turn red again, and we have a message down here. Make sure your passwords match. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to change that number, click register, and you can see that the fields turn green and the message at the bottom is now successfully registered. And we're going to go over to our console, and we see that we have an object here. We only have one object here. So when we tried to register with the wrong passwords, it did not pass the data. It's only going to pass the data when all of our validation has passed. And you can see we have each of our fields here. This is just a console log, but in a real application, you would be sending this object to a database somewhere. But I just wanted to show that the data was going somewhere once it had been validated. All right, so that's pretty much it for the description of the project. Let's get started. Alrighty, so welcome to the project. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to copy our template folder, and we're going to paste it in here, and we're going to rename it to be form-validation, and then we're going to open that up in Visual Studio Code. So we're going to click Open Folder, and we're going to open Form Validation. Okay, so we can see that we have our 3 files here, and we're in our index.html. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to change the title to be Form Validation, and then we're going to save that, And we're going to use our Go Live server here. And you can see we have the project up and running with our title in place. What we're going to be doing essentially is creating a sign-up form. This is going to be inside of a div at the middle of the center of our page. But before we get to that, let's have a little bit of an explanation about forms in HTML, because that's what we're wrapping all of our content in. So an HTML form is used to collect user input, and then it can be sent to a server for processing. So this example is just having first name and then a last name. So we have a label, an input, and then a submit button. So we have a form as a parent element, and then we have our inputs, as many as we want, inside of the form element. So that's important. And you can see that the input elements are the most important part of the form element, because this is what is actually taking in the values. So the default type is text. So that would be something where you're just entering a name or something like that. And you can see in this example here that we have a label and then an input and then a label and then an input. If we scroll down, we can see a little bit more of an explanation on labels. Again, notice the label element in the example above. The label tag defines a label for many form elements. It is useful for screen reader users because the screen reader will read out the label out loud when the user is focused on the input element. That's the reason we're going to use it, is for accessibility. All right, so I think we've learned enough about forms. Let's dive in a little bit more on the input elements themselves. So the input element is used to create interactive web-based forms in order to accept user data, as we've discussed. And if we go down, we can see that there's an example here. We have a type of text for this input here. We have an ID. We have the label for with the matching ID. We also have a name. So we'll talk about this a little bit later on. But the name is going to be useful for actually getting the value from this specific input. And you can see we have another couple of attributes here. So if we scroll down and look at input types, there are many different types of inputs. You can even have something like a color picker, which we're going to show a little later on in the course. For our purposes, we are going to be using an email type. So this will have validation parameters built in to verify if an email address is valid. And we're also going to be using password, where the value is obscured. So if I type in here, you can see it shows the dots instead of showing the actual characters I'm typing in. We're also going to use the telephone type. So again, this is going to validate the telephone input. We're going to use the text input, which is the default. And we're also going to use the URL input, which again is going to validate to make sure that it's a valid URL. So beyond that, we can actually also add attributes to our input element. So we'll get into this a little bit later on, but we are going to be interested in adding things like max length and min length in order to help provide some validation. And again, we're going to use the name attribute because this allows the form input to store as a name value pair. And we're also going to use required to state that a certain input is required to be used. And that's about it. All right. Now that we have an understanding of forms and inputs, let's actually get started building out our HTML. We're not going to worry about the validation just yet. We're just going to start with the basics. So the first thing we're going to do is, if we Alt-Z for our word wrap, we can get rid of our Font Awesome link here because we're not going to be using any icons in this project. And I'm going to turn off word wrap again. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a div. And I'm going to use the autocomplete here to just add a class using period, and the class name is going to be container. And I'm going to press enter to make a div with the class container. And then inside of this, we're going to start by having an h1. And this is just going to say sign up today. And then inside of this, we're going to comment out a title for our form. And we're going to create our form with the ID, so hashtag of form. And we're not going to worry about the action because we're going to have a button inside of our form that is going to perform that action for us. So inside of here, we're going to start by having our inputs. So the first thing we're going to have is our full name. We want the user's full name. And each of these inputs is going to be wrapped in a parent div in order for us to style the height of each of these to make sure that they are nice and spread out. So I'm going to create a div.form-group to create a div with the class form group. And then I'm going to have a label. And this is going to be for our name. And the label itself is going to read full name. And then below that, I'm going to create my input. And I'm going to give it an ID of name. So again, make sure that your label for property is matching the ID of the input, as I have here. One other thing I'm going to add to this is a placeholder. So this is going to show up before the user enters in information, just as a further prompt. Okay, so that's it for this. I'm actually going to copy this just to make it a little bit easier. And the next one is going to be our phone number. And I can paste this in. And we're going to change this here to be phone. And this is going to be phone number. The type of input is actually going to switch from text to be tel for telephone number. And the ID is going to be phone. And the placeholder is going to be the format that we want to achieve. We're not going to worry about the validation for that just yet. We just want to have a placeholder there for now. Okay, moving on to the next one. This is going to be our email address. Okay, I can paste this in. And I can actually use a neat function within Visual Studio Code. This is to select multiple of the same thing. It would be either Control D on Windows, I believe, or Command D on a Mac. So you see I'm pressing it and I'm selecting multiple things. I have multiple cursors. So I'm going to switch this to be email. So you can see I've changed the label for and the ID to email. I'm going to change the label itself though to be email address. And I'm going to change the placeholder to just have the format email@address.com. Perfect. Going to move on next to the, oh, I almost forgot. We want to change the type from text to be email. Okay, and now moving on to our website URL. And I'm going to paste this in here. I'm going to do the same thing again. And this is going to be for our website. And then the type, I'm going to change it first so I don't forget, is going to be of URL. So again, the type email and URL are going to provide some special validation built right into the input. We'll get to that in a later video. So we'll switch this website URL and we're going to change the placeholder. I'm just going to put in my website here. Okay. And we're going to go down, only 2 more left, our passwords. So I'm going to comment out a title for our password, scroll down a bit, and we can paste this in. And we're going to change this. So in this case, we are going to need to specify, because we have more than one password. So I'm going to put in password 1. For this, text value here for our label, just going to make it password. And I'm going to change the type to be password. And the placeholder is going to just be create password. Okay, so I'm actually going to copy this because our next one is going to be similar to this one. And we're going to comment out another title. This is going to be for confirm password. Then we'll paste that in there. And so for this one, we're going to change password 1 to be password 2. Make sure the ID matches. And this title is actually going to change to be confirm password. The type of password will stay the same, but our placeholder will also change to be confirm password. Okay, so we're done with our inputs. The very last thing we need within our form is going to be a button. This is going to act as our submit button. So we're going to need to give it a type of submit. So that's what's going to submit our form. And we're going to give it the label or text of register. And the very last thing outside of our form itself, still within our container though, so this closing div is for our container, we want to have a error success message here. I'm going to comment out title, error/success message. And then inside of this, we're going to create a div dot message dash container. And then inside of this, we're going to have an h3 hashtag message. So it's an h3 with the ID of message. We're giving this an ID because we're going to change this value. And we are going to say, don't hesitate. So this will be the opening message. But if we have a validation error, this will change to an error message. Or if we've submitted the form correctly, this will change to a success message. All right, so let's save that and jump over and we can check it out. Okay, so we have everything here. We have our placeholders within our inputs. We have our button here and we have our don't hesitate at the bottom. All right, so it's good that everything's built, but of course we have zero styling. So that's what we'll focus on in the next video. We're going to jump into our CSS. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we are ready to do some styling. So the first thing is, I'm definitely not a huge fan of the default font that we have here. So I'm going to change that as I do with most projects. And I like using Google Fonts for this because they have a very large library of fonts. So I'm going to provide this link within the course. Once you get to the Google Fonts website, you can see that they have a lot of different options here. But for me, I'm going to search because I know the exact font that I want. It's called Sen. And I'm going to scroll down to find it. Yep, right here, just Sen. So once you find one that you like, you're going to click on it. And this will go into the detail view. You can see that there's different options for regular, bold versions of the font. For me personally, I just want the regular version. So I'm going to select that. And you can see that this sidebar opens up here. We're going to click on the embed. And specifically, we want the import statement. So we're going to grab that and copy that. And we're going to jump back to our code in our CSS. And at the very top, we're going to paste that in. And then within our body itself, we're going to add in our font dash family. And this is going to be Sen, S-E-N, comma. I'm also going to provide a fallback of sans dash serif, just in case the Google font does not load. Okay, so we can save that and check it out. Okay, so I think that font is definitely looking a lot better, but I think I could improve it a little bit further. So another trick I like to use is using the property called letter spacing. So below this, I'm going to type in letter dash spacing. You can see it's auto-completing for me. If I press enter, it'll fill out the rest for me. And I'm just going to add a value of 2 pixels. So this is going to space each letter 2 pixels apart. So we'll save that and check. And I think that's looking even better. Letter spacing is great for labels and titles, and that's basically all we have here on our page. You can see that within the inputs, this font didn't change or space out. That's because each input has their own font styling. So we're going to leave those as they are. All right, now the next thing I want to do is I want to center everything in the page, both vertically and horizontally. So I can use Flexbox for that. So below this, to initiate Flexbox, I'm going to use display flex. And then below that, align items center is going to align on the vertical axis. And then justify content center will align on the horizontal axis. And I'm also going to add a background color. For this, you can use whatever color you like. I'm going to use a modern gray type color. So C9 CED3 semicolon. And if you want to change it, you can just hover over the color, and Visual Studio Code has a handy color picker, and you can just drag around and change the color as you like. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. Okay, so I definitely like that gray, and you can see now everything is centered. Awesome, so that's definitely an improvement. The next thing we're going to need to do is we want to actually separate our container from the background. So we want this to kind of look like it's a card that is sitting on the background, so it'll need to also be a different color. So let's jump back to our CSS, and below our body styling here, we're going to target our container class using .container, and we're going to start by giving it a width. So I have a set width and height in mind, but of course you can change this depending on how you want it to look. So 480 pixels wide, 630 pixels high. I'm going to give it a background color of white, and I'm going to give it a display flex. And this time I'm going to give it a flex direction of column, because I want everything to be organized top to bottom instead of left to right, which is what happens when you initiate Flexbox. And I'm going to use align items to align everything in the center. So let's jump back. Okay, so we can see that our container is now a lot bigger, and we can see that things are kind of centered in the middle here. We have an even gap on the left and right side. All right, but there are two properties that are going to make this container look even better. Right now, it's just a flat white rectangle. But in modern development, there are two tricks to make it look extra good, extra modern. All right, so let's jump back and take care of that. The first one is going to be adding a border radius, so border dash radius, and this is going to round the corners of our box. This is something popular in many, many websites. And the next one is box dash shadow, and this is something that will make our container look like it's kind of floating on the background. So it'll kind of tie it to the background, make it almost look like it's a 3D card that's kind of hovering over our background. So how box shadow works is we have 5 different values here. The first one is the horizontal offset, so that's the shadow going left to right. I'm going to set that as 0 because we just want our shadow going top to bottom. The next one is our vertical offset, which is our top to bottom shadow. A positive value means the shadow will be on the bottom. If you had a negative value, the shadow would be on the top. So we want 5 pixels on the bottom. The next one is blur. So this is how far out the color is going to blur. So if I had set this value at 0, it would be 5 pixels of a solid colored border. But I want this to be kind of see-through, kind of subtle. So that's why I'm giving it such a big value of 30 pixels. And then lastly, the fourth value is the spread. So I'm going to give that a value of 10 pixels. That dictates the overall size of the shadow. So we only want it to come out 10 pixels away from our object. And then the very last one is the color. So I'm going to use an RGBA value, which is similar to an RGB value, but it adds the A for alpha. So I'm going to make it black, so 0, 0, 0, and then comma. Our alpha value can also kind of be thought of as opacity. So I'm going to give that a value of 0.4, meaning that it's 40% see-through. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So you see what I mean now? The rounded corners, and we have this nice subtle shadow. To me, that looks a whole lot better with just 2 subtle property changes. All right, so now that we're done with the container, let's jump to styling the form itself in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. In this one, we're going to focus on styling the form. It could definitely look better and fill the space a lot better than it currently is. We want the inputs to be the full width. We want the labels to be above on a different line. And we want to have, again, the balanced blank space on the left and the right. So let's jump back to our styling. And below this here, we're going to start by commenting out a title for our form. And we're going to start with our form element itself. We want this to have a width of 90%. So that's going to give 5% on the left, 5% on the right. Next, we're going to style our form group. So this is the parent div that's wrapping each of our labels and inputs. And we're going to give this a height of 65 pixels. So we can spread out our label and our input from each other. Next, we're going to style our label. And we're going to give this a position relative to allow us to add a little bit more space on the bottom so that the label is not right on top of the input. So we're going to give that a bottom of 3 pixels. And we can scroll down here. And now we're going to target our input element. And we're going to give it a width of 100%, height of 34 pixels, padding of 5 pixels, border of 1 pixel solid black, a border radius of 5 pixels, and lastly, we're going to give it an outline of none, because when we click on it, we don't want there to be an outline because we're going to use the border to change colors depending on if it's valid or invalid. We'll get to that in a moment. But let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Definitely a step in the right direction. But this is a great time to showcase and explain the benefits of box sizing border box. This is something that we always put in our HTML, but in this case, we're going to assign it to our input element. So as I said before, we have a width of 90%, which means we should have an even space on the left and right. You can see that there's less space on the right here. We've added a padding of 5 pixels to the input itself, and that is pushing the width of our input beyond the 100% width that we had set for it. So in order to fix this, we can go back, and this is the padding I was referring to. Instead of changing that, we can just go box sizing border box. So what that means is it's going to ignore this padding spacing, and it's not going to allow the width to be more than 100%. So without this, the width is 100% plus the 10 pixels, 5 from the left, 5 from the right, that is pushing it to be more than 100%. Okay, but let's save it now and jump back, and we can see that the spacing, the padding overall is a whole lot better. We have an even padding on our left and our right here, and our top to bottom value has also been adjusted as well. Okay, so that's looking a whole lot better. The next thing we're going to talk about is going to be the valid pseudo class. So the valid pseudo class is something that's going to be added on our input element here, and it will allow us to change any kind of property. In our case, we're actually going to change the border instead of the background, and it's going to change to be valid or invalid depending on if the form itself validates the field successfully or unsuccessfully. So that's more or less all we need to know about that. So let's jump back to our CSS. The other thing we're going to add, so we're going to add this first, actually. So input pseudo class valid. So input : valid. And we're going to change the border. It's going to still be 1 pixel solid, but it's going to be green if it's valid. You can change to use a different color if you would like. And I'm going to do a similar thing for our invalid pseudo class. And this border is going to be 1 pixel solid red. So you can see that we have an initial value of black, and these also can change back and forth. So we're just going to also add a transition of all, so all of our changes, and we're going to give this a 0.3 second duration so that instead of instantly flipping from one color to another, it will do it in 0.3 seconds. So if we save that and jump back and check, we can see now that all of our fields are green, meaning that for the moment, everything is valid. But that's only because we have not actually started to implement any of our HTML validation, but we're going to talk about that in the next video. For now, let's finish up the rest of our styling, and we're going to start with the next thing on our list, which is our button. So let's jump back and take care of that. So the button itself, I'm going to add a lot of different styling on this. You can style your button however you would like. But the first thing I'm going to add is cursor pointer so that you have the glove whenever you hover over the button. For some reason, it doesn't do that by default, which is kind of surprising. And we're going to give it a color white. So that's going to make the text inside the button white. And I'm just going to give it a background color of black. So the background of the button will be black. And I don't want a border, so border none. I want a border radius of 5 pixels, so that's going to give it the rounded corners. I want a height of 50 pixels. I want a width of 100% of the space. So remember that the form, which is the parent element, is a width of 90%. So we'll still have that space on the left and right. And I explicitly have to enter in the font family again. As I said, the buttons and inputs have their own default fonts. So if you want to override them, you will have to add in the font family again. This time, I'm going to give it a font size of 20 pixels. I'm going to add back the letter spacing I had of 2 pixels. And I'm just going to give it a margin top of 5 pixels. Okay, let's save. Check that out. All right. So that is definitely a nice looking button. So if we click on it, you can see closely that there's a blue outline that's kind of happening here. So we actually want to get rid of that. And also, when we hover over the button, you can see that our cursor changes from a black default cursor to a white glove. We want to also change the color and the brightness of the button to have an extra indication that it's something that can be clicked. So we're going to take care of both of those things with our pseudo classes here. So right below, we're going to start with the button : hover pseudo class. And for this, I'm going to use a trick called filter brightness. So this is going to change the brightness of the button. Because our color is black, it's not going to do as much as it normally would, but it's still going to brighten the text of register. So I'm going to give it a brightness of 200%, so it's going to be twice as bright. And I'm also going to shift the background color. So instead of having it be black, I'm going to change it using the provided color palette within Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to change it to just be a little bit lighter. So this is our original color, and this is our current color, so you can compare them. That is, I think, lighter enough, but it's still pretty dark. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to target the focus pseudo class, and we're going to say outline none, because we don't want that blue outline on our button. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see as I hover over it that the color changes. Perfect. And you can see now when I click on the button that we don't have any outline there. All right, perfect. So that's working. The very last thing we want to style is our message itself. So we're going to go back and take care of that. Below our button here, we're going to target our .message dash container, curly brackets here, and we're going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid black. So we're going to do a similar thing that we're doing with our validation pseudo class. It's going to change to be green or red. But because this is not an input, we can't use the valid pseudo class. We're going to need to later on actually change this within our JavaScript. But we'll get to that later on. Next, we're going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels. We're going to give it a width, 90%. So remember, this is actually outside of our form, so that's why we have to give it a width of 90% instead of 100% like our other items. We're going to give it a margin top of 20 pixels, and we're going to give it a display flex and justify content center to center everything horizontally. And lastly, we want the text color to be black as well. This is something we will also change in our JavaScript. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. All right, so that's looking excellent. Everything is fitting very nicely. We have an even spacing at the bottom and on the left here and between here. All right, that's looking excellent. All right, so that's it for the CSS. In the next video, I'm going to get to talking about the actual HTML form validation that we have built in to our form element. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So now we're going to dive into some form validation, starting with what's built into HTML. So, of course, I'll provide a link to all of these things within the course. And in this first one here, we are seeing that there are different types of client-side validation. So there are two main types. That is the built-in form validation using HTML5 that we're going to talk about in this video. And then there's also validation that can be coded into JavaScript. So this is completely customizable, but you need to create it all. Whereas the validation in HTML5 is actually built in to the elements themselves. So if we scroll down, we can see using built-in form validation is an important part of HTML5 form controls. And this can be done by adding validation attributes on different form elements. So specifically, our inputs. So an overview of the main things that we can add is required. So it means that the form needs to be filled out before the form can be submitted. A minimum and maximum length, which is pretty straightforward. And the type itself can actually validate for us, as I mentioned, the email address and URL. And lastly, we can use a pattern to specify a regular expression that defines a certain format that the data must be entered in. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But the first thing we're going to do is the easiest one, which is adding required to each of our inputs. So let's do that first. So we're going to jump back to our HTML here. We're going to scroll back up, and we are going to actually break this up a little bit, just because we're going to add a lot of other things here. So we're just going to press enter, and we're going to go over here, and we're going to type in required. And we're going to do a similar thing with the rest of them. I'm just going to add required to each of these. Okay, so once you've added required to each of the inputs, we can save it and jump back to our code and check it out. Okay, so you can see now that every field is red instead of green because they're all invalid currently because they're empty. And if we were to click on the register button here, we can see that we have a pop-up that says, please fill out this field. So if I were to do that with just a single letter, you can see that now it flips to green because now this field is valid. Because all we're doing with the required is saying that you need to put something into the field. That brings us now to the min, max, length attributes. So for someone's name, we need to add in some more validation requirements here. So not only do we want it to be required, but we want it to have a minimum length, so min length, of let's say 3 characters. So it's someone's full name. It should at least be, I think, 3 characters long. And we'll also put a max length, but we don't want to put too much of a limitation, so we're going to have it at 100 characters. Okay, so we can save that and jump back and check. So now you can see if I just enter the letter J, that it remains red, but as soon as I enter in 3 characters, it becomes green. Okay, very cool. Moving on, we're going to come back to talk about our phone number a little bit later. Let's have a look at our email address and our website URL. So I'm going to go to another resource that talks about the constraint methods for validation. So again, by choosing the appropriate value for the type of the input, for example, choosing the email type, it automatically creates a constraint that checks whether the value is a valid email address. So if we go down here, we can see the example that for input type URL, the value must be an absolute URL, so that's for our website. And for our email, the value must syntactically be a valid email address, which generally has the format of username @ and then an address. So the big thing, of course, is having the @ sign. Okay, so we can jump back now, and we're going to test these two things out. So we actually don't need to provide any additional validation other than this, but let's test them. So let's see, if I just put in any kind of value here, it's not going to work. It's still red. But if I just put f@f.com, we can see that it is now green. Okay, perfect. And we're going to test our website URL. So if I were to just put in something like www.google.com, you can see that it is actually staying red because you need to type in the HTTP part of the web address. So hopefully this will condition people to actually paste in a URL, but I'm just going to type it out manually. So HTTP // and I'm just going to put in google.com, and you can see now that it's green. Okay, perfect. So we have 3 of these sorted out. Let's actually jump back now to our phone number. So we're going to talk now about our pattern attribute. So there's another resource here that's talking about the pattern attribute. So it allows you to add basic data validation without actually having to do it within the JavaScript. It works by matching the input value against a regular expression. So a regular expression is a formalized string of characters that define a pattern. So you can see here that we have an example of a regular expression. So this is saying that it's okay to be any length as long as it includes lowercase characters, uppercase characters, just alphabet, I should say, or a number 0 to 9. So that means no special characters. So you can see that all of these values match this condition, but that these values do not match this condition because you can see we have special characters in all of these other examples. So based on this logic, I think that we could create a pattern to format the phone number ourselves. So if we look at some other examples, you can see that we can also control the amount of digits that we want and the value of the digits. Let's take care of that in our code. So we're going to go down to the phone number, and after a required, we're going to add in a pattern attribute, and this is going to be a string. So the format that we want is going to match this placeholder format here. So we want 3 numbers, a dash, 3 numbers, another dash, and then 4 numbers. So to validate for that, in square brackets, we're going to say that it has to be a number between 0 and 9. And then we're going to close the square bracket. And then in curly brackets, we're going to have the number 3 because we want 3 of those numbers. Then we're going to have a dash. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have a square bracket 0 to 9. And then same thing, curly brackets 3 because we want 3 numbers again. Then we're going to have a dash that we're expecting. And then we're going to have again 0 to 9. But then this time in our curly brackets, we're going to have 4 instead of 3. So let's save that and jump back and test it out. So if I were to enter in 3333333333333, you can see at no point did it turn green, even though I had entered 10 numbers at some point there. But you can see now if I enter in the number 444-444 and 4444, you can see now that the value has changed to green. Awesome. So that expression is filtering it out in the exact format that we want. The last pattern that we are concerned with now is our password pattern. So this is going to be a little bit more complicated. So instead of doing this manually, I'm going to search Google to see if someone already has a suggestion of how to validate a password. So I'm going to search for password validation pattern, regular expression, regex, as it's known. And if we scroll down, let's see what we find. Okay, so I'm familiar with this website, so I'm going to click on this one. And that looks pretty good. So this website is great because it is a way to test out the patterns that you're using, and you can save your patterns, and there's other kinds of references and resources. And if you actually hover over each part, it is telling you exactly what each part is signifying. So this is a great way to experiment and learn more about regular expressions. So for our purposes, from what I can see, we are requiring that we have at least some lowercase characters. We have some uppercase characters and other characters here, and we want to have at least 8 characters. So let's try an experiment here. So on the line below, we're just going to put lowercase and then our numbers here. Okay, so you can see it didn't match, or else it would have highlighted in blue. But if we just add one capital letter, you can see now that it matches. So we actually don't need the special character here. Some passwords require you to add a special character, but for our purposes, we're just going to keep it as simple as possible. So that means we want one uppercase at least, one lowercase at least, and one number at least. So you see, if I were to remove some of these numbers, you can see that it's still valid. But if I were to make it less than 8 characters, you can see that it's no longer valid. Okay, so we're just actually going to grab this whole thing and copy it and go back to our project here. And we're going to go down to our password here. We are going to have a pattern here, and we're just going to paste that inside. We're going to do the same thing for the password above. We can actually copy this whole thing, and we're going to paste that right there. And we can save that and now check it out. Okay, so I'm going to create a password. I'm going to have no uppercase character just to show. So I'm going to have 8 characters. I'm going to type in password and then the number 1. And you can see that it remains red. But we don't have enough of an explanation here. If we were to fill out everything else correctly, and we try to register, we can see that it says, please match the requested format. But that's not enough information to go by. So we're going to go back to our code. The first thing we're going to do here, we're actually going to change our placeholder, because we want to tell people that we want a minimum of 8 characters, bracket. And also, a cool trick with the form validation built into HTML5 is that if we were to provide a title for the first password here, so title, and we're going to have the title be, please include at least one uppercase character, one lowercase character, and one number. So we'll save that and check it out, and we'll enter in all our values again. Okay, and this time, again, I'm going to use password 1, but no capital letter, so it's invalid. If I click register, you can see now that it says, please match the requested format, and then it actually uses the title that I just added to add in the rest of the information that we need. Please include at least one uppercase, one lowercase, and one number. Okay, so I'm going to flip this P to be capital, and you can see now that it is green. So that's working, which is great. But the limitation of the create password, confirm password in HTML is that if I were to type in another password that meets that pattern, so I'm going to type in capital P, password, and then the number 2, we can see that the field is green, meaning that as far as HTML is concerned, it is valid. But the problem is that these two don't match. So that's something that we're going to validate within our JavaScript. So we're going to take care of that in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to validate our form a little bit further within our JavaScript. Alright, so to start with, we're going to jump back to our code, and we're going to have in our script.js constants for each HTML element we want to interact with. So first, we're going to have const form equals document.getElementById, and we're going to in single quotes, pass in our form. Our form element has the ID of form. Next, we're going to create one for our password1, and that's going to be equal to, same thing, document get element by ID and password1, semicolon, and we can copy this, and we can actually use our Command D to change this number in both places very quickly. And you know what? Let's actually not just say password1, let's say password1L to show that it's the element, not the password value itself. Next, we're going to add one for our message container. And this time we can actually use something different here. We're going to use document query selector. And this will allow you to select the HTML element or a CSS class or anything else, even like an attribute, I believe. So we are going to use in single quotes the dot message dash container. So we are targeting the CSS class. And then last one, we're going to create a constant for our message itself. And again, this will get element by ID. And in quotes, we're going to pass in our message. So this is the text that's going to change within our message container. We can save that and jump back to the browser, and we're going to talk a little bit about the form itself and how it is being submitted. So we have a submit event that fires when a form is submitted, but you want to take note that the submit event fires on the form itself, even though we're using a button with the type of submit. So the button itself is what is going to submit the form, but the event that's fired is on the form itself. So let's handle that event within our code. We can jump back, and we're going to comment out a title for our event listener, and it's going to be on our form constant, and we're going to add event listener, and then single quotes, we're going to target the submit event, and when that event happens, we are going to launch a function called process form data, but we haven't made that yet, so let's do that now. So function, process form data, brackets, curly brackets, and now we're going to define the function. So this is actually going to pass in the event as a parameter. So we're just going to type E to represent the event, and then we're going to console log E, and then semicolon. Okay, so we can save that and check it out. And if we right-click and inspect, we're going to open up our console here, and we're going to fill out our information here. Okay, and we're going to click register, and you can see that the console flashed there for a second, but then it went away, and you can see that everything has been refreshed on the page here. So what is happening is actually the default behavior of the form. Normally, it's trying to send this data to a server somewhere, but because we're not properly doing anything with that request, it is just refreshing the entire page. So to get around this, we are going to use the prevent default event method. So if we scroll down, we can see that this can be useful. When clicking on a submit button, it's going to prevent it from trying to submit the form. Because again, there is no backend to accept the form, so by default, it's just refreshing the page, which we don't want. So let's jump back to our JavaScript, and right above this, we're just going to type in E prevent default. So we're running the prevent default method on our event. So if we save that, jump back, and this time we're going to fill everything out again. Okay, and I'm going to click register, and you can see now that we still have our event console logged and we have our values here. The page didn't refresh. Okay, excellent. So now we can actually go back and we can delete this console log. And what we're going to do with this function here that we're calling from our submit button is we're going to branch out into two separate pieces of functionality. The first is going to be to validate the form itself, and the second one is going to be to store the data. So if we jump back to our browser, we can see in this resource here that it talks about the process of validating using constraint API. How this works is there is a method called check validity that can be run on our form element, and this is going to return a Boolean indicating whether the element's value passes its constraints. It's related to our valid or invalid pseudoclasses. Okay, that's what we want to do, is we want to use our check validity method. So we're going to go back to the project, and we're going to go back into our code here, and we're going to comment out a title. This is going to be our method to validate our form. And we might not need a title because the method is just called validate form. Pretty straightforward. And above this, we're going to create that method. But before we do that, we're going to create a Boolean actually that is going to be global. We want to pass it through both of our validate and store data functions. So we're going to create a Boolean let is valid equals false. So by default, this Boolean will be set to false because by default, we do not have a valid form. Now we can actually create our validation function. So function validate form brackets, and then inside of this, we can comment out a title. We're using constraint API, and we're going to use our Boolean here. So is valid is going to be equal to form.check validity. So again, this method on the form will return a Boolean value, and we're actually going to console log the value of is valid after that. Okay, so we can save and check. So we're going to jump back, go here, and we're going to do everything correctly again. I really appreciate the autocomplete in Chrome. Fill out our password again. Okay, and we're going to register. So you can see because everything is green here, we are logging the value of true for our is valid variable. Excellent. But if we refresh the page, we can see that if we try to register, we see that we don't have any Boolean value happening. That's because with the default use of our form validation in HTML, it is not even letting us get to our submit event. So the submit event is only firing when all of these inputs are already valid. There is a way we can ignore this and do the validation ourselves. In JavaScript, 100%, we could ignore the form validation in HTML. So I'm going to show you how that would work. We're going to jump back to our HTML file, and we're going to go up to our form element here, and we're just going to type in the attribute no validate. You can see it will autocomplete for me if I press enter, and we can save that, and we can try it now. So even though everything is blank, I still have the opportunity to click register. So it's not preventing me from submitting the form itself, but we can see that the is valid Boolean is now false because the fields are actually not valid. You can see they're still red because they're empty. Okay, so that's how that will work. If you wanted to validate without HTML validation, you can. So for example, how you would do that is we can jump back to our JavaScript, and below our console log, we can actually remove this now. We are going to comment out a title, and this is going to be to style our main message for an error. And we are going to use our message element. So this is the actual text within our H3 at the bottom. And we're going to change the text content. So this is going to update the text within our H3. And we're going to say, please fill out all fields, period, semicolon. And then our message, we also want to change the styling. So we're going to go message.style. This will add an inline style, which will overwrite the CSS. And .color, so we're going to change the text color to red. And our message container itself, we want to change the style as well. And we're going to give this a border color. So make sure that you use a capital C for color. That's also going to be equal to red. And we can save that now and check it out. So you see now everything's blank. If I click register, you can see that we changed the text down here. It now says, please fill out all fields. The text is red and the border is red as well. Okay, so you see that we didn't have the pop-ups here. That's because we have our no validate going. So that shows kind of how you can have your validation 100% in your JavaScript and ignore the built-in HTML validation. But for me personally, I'm going to restore the validation on the HTML side because specifically it helps out a lot with the password validation because it will show that helpful pop-up message that will tell us the exact format our password needs to be. All right, speaking of passwords, in the next video, we're going to go over our password validation as well as storing our data. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to validate our passwords and store our data. So we're going to start with dealing with the passwords. So as I said before, the problem with the HTML validation is as long as both of these inputs follow the rules, we can enter two different passwords. But that defeats the purpose of confirming your password. We want them to have to be the same in order to actually submit the form and store our data. So we're going to jump back into our JavaScript, and we're going to start out by creating a global variable here. And this is going to be a let again. The reason we're using lets and not constants is because these values are going to change. So I'm going to create passwords match. This is going to be a Boolean again. And this is also going to start out as false. And now we're going to work in our validate form function. So we actually needed to wrap this in an if statement, which I forgot to do. We're going to have an if statement here. So if it is not valid, so meaning if is valid is false, we're going to wrap that in an if statement. And then below this, we are going to comment out another title. And this is to check to see if passwords match. And we're going to create another if statement. In this case, we're going to have password 1L dot value. And if it is equal to password 2 value, so we're going to use 3 equal signs to represent equal, password 2 value. So if they're equal, then they match. So then we want to do something. We want to set the passwords match Boolean to be equal to true. And we also want to style our password 1L style border color to be equal to green. And we can copy this and paste it below. And we're just going to change the number here, password 2L. Scroll down a bit. Okay. And we're going to have an else. So if the password values do not match, then we're going to set the passwords match Boolean to be equal to false. And then we want to provide a message in our message at the bottom here. So message.textContent is going to be equal to single quotes, make sure passwords match, period, semicolon. And then we're also going to change the color of the text. So style.color equals red. And then again, we want to change the message container style dot border color. That's also going to be equal to red. And we also want to make sure that the password elements themselves have the correct border color, which is also going to be equal to red. And we can copy this and we can paste this below. And we're going to change the number there to be password 2L. And that's about it. So we can save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to fill out the form with our valid items here. And we're going to go down now to our create password. And we're going to put in, again, our password capital P1. And then in the next one, password capital P, but number 2. You can see that it turned green here. But now if we actually click on register, you can see that the fields turn back to red. And we have a message here now at the bottom. Make sure passwords match. That's also in red. Excellent. Now we want to change our message to be a green success message if we filled out everything correctly. So we'll jump back to our code and take care of that. So we only want our success message to happen if our passwords match is true and if our is valid is true as well. So we're going to add another if statement here. And so we'll comment out a title first, actually. So this is going to be if form is valid and passwords match. Then we're going to have our if statement, if is valid. So we can just have it as is valid. That'll stand for is valid equals true. That's a short form for that. And same thing, we can just have our passwords match. So we want both of these things to be the case. We're going to use a double and sign here for that. And in this case, we are going to have our message dot text content equal to successfully registered, capital letters, or exclamation mark. And then we're going to have our message dot style dot color. So our text color is now going to be green. And then we're going to have our message container. Our style is going to be on our border color specifically, and we're going to make that green as well. Okay, so we can save that now and check it out. So we'll fill out our form again. This time we're just going to put in a matching password, so password 1, and we're going to click register, and you can see that we successfully have our message here and it's green. All right, that is perfect. So one other thing to consider in the way we've built out our validation method is we want to be able to save some processing time. So if we are already failing at this first check, we don't want to run the rest of this code. So we can accomplish that by adding in a return statement at the end of this if statement. So that means it will break out of this function and just stop doing what it's doing. And we can also add one after to see if our passwords don't match. We can have another return statement, meaning that we don't need to further check if it's valid and the passwords match because we already know that the passwords don't match. So we can save that, jump back, and now I'm actually going to show you another part of the DevTools, which is the Sources tab. So within this Sources tab, we can actually see our JavaScript here. It's very small, of course, but the main thing we're concerned about is our return statement here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide a number of breakpoints. So if I click over here to the right of the number, you can see we have a red dot here. That's equal to a breakpoint, meaning that the code will stop executing on that line until I click to resume it. So I'm going to put a couple here, and I'm just going to put one below the return statement just to show you exactly what's happening. So I'm going to jump back as well to the HTML, and I'm going to turn off validation just to show you more clearly what's happening here. So I'm going to leave everything blank, which we know will return the value of not being valid. Let's make this just a little bit bigger. And so if I do that, register, you can see that it's paused on the breakpoint and we have a play button here. And I can actually hover over to see the value of certain things. So we can see that is valid is false. And then if I press this, go to the next line, and then the next line, and then the next line. So the idea is by having this return statement, we are not going to execute the rest of this code, meaning we're not going to hit this breakpoint. And if we play that, we can see that we've gone back to normal and we did not hit the breakpoint. So we can also use this to modify our code. So I'm going to do that and get rid of the return statement there. And I'm going to make sure that I'm going to save this within the script.js here. You can see it has an exclamation mark to say that you've changed this file, but it's not saved in the code itself, which is fine, because we do want our return statement, obviously. But you see now, if this time when I run it, paused here, and I scroll through, pause there, but because I don't have the return statement, if I keep going, you see it's going into the next if statement, even though it shouldn't have to, because we've already determined that it's not valid. So that is the benefit of having a return statement. It allows you to break out of a function. Okay, cool. So that was a nice explanation of that. We'll switch that back to the console. And actually, before we do that, let's actually get rid of all these breakpoints because we don't want it to keep pausing on our code here. And we'll go back to the console and we'll just refresh the page. And we can make this a little less wide. Doesn't need to be that wide. And we'll jump back to our HTML. We'll remove our no validate again, save that. Alrighty, so the last thing we want to do now is we want to store our data from each of our input fields. So if we go back to the browser and back to this resource that we went to before about our input element, we can see that we are missing our name. So we want to have a name because this will store the submitted form data in a name value pair. So we're going to jump back to our HTML and we're going to add a name for each of these. So for this, I'm going to add it, I guess, just after the placeholder. So we're just going to type name. And this name actually is also going to be name. This name is going to be phone. And I'll put this one here after our required. This name is going to be email. And this name is going to be website. And then for our passwords, we actually only need one of them because they're both going to be the same value. So I'm going to add this onto our confirm password. So we're going to give this one the name of password, and we're not going to add a name to the first password field. So we can save that now. And now we're going to create our second function here. So we're going to create it right above our process form data function. And this one is going to be called store form data, bracket, curly brackets. And inside of this, we are going to create an object, a user object. So const user equals, and then curly brackets, enter, and then we'll add the semicolon at the end there. And so we want to assign the key and then the value. So the value is going to be form.name.value. So that's how we're going to target each of these. And instead of a semicolon at the end, they'll all have a comma at the end. So we're going to do the similar process, form.phone.value, comma, and then email is going to be form.email.value. And then website is going to be form.website.value, comma. And then the last one is going to be our password, which is going to be form.password.value. And then in the end, we'll comment out a title. You're going to do something with user data. So for our purposes, I'm just going to console log it. But of course, in a real application, you would do something with this object, like passing it to a server, to a database, etc. Lastly, we need to add this function to be called within our process form data function. But we only want to submit our data if valid. So we're going to have an if statement here. So if is valid and passwords match, so same as above, then we're going to call our function store form data. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. All right, so we're going to fill everything out properly here. And we're going to have our password, password1 with a capital P, and we're going to confirm it, password, let's just say password2. So technically the form is valid, but the passwords don't match. So you can see everything's green. We register, we can see, make sure the passwords match, but more importantly, we can see that we have not submitted the data. But if we change this number from 2 to 1 and we click register, you can see now our passwords match. We've successfully registered. And in our console, we have our object, with all of our information. Alrighty, so that's it for the functionality of this project. I hope you learned a lot along the way about form validation, and I hope that you can use this within a project of your very own in the future. All right, I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
All right. Another project done. And in this one, I really want to talk about an important topic, which is passwords. Passwords are important. You never want to share your secrets with others. Don't trust anybody, right? So let's have a look at the code and talk about some of the best practices. So over here where we say store form data is where we grab all the information from the form and do something with it. Usually what we would do is send it to a server. Send it so that the information can be stored so that when a user comes back, we're able to check, hey, this is the user, is this their password? So most of the time we'll see the store form data being sent over the wire, over internet to a server that is protected, which means that it doesn't have open access where you can just search it or grab it through a browser. But let's talk about the most important information. Sure, name, phone, email might be sensitive, but the most important one is password. You don't necessarily want your password flying around the internet so that anybody could see it. Now, one thing you'll notice here is that I've filled in the information. If I open up the developer tools and go to console, if I hit register here, you'll see that I get the information of what I filled in, but also my password. As you can see, it's super secure. No, not really. Even though these dots appear, at the end of the day, this is just visual things that the browser adds. But if, let's say, an attacker had access to the same browser that I do, they can just easily see my password. Now, most of the time, that's fine because if you're the one on this browser typing in the information, well, then you have access to that computer and it's not a big deal. But the next steps are what's important. This information needs to get sent to a server somewhere in the world, to, let's say, Facebook or Instagram or Google. How can I send this information securely from my browser, from my computer that I have full control over, to somewhere across the world? Well, there's a few things that we want to do. One is we want to make sure that this information is encrypted. And the way we do that is using HTTPS. Now, for example, here I have the live version of the website using GitHub Pages. As you can see before, this was just a file that I opened on my computer. But if we put this page online, we'll actually have a URL that we can access this information from. And you'll notice here that there's a lock if you're using Google Chrome. This shows us that the connection is secure. Now, this lock means that we're using HTTPS. So there's two versions here. This is a protocol that allows us to communicate over the wire, over internet. There's HTTP or HTTPS. And HTTPS is the secure version. This means that when I send this information to a server, it's going to be encrypted. So if somebody intercepts that message somehow, they can't really read it because it's encrypted. So when we're sending form data to a server, we always want to make sure we're using HTTPS. And generally, if you're ever writing information to a website and logging in or putting in your password or putting in any sensitive information, you always want to make sure that they're using HTTPS. If they're just using HTTP, then most likely that website is not secure and you don't want to fill in any form data yourself. So that's step one. And luckily, GitHub Pages gives you HTTPS by default. So once we transfer this information, we go from form, we send it to a server, we then store that information on the server securely. Now, because this is a front-end JavaScript course, we're not going to get too deep into this topic. But usually what happens is once we send that information using something like a post request, so we can use a fetch post request to contain this information inside of a body of data that we transfer to the server that's encrypted because of HTTPS. The server receives this information. Remember that the server is something owned by, let's say, a company that you trust, like Facebook. Well, Facebook is a bad analogy for that one, but let's say Google or Facebook, they own those servers and they don't give access to anybody in the world to those servers. So once they get your password, they're going to do something called hashing, which makes it impossible for people to see what your password is and store that information in their databases. So when it comes to front end and best practices with password, your job as a front end JavaScript developer is to make sure that whatever password the user chooses is a strong password with good conditions like capital letters or the length of the password. So your job is to make sure that whatever the user sends over the wire is as secure as possible. So step one is making sure that the password entered by the user is a complex one, not something simple, so that we get that red highlighting when the password is too simple or too short. But also to make sure that when we send over sensitive data, we use HTTPS. Now, I'll leave some resources for you to check out on this topic because it's really, really interesting. But I remember when I got started, I was always afraid of handling delicate user information. It's very hard when you're just starting out to know what is right, what is good. But if you remember what I just told you here and read some of these resources I'll attach, then you're good. Then you're storing your password or user passwords safely. Hopefully, this makes you a little bit more confident capturing that sensitive user data. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. So in this one, we're going to be creating a game similar to Rock, Paper, Scissors. So it's called Rock, Paper, Scissors, Lizard, Spock. If you had watched The Big Bang Theory a few years ago, they made a reference and they played this game on the show. So, as I said, it's a slightly more complex version of Rock, Paper, Scissors in that there are 5 possible choices. You can see when I hover over each of the icons, there's a title for each. And how this game is going to work is the user will have the opportunity to click on one of these icons to select their weapon. And then there will be logic that will allow the computer to make a random selection. And then it will evaluate which player won, or if they choose the same thing, if there is a tie between the player and the computer. So if I click on Rock here, we can see that I won. My score has gone up. It shows my selection here. It shows the computer selection here. And it also highlights the icon in black for both of us. And it even has the text down below here that lets us know that we won. If I were to make another choice, we can see I won again, but it actually reset the confetti and then started throwing it again. And then this time I clicked another option. You can see we both chose scissors, so it's a tie and it removes the confetti altogether. This project is also mobile responsive, and I'm going to provide most of the CSS just to make it a little bit easier so we can focus on the functionality. And the last thing within the game itself is we have this reset icon that allows us to start the game all the way over. And the last major thing we're going to tackle in this project is using modules. So modules in JavaScript is going to allow us to use this third-party confetti. So we're not actually creating the confetti functionality. We're going to import it because somebody else has helpfully created a confetti animation for us, and we're going to import it into our main JavaScript file from a completely separate file. All right, so that's about it for the functionality. Let's get started. All righty, so to start with, make sure that you download the template for this specific project from the course, and once you have it unzipped, you're going to have this folder here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this. I'm going to remove the template and just have Spock-Rock-Game to show my intention to work on the project. And I'm going to open it up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, and I'm going to open up each of the files. You can see that there's a bunch of CSS here already, and there's a little bit of JavaScript as well, but I will get to that a little later on. Let's focus on the HTML for now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to launch with our live server to open up the project. Okay, so we have a blank page, but we have our title here, Spock Rock Game. All right. Now we're going to start building out the HTML. So we're going to have a game container here in the middle, and we're going to have our player icons, and then our computer icons, and then our reset icon, and then our results text at the bottom. So let's get started with that. All right, so first thing we're going to do within our body, we are going to scroll down a little bit, and we will create a div with the class of game-container. So the abbreviation we can use here is just div.game-container, and then I can press enter, and you can see that it creates a div automatically with that class. And then inside of that, we're going to comment out a title for the header of our container. So this is going to be a colorful header with our title of our container, and we'll create another div.header. So div with the class of header, and then in here we're going to use an h1, press enter, and this will be our title, rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. All right, and then below our header, we're going to start making our player container. Let's comment out another title for our player container, and we're going to create a div.player-container. And we're also going to give it an ID, so hashtag player will give us an ID of player. Press enter. So we have our class, we have our ID, excellent. Inside of our container, the first thing we're going to add here is an h2. So we'll add that in, and then we'll say you. So it's going to represent you, the player. And then we'll have a dash, and then a space, and then another space. And then inside of this, we're going to create a span for our score. We'll create a span with an ID, so hashtag of player score. We're going to add this ID because we're going to dynamically update this score from our JavaScript. And inside of this, we're going to just put 0 for now. So that's a placeholder, just so we can get our styling done. And next to this, still within our h2, we're going to create another span. And this time we're going to have a class of choice, so .choice, and then an ID of player choice. Press enter, and we can word wrap this so that it all fits with Alt-Z. And inside of this span, we are going to have space, dash, 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 space, and then choice. So again, this is a placeholder. We will target this in our JavaScript, and we're actually going to put in the name of whichever choice we have selected. Now, for the next part, we're going to be creating our icons. So this is a good chance to touch on Font Awesome that we're going to use for our icons. So again, this is included within the template. This is a link to Font Awesome. This allows us to use the styling for Font Awesome icons, but we'll need to go over to the website in order to see which icons we can use. So I have this open here already. I'll provide the link for this within the course. I specifically am only interested in free icons, so I check this check mark here. And I want to search now for a rock icon. And so you can see that we have the option of hand-rock. And if I were to look up hand paper, we can see that we have a hand paper icon. So for me, I want to use the outline, but if you want, you can use the solid icon. But the cool thing is that we have this option for all 5. So we can even have hand lizard and hand Spock. So let's just start out with rock though for now. And we'll click on the one we want. And you can see here that this is an FAR icon, so Font Awesome Regular. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to jump back to our code. And below this, we're going to start with our icons. So we can paste that in, and we're going to also give it a title, and that's going to be equal to rock, so that when you hover over it, you can see that it is a rock. And we're going to give it an ID of player, capital R, rock, all one word. And now I'm going to copy and do the same thing for our paper, scissors, lizard, and Spock. I'm just going to fast forward through that. Okay, so we have everything there. I'm going to turn off word wrap just to make sure we can see that all of these are going to be on their own line, of course. And that's going to be on its own line as well. And we're going to actually copy this entire thing here all the way up to the commented title. And we're going to need to paste this in to create the same exact thing, but for our computer player. And we can bring this all over with Shift Tab. And we want to change this to be computer. Basically, we're going to leave this class as player container because it'll be styled the same way, how it's going to hold the icons and the spacing of it. But we want to change all of these, so player score, player rock, so all of our IDs essentially, we want to change to be computer instead of player, but the rest of it can stay the same. So I'm going to use a very handy tool within Visual Studio Code. It is multi-select. So on Windows, this would be Control D. On Mac, it's Command D. And if I press it, we can see that I'm highlighting multiple at once. And you can see I have a bunch of cursors. And I'm just going to now click backspace. And then I'm just going to type computer. So you see I've very quickly changed all of those at the same time. Excellent. The last thing I'm going to do is, down here below this div, I'm going to comment out a title. This is going to be for our reset icon. So I already have an icon in mind. So I'm just going to use an I element and then the class.fas. So this is for Font Awesome Solid, so a filled in icon. And then dot to add another class, fa-sync-alt is the icon I would like to use. And I'm going to give it another class of reset-icon because we're going to style it a little bit further. Press enter. And we're also going to add a title to this so that when the user hovers over, they can see what it's for. So that's for our reset. And then last thing to add to our HTML, I'm going to comment out a title for the results text. And then in here, I'm going to create a div.result-container. So this is the parent container. And then inside of this, we're going to create an h3 with the class, so .result-text. And we're also going to give it an ID, so hashtag result, capital T, text, one word, press enter. And I'm actually also going to fill this out to say you won for now. Even though we have not won, we will populate this, of course, within our JavaScript once we get to that point. All right, so let's save that for now, though, and let's jump back over and check it out. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. We can see we have all of our icons. We have our filled in stuff here. Not a lot of color going on, but we will fix that. And we have our result text, and we have our reset icon. You can see when we hover over, we have our title there. Okay, so that's a good start. But in the next video, we're going to refine our CSS a little bit further than this and complete the styling of our UI. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So as I mentioned, I have included most of the CSS within the project template, but there are a few aspects that I'm going to go over that we're obviously going to refine to make it look like the final version. So first, I do already have a Google font here. So if you want to choose a different font, you can go over to Google Fonts. Of course, I'll provide a link within the course. You can pick one that you would like, and then you can pick further a different style. So I usually just go for the regular. So you click select this style, Then you go over to embed, and then you can go over to the import link specifically, and then you're going to copy this and close this for now. But you would jump back to your code and you would paste it up at the top here. So you can see I already have an import statement here. And then in your body, you're going to assign the font family to whatever name that you chose. I also have a sans serif backup just in case the Google font does not load. All right, cool. The next thing we're going to start out with that we're missing here is a background color. So by default, the background is just plain white. So we want to make this just a little bit off-white. So in order to do that, we're going to change the background here to be white smoke. So this is more or less white, but it has a little bit more gray to it. So if we save that and check it out, you can see now it's very subtle, but now this is more gray than the browser up here. This is more white. So the reason we're going to do that is because we want the container now to be white so that it stands out from the background. Of course, it's up to you. You can choose whatever background color you want, or if you want a background pattern, you can customize that in any way you would like to. But for me, I'm just going to stick with a nice off-white color. Let's now get to styling our container itself. If we jump back right below the body, we can style for our game container with period game. You can see it's actually auto-completing here. I'll just press enter, game-container. And we have our curly brackets here. And we're going to start with the width, which is going to be 530 pixels. And we're going to give it a height of 600 pixels. And as I said, we want the background to be white. And then two things that I've talked about in other projects in the course that to me make it look a lot more modern. The first thing I'm going to add is a border radius. So this is going to round the corners of our container. I'm going to give it just 5 pixels, so very subtle. And the other thing is box-shadow. So this is going to create a shadow all the way around the box to make it look like the container is kind of floating on the page. So there's a lot of different values we're going to add here. The first one is the horizontal offset, so the shadow moving left or right. I only want the shadow to move up and down, so I'm going to leave that value as 0. The next one is our vertical offset. So I want it to be 10 pixels downwards, so a positive value will have the shadow on the bottom. Next, we are going to have the blur. So how much the color is actually blurred that we're going to assign to it. If we had a value of 0, that would be a solid color. So 20 pixels means it's blurring it quite a lot. And then the last value is the spread. So this is how far out the shadow is going to spread. I'm going to give this a negative value, so -5 pixels, to make sure that it spreads very, very little, so it's nice and subtle. Last value is going to be the color, and we're going to use an RGBA value for this. And we're going to use black, so 0, 0, 0, and then the A in RGBA stands for alpha, which also means opacity. So we're going to use that 0.5 opacity, so it's half see-through, our shadow. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a lot more modern here. You see we have our very subtle shadow here, and we have our rounded corners at the bottom. But we can see that the corners are not rounded on the top. So that's because we're going to need to change the header div itself. So that's what this blue part is, our header. And you can also see that the result text is being pushed out of the container and our icons are not staying on one line. So we have a couple things to fix here. But let's start specifically with the header. So we want this to be a little bit taller, and we want to round only the top corners. We don't want to round the corners at the bottom here. So we can't quite use straight up border radius. So let's figure that out first. So back in the code, we can see that we already have our header and we already have our background color of Dodger blue. So of course you can hover over this and you can see our color picker here. Feel free to change the color of your header to be any color you want it to be. But inside here, we're going to focus on first our height. So we're going to give it a height of 100 pixels, so it's at least 100 pixels tall. And then we're going to focus on our border radius. So we can be very specific with border radius. And in this case, we're going to have a border dash top dash left dash radius. And we're going to make that 5 pixels. And we're going to do the same thing, border dash top dash right dash radius, 5 pixels, to only have the radius on the top left and right. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, so that's looking better. We see that this is taller. There's a little bit more of a gap on the top and bottom. And we can see now that we have our rounded corner on the left and the right, but the bottom is perfectly flat. Excellent. Now that we have our game container done, let's check on the mobile responsiveness. So if we right-click, inspect, and you can see that I had already toggled this, but make sure this is toggled on so that we can see our mobile view. I'm actually going to switch this from iPhone X to Pixel 2 XL. You can see it's a little bit wider, from 375 to 411 pixels as our width. And if you remember, our container was 530 pixels width, so we're going to need to adjust that. But we can also see that in this case, I've already added some styling because we don't have the issue of our icons on more than one line. Let's check that out. But more or less, our styling is done. We just want to have a bit of a margin on the left and right so that we can see our shadow. Okay, so let's jump back. And if we scroll to the bottom, we can see that I've already added the media queries here. So we have our media query for our large smartphone. So that's our Pixel 2 XL. And below that, we even have media query for iPhone specifically, because this has a smaller width of 375 pixels. And you can see that mostly I'm just changing the font size and the margins within our mobile responsiveness. But in this case, we also want to change the game container. So we're just going to give this a width of 95%. So that'll give us a 2.5% margin on the left and on the right. So let's save that and check it out. All right, so that's looking better. Now you can see that we have a little bit of a gap on the left and on the right. If we expand this and we switch to our iPhone X, we can see that everything is still fitting very well. Awesome. So we can turn off our mobile device here and we can close this for now. So we can see that our mobile layout is working, but our desktop layout is still a bit broken. So let's try to start fixing this. The first thing that we're going to fix is actually the colors. So we want our player color to be very distinct, and we want our computer color to be distinct as well, so that it's very obvious which is which. We are going to jump back to our CSS and take care of that. So if we go back up to the top here, we're going to do this under our FAR class. So this is a class on all icons. So we're setting the font size here, and we're setting a margin right, and we are making sure that the user can't select it like this. I'm selecting this right now. And you can see, because we have our margin right on every one of our icons, that's what's actually causing our icons to not be on the same line. But we'll fix that in a moment. Let's first focus on the colors. So below here, if we go back to our index.html, we can see that we have the ID of player within our parent container, and we have the ID of computer within our other parent container. So we're going to use that in order to style these, because they're all actually the same. So in order to be specific, we will use hashtag player for the ID, then space, and then .far. So we are targeting FAR icons that are children of the player ID. And then we're going to have a comma, because we're going to do the same thing with the choice class. So we're going to have player and then space.choice, and then our curly brackets. So the choice is this class here. You see we have our choice here. We want to have that be the same color as our icons. And we're just going to assign a color here. And again, I'm going to use Dodger Blue, but feel free to use whichever color scheme you would like. And I'm also going to give these a cursor pointer to show that the user can select the player icons, but they can't really select the computer icon. So I want it to be different just for the player. And then below this, we're going to do a similar thing. Hashtag computer for our computer ID.far, comma, new line, computer ID again, and then .choice, and then our curly brackets. And then this time, I want a red color, but I don't want pure red, but I'll just put red for now. And then I can hover over, and I can actually use this color selector here to bring up the RGB value. And now I can actually modify it even further here if I want. So I already know the very specific color I would like. So of course you can use whichever colors you want for this, but that's the color that I had. All right, so let's save that and check it out. All right, so that's looking a lot better, a lot more color. We can see we have our player choice and our icons are blue, and then our computer choice and our computer icons are red. Excellent. So next, we're going to need to add a selected class. So that means when we click on something, we want it to turn black to show that it has been selected. But we're going to call that in the JavaScript. But to test it now, we're just going to add that class manually in our HTML. Let's say that I wanted to select paper. So in our icon class here, I'm just going to add the class of selected just to test it out. Save that. And then in our CSS, below this, we're going to create the selected class property. And we just want to switch the color to black. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that this did not work. So the reason that this did not work is because we are assigning the color using an ID. There is an order of priority within CSS. So normally if you override something below, it should override something above. But if you're using an ID, that will override any other class that is just a regular class within the CSS. So in this case, we're actually going to need to add, after our value of black, exclamation mark important. So this is generally something that you want to avoid, but in this case, we don't really have an easy way around not using it. So we are going to need to use important here. So let's save that and check it out. And now you can see that our selected class is overriding the ID color that we had added previously. All right, so that works. Now, the last thing we need to fix is our layout here. So as I mentioned before, in our far property, we have a margin right of 40 pixels. But for the one on the end, the last one, we want to remove this margin right and have a margin of 0. So in order to do that, above our selected class here, we are going to use our player ID, so hashtag player, .far, and then we're going to use a pseudo class with colon, and then it will be last dash of dash type. So this is only going to target the last FAR icon that is a child of the player ID. And we're going to do the same thing, comma, with our computer ID. So computer.far, colon, last of type. You see it's auto-completing for me. I'll press enter. And then our curly brackets. And then we're going to give it a margin dash right of 0. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. Everything is now on one row. And the last thing we can do is jump back and actually remove the selected class in our HTML. Now we know that it's working. All right, perfect. So that's it for our styling. In the next video, we'll get started on our functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we are ready to start tackling our functionality in our JavaScript. The goal of this video is going to be to style whichever icon we've selected. to make it black to show it's selected. And we also want to update our choice with the actual choice that we are making. Okay, so let's jump over to our code. The first thing we want to do is we want to add in our constants that are going to reference the HTML elements that we want to change. This is going to include the player score, the player choice, the computer score, the computer choice, and also our result text as well, in addition to all of our icons. Okay, so at the top here, we are going to start writing out our constant. So the first one, constant player score L, capital EL for element, equals document.getElementById, bracket, single quotes, and then our ID is player, capital S, score, one word. So that's going to be the format for everything. And we'll do a similar thing for our player choice L. That's going to be equal to getElementById, and then this is going to be our player choice. And we're going to do the same thing for the computer, but we can start by just copying this and pasting it. And we're going to use our multi-select again to highlight these and just type in computer. And then we've created those as well. Perfect. And the last bit of text we want to change is our result text. So capital T there. And then that is equal to document get element by ID, single quotes, and that is result text. Again, one word, capital T for text. All right, next we're going to create our constants for our player icons. So const player rock equals document dot get element by ID, bracket player rock. Okay, so we can actually speed this up as well by copying this, and we'll paste it 4 more times here. And then we're going to use our select now on rock here. So we're going to use our multi-select, change this now. We're just going to type capital P for paper, and we'll do the same thing for scissors, and we'll do the same thing here for lizard, and the same thing here for Spock. All right, and we can copy all of this now, and we're going to use our multi-select trick one more time here, and we are going to highlight player, and we're going to highlight it 10 times, so we're going to wait until the last one here is highlighted, and then we're just going to type out computer, lowercase. Okay, perfect. And there's going to be one last one at the bottom, and this is going to be for all game icons. And this one is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be document.query selector all. And so this is going to select every element that, in this case, has a class of .far. All of our game icons have that class, I should say. Our reset icon is the FAS class, so we're not targeting that. And this is going to return an array of all of the elements that have this class. But we'll get more to that in a moment. Now we're going to create the selection logic on our HTML side. So we want to pass a variable with a string of our selection. In our HTML, we only need to worry about the player selection. The computer selection will be done by the logic within our JavaScript. Instead of adding an event listener, we have another option in our HTML, and that is we can add an on-click attribute. And this essentially functions in a similar way to an event listener, adding an event listener, but we are doing this for a reason that will become clear later on, but you could use this for any project instead of an event listener if you would like to. So we're going to write out select, that's going to be the name of our function, and then the brackets is going to call the function, and then inside of this, we're going to actually pass in a parameter. So in single quotes, I'm going to pass in rock. So this is the parameter we're going to pass through to the function because this is on our rock icon. And I'm going to copy and paste this and fast forward through that for the rest of them. Okay, so they all have now on-click attributes. They're all calling the same select function, but they're all passing in their respective parameters. So let's jump back into the JavaScript and actually create our select function so that we can make sure we are passing in the right parameter from each icon. Okay, we're going to make this down here. We're going to comment out a title. So this is passing player selection value, and it's going to also style our icons. All right, so function select, and then in brackets, it's going to have a variable for the parameter, and we're going to make it up here. It's going to be player choice, and then we have our curly brackets, and we just want to console log that parameter to make sure we are passing it successfully from our HTML. So let's save both of these. Make sure that both your index HTML and your script file is saved, and we can jump back to the code. Let's open up the console because we are console logging after all. Let's expand this a little bit and open up our console. So now we are going to click on an icon, and we can see we've passed in the string of rock, and then paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, and we can go back. All right. So that's working. They're all passing in the correct parameter, and we are storing that as our player choice variable. Excellent. Now that we know which item we're clicking on, we are ready to work on our selection styling logic. So for this, we're going to be using a switch statement. So for those of you unfamiliar, a switch statement is used to perform different actions based on different conditions. So you can see that it will execute one of many code blocks. So you can see in the example here, we have an expression that gets evaluated. So in this case, it will be our player choice variable. And then based on what the value of that variable is, it will execute a certain amount of code and then break out, meaning it will only execute the value of code assigned to that case, and it will ignore the rest. Okay, so again, I'll provide a link to this within the course. You can see another concrete example here about getting a day. So we can see that it's actually using the date method to get today's date. And based on whichever number is returned, it's actually going to console log down here, or log, I should say, the date that it is. So today is Saturday. So this example is a good indication of how a switch statement works. So let's jump back and implement that in our own project. So first, we're going to remove the console log, and we're going to start writing out our switch statement after we comment out a title. So we want this to add selected styling, and we want to also update the player choice. Okay, so first, we're going to have a switch statement, bracket, player choice. So we're passing in the parameter that we're getting from our HTML, and curly brackets, and then we're going to make our first case, and we're just going to pass in a string, so single quotes, and then rock, and then colon, and then enter, and then now we're going to have the code block for if the case is rock. So we want player rock dot class list to add, single quotes, the selected class. And we also want to update the player choice element dot text content. So we're going to change the text there. Right now it just says choice, but we want to actually pass in the specific choice. So we'll have single quotes and then space, dash, 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 space, capital R, rock, and then we'll have a semicolon there. And then after that, we're just going to have a break and then a semicolon there. So that's our first code block here. That's our first case is for a rock. So essentially, I'm just going to copy this logic over and over for our 5 possible choices. So I'm going to fast forward through that. Alrighty, so we're done with that. And the very last thing that we want to add to a switch statement is a default value. So default, and then we have a colon here, but we just want to have a break because we only want this to execute something if we have a specific selection made. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so let's click on an icon. All right, so cool. That is now black, and we can see that our choice here appears as rock. But the problem is, as we click on them, they all just turn black. We can see that the text updating is still working, but we're going to need something to reset these classes every time we select something so that we are only having one icon have the selected styling at once. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. We're going to add in another function up here at the top, and we're going to comment out a title here, reset all selected icons. Okay, and we'll create a function, reset selected, capital S. Before we get into the function itself, let's just make sure we're getting the right values in our all game icons. So right above this, let's just console log all game icons, save that, jump back, and you can see here that we have logged all of our icons here. We have all the player icons and all the computer icons. All right, so that's good. That's working as intended. Excellent. So we want to make sure that we're removing the select class from all of these, not just from the player. Okay, so let's jump back. We can get rid of that console. And on this array, we're going to call it first, and then we're going to use the for each method on the array. So this is going to run a function for every item within the array. So we'll have our bracket here to initiate that function. And then we're going to have another set of brackets to name a local variable that will refer to each element in the array. In this case, I've just decided to call it icon. And then we're going to use an arrow function to actually run through this. And then we'll have our curly brackets here. And then I'll press enter and then add the semicolon at the end just so I don't forget. And then we are going to type out our icon.classList, and then we're going to remove brackets, single quotes, our selected class, and then another semicolon at the end. Now that our function is declared, let's make sure that we're actually calling it. So within our select function, we want to run this reset function before we add our selected class down here. So we're going to call reset selected, brackets, and then our semicolon there, and save that and check it out. Okay, so now I'm going to click on rock. So we have rock and it's selected here. Now I'm going to click on scissors and we can see now it's the only one that's selected. Excellent. All right, so our player selection functionality is fully working now. In the next one, we're going to look at the computer selection functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video will be to create logic for the computer to make a random selection, and we want to display that selection just like we're doing with the player selection currently. Alright, so let's jump in. First, we're going to create a new function that's going to call the other functions after we have selected something. Right above our select function, we're going to create another function, and this is going to be called check result. And we'll comment out a title for this. This is going to call functions to process the turn. So this is going to be called within our select function, and we're going to cut that, and we're going to paste our reset selected function inside of here. And then in our select function, we're going to now call our new check result function instead. And the reason we're doing this is because we're going to call a lot of things here to check the result. We're going to make separate functions for each thing so that it's easier to troubleshoot and allows for reusability as well. That's why we want to separate functions into as many smaller functions as we can. Okay, so we're also going to call a function that we have not made yet. So our first one is going to be called computer random choice. So capital R on random, capital C on choice, semicolon at the end. And we're going to put that directly above this here. But before we get to the function, let's actually, right above this, create a global variable. And we're going to use a let instead of a constant because this value is going to change. And we're going to call it computer, capital C, choice. And this is going to be equal to an empty string. We'll add a semicolon there. And eventually we're going to populate this with one of these options, rock, paper, scissors, lizard, or Spock. We can now create our computer random choice function. So we'll comment out a title, random computer choice, and we're going to create the function, computer random choice, brackets, curly brackets, and inside of this, we are going to create a constant called computer choice number. And this is going to be equal to math.random. And we're going to add a bracket there. So we are calling the random method on the math object. And then we're going to console log that to see what we get. Alrighty, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so this computer random function will be triggered anytime we select an icon. So we'll just select a couple here. Okay, and we can see that we're console logging a random number with a lot of digits, but you can see that it's a number between 0 and 1. So you can see all of them are below 0. That is important to know because now what we're going to do is we're going to split the values into ranges. So if the random number is between 0 and 0.2, we will make the selection for rock. If it's between 0.21 and 0.4, it'll be the selection of paper, and etc., etc., etc. We're going to split it into 5 different groups. Let's jump back and see if we can tackle that logic. Alrighty, so we can start by removing our console log here, and we're going to start with an if statement. So if our computer choice number, you can see it's auto-completing for us, we'll just press enter, is less than 0.2, curly brackets, we want to set our computer choice to be equal to single quotes and rock. So the reason we have this as a global variable up here is because it is actually going to be used in multiple functions. Okay, now continuing on with our logic, we're going to add an else if bracket computer choice number is less than or equal to 0.4. And then our curly brackets, we're doing this in order from smallest number to largest number so that if the number is less than 0.2, it'll trigger this and it will not go into this else if because we don't want this 0.4 to take any number that is less than 0.4. We only want to take the range between 0.21 and 0.4. Okay, so we'll again set our computer choice to be a value of paper this time. And we'll do the same thing, else if computer choice number is less than or equal to 0.6. This time our computer choice is going to be equal to scissors. Then one more else if our computer choice number is less than or equal to 0.8. Curly bracket, our computer choice. Oh, I missed a capital C here. That's important. And that's here going to be equal to lizard, semicolon. And then lastly, we can just have an else, and we don't need to worry about a condition. So if none of these conditions are met, it means that the computer choice number is greater than 0.8, so between 0.8 and 1. And we want to set that computer choice value to be equal to Spock. And outside of our if statement, let's console log our computer choice just to make sure that that is working. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so once we make a selection, we can see that the computer has chosen rock. We chose rock. Let's click it again. We can see computer chose paper this time, then Spock, then rock, then scissors. We just want to make sure that the selections are different. That means that they are random. Okay, excellent. Now we want to reuse the same functionality here to select the correct icon and also to change our choice text here as well. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. All right, so first thing, we will get rid of this console log here because we're going to show the choice on our UI itself. And we can go down and we're actually going to copy this logic here. We just want the select function here. And we're going to add this right above here. And we'll comment out another title, add selected styling and computer choice, and we'll paste in this function here, and we can get rid of, we don't want to call check result again, and we can get rid of this other console here, and instead of having it called select, we are going to create a function called display computer choice, and we don't need our player choice as our parameter here because we're actually going to be passing in the computer choice. So again, this is why we have this as a global variable. We're just going to pass that in here. And the last thing we'll need to change to make this work is we're just going to change all the values of player here to be computer. So we'll use our multi-select again. Okay, we can see we have everything selected. I'm just going to type out computer, and that should work. All right, so let's just save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see, that it's not working. Why don't you pause the video here and see if you can figure out why. Okay, welcome back. Hopefully that was an easy one for you. So if we jump back to the code, we can see that we declared our function here, but we actually never called it. So all we need to do is, back down in our check result function, we want to also call our display computer choice function, brackets, and then our semicolon there. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, perfect. So we can see when we selected rock that the computer selected scissors, the icon is selected here, and it changed the text as well. If we make another selection, we can see everything reset, and now the text is right for both the computer and the player, and it is selecting the correct icon as well. Excellent. All right, so that's it for this video. In the next one, we're actually going to tackle the game logic and how we're going to update the score and everything that goes along with it. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video will be to create the logic of the game itself. So as I mentioned before, this is very similar to rock, paper, scissors, but it is a little bit more complex. I'm going to show you now a brief clip from the Big Bang Theory where the game is explained.
Anecdotal evidence suggests that in a game of rock, paper, scissors, players familiar with each other will tie 75 to 80% of the time due to the limited number of outcomes. I suggest rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. What? It's very simple. Look, scissors cuts paper, paper covers rock. Rock crushes lizard, lizard poisons Spock. Spock smashes scissors, scissors decapitates lizard, lizard eats paper, paper disproves Spock, Spock vaporizes rock, and as it always has, rock crushes scissors.
Okay, I think I got it.
All right, so we can see that was a very funny little explanation of the logic of the game. But in case you didn't quite follow all of that, I will also provide an image within the course that you can reference as well. If we jump back to the code, we can see that from the template, I've actually provided the game logic for us. So I have extrapolated what we just saw in that clip, and I've created 5 objects. So for example, the rock object contains an array called defeats, where it passes in the 2 items that it would defeat in a round. So now that we have our player choice and our computer choice, we are evaluating, does our player choice defeat our computer choice? And if not, that means that the player either ties or loses that round. So with this information, we also want to be able to raise the player score or the computer score. So we're going to add in a global variable for both of those things. Let player score number equals 0 and let computer score number equal 0 as well. All right, now above our check result function, we're going to create another function. This one is going to be called update score. So function update score. And this is going to have a commented out title as well. This one is going to be check result, increase scores, update the result text as well. Okay, so if we scroll down a little bit, what we're going to need to do is pass in the parameter of the player choice when we make the selection in HTML into our update score function. So to do that, we need to pass the parameter here from our select to our check result. And then now our check result is going to take that same parameter, and we're going to then call the update score function and then pass in that player choice as that parameter. And then we'll need to pass it in one last time in the actual update score function as well. So let's just console log this. So we're going to console log our player choice and our computer choice just to make sure that we have access to both of them, because we need to compare them to actually have our game logic work. So let's save that and jump back. And if I select rock, we can see that we have rock and then lizard, and you can see that the computer chose lizard as well. Alrighty. So now we're finally ready to get to the logic. Okay, so we can jump back and start on the logic. So first, a tie is easy because we're just evaluating that the choices are the same. So the player choice is equal to the computer choice. So we'll have an if statement, if player choice equals. That's how we determine if one variable is equal to another. Computer choice, curly brackets, result text dot text content is going to be equal to double quotes this time, because we're going to use a single quote within our string. It's a tie, period. And then a semicolon there at the end. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we finally hit a tie, and we can see that we have updated our result text. Awesome. So that one's also easier because neither score has to go up because nobody won that round. All right. Next, let's jump in to the real logic. So we're going to have an else statement here. So else, meaning that if it's not tied, we're going to have to do some other stuff. So first, we are going to create a constant called choice. And this is going to be equal to the choices object that we had above. And we're going to use square brackets here to pass in the player choice. So we want to target the key of our choices object. You can see that they're all lowercase, just like how we were console logging our choices here. And we're going to use that to select which of the objects we want. So let's go back down. And then we're going to just console log that to make sure we are getting the right object. Console log choice. Save that, jump back, and we're going to click on one. And we can see that we did not tie, and we can see below here that we have an object. So it has a name of rock, which we don't really need to worry about. But we can see, more importantly, it has an array of defeats, and it has the value scissors and lizard. That means that we want to make sure that if the array contains the computer selection, in this case, scissors, then it means that the player won the round. If the computer choice is not contained within the array, it means that either there was a tie or that the computer won the round. So now we have to figure out that logic. First, we're going to jump back and we're going to modify our console. We have our choice, and we want to get to the defeats array. So we're going to go choice.defeats dot, and we want to see if it contains the computer choice. For this, we can use index of, and that is a method on an array. And then we're going to pass in if it has an index of computer choice. So remember, that's in the same format as our object name and our player choice. And we want to see just if the defeats array contains our computer choice. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, and let's select one here. So we can see that we have a value of 1. So in this case, that means that we would win here because rock crushes lizard. So we have a value of 1. Let's click another one. So we have paper. So we know that lizard actually beats paper. And we can see now that we have a value of -1. Let's click another one, -1, 1, 0. Okay, so the reason I wanted to show this is because Spock does crush scissors, So what that means is, if we have a value of 0 or 1, it means that the computer choice is contained within that defeats array, meaning that the player has won. And if it's -1, that means that that choice is not in the defeats array, and it means that the computer won. So we just have to have a logic to say, as long as this value is greater than -1, so it could be 0 or 1, then the player wins that round. So let's go back and implement that. We can leave this console log for now, but we're going to add in another set of if statements. So if, and we can actually copy this here, copy that, bracket, paste, and if that is greater than -1, curly brackets, that means that the player has won. So we want to update the result text dot text content to be equal to you won, semicolon, and we want to also increase the player score number, and we can just have ++ at the end of our variable there. And we also want to update our player score L dot text content to be equal to the player score number, semicolon. Okay, so let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our number went to 1, and we have the text here, you won, at the bottom. And we can see that it's because the value was 0. If we click again, we can see that the value is -1, meaning that we lost, and you can see our value doesn't go up. This text doesn't change, but that's because we have not added the lose functionality yet. But that shows that it is working correctly. It's only going to increase our score when this number is 0 or a value of 1. And you can see here, there was an example where there was no number. That's because we tied. So it didn't go into the else logic to provide a number. All right, that's working. So now let's create the lose functionality. So to do that, we just need to add an else statement here. So meaning that if this is equal to -1, then we are not going to run this code block, and instead we're going to run this code block. So it's going to be similar, result text, text content, equals, but this time it's going to say you lost, and we're going to increment the computer score number this time, ++, semicolon, and then our computer score L dot text content is going to be equal to our computer score number. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that the value is -1. It's changed the text to say you lost, and it's updated the computer's score. If we click another one, same thing, -1, we lost. Computer score is now at 2, and we lost again and again and again. Wow, we are on quite a losing streak. Okay, we finally won one. So you can see it switched back to U1, and we have our 1 to 7 here. All right. That is awesome. So we have finished up the logic for our game. Excellent. In the next one, we're going to add the ability to reset everything and start over. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is to create a function that is going to reset everything and allow the game to be started over. So let's jump back to the code. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the consoles from our previous video. Now that we know our functionality is working correctly, and we can save that. And we can also go back to the HTML, and we want to get rid of this placeholder text because now everything is being populated within our JavaScript. Get rid of that 0, that other 0, and we want to get rid of the result text down here. We are also going to want to add, while we're here, the click event for our reset icon. So right here, after our title, we're going to add the on click, and that is going to be equal to reset all, and then brackets. All right, perfect. Save that. And we can jump back now to our JavaScript to create our reset all function that we have here. All right. So we're going to create this below our reset selected function at the top here because we want to actually call this reset selected function in our reset all function. And we'll comment out a title. This is going to reset our score and player choice / computer choice. And the function is called reset all, brackets, curly brackets, enter. All right, so what we want this function to do is we want it to reset the score for the player and the computer, the number, as well as the text in the UI. So there are two parts of the score. We also want to remove the choice text and the result text, and we want to reset the icon's select CSS class as well. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out how to implement all of that reset functionality. Okay, so welcome back. Hopefully you were able to mostly figure it out, but I will show you how I'm going to go about doing that. So first thing is we are going to reset our player score number. That's going to be equal to 0. And then we're going to reset our computer score number. That'll be equal to 0. And then our player score L.text content will be equal to player score number. So that is going to reset our score in the UI. And I'm going to do a similar thing. Computer score L.text content is going to be equal to computer score number, and then our player choice L.text content is going to be equal to empty string, so single quotes, and same thing for our computer choice L.text content, also going to be equal to empty string, and same thing for our result text.text content, also going to be an empty string, and then lastly, to reset the icons, we're going to call the reset selected function from within our reset all function as well. All right, so that's it for our logic. Let's save it and check it out. Okay, so first thing I'm noticing is, now that we removed the values in our HTML, that this is actually looking a little bit empty. It would be nice if we had a -0 here. So we can play this and see that we have no number actually, because we're not starting out at 0. So we're not going to have a number until we actually win a round. And you see now the 1 pops up. So that's not good. We probably want to just start out with a 0 value. So to accomplish this, we can go back, and we're actually going to call this reset all function when the page is loading. So we'll go to the very bottom here, and we're going to comment out a title on startup set initial values, and then we're going to call our reset all function there. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking better. Everything is starting out at 0. And now if we play the game, we can see that our numbers are going up. And if we click reset, we see that we reset everything to 0, and we hide our result text, and we hide our choices as well. All right, so that's it for our reset functionality. But I think we can make winning a round a little bit more exciting. We will tackle that in the next video. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to add some external code that is going to allow us to drop confetti when the player wins a round and have it stop suddenly if the next round is tied or lost to the computer. So let's get started with finding some code for this. So I'm going to provide a link to this within the course. But you can see that I have found an Confetti.js library. So it creates a configurable, high-performance confetti falling animation using HTML5 canvas and the request animation frame API. So how we're going to use it is we'll need to download the script, and we can use this script to start the confetti. We can use this to stop the confetti. And we also want to be able to destroy the falling confetti with the remove confetti function. Okay, let's go up to the top here, and we can see that there's a button for a demo. If we click on that, it opens in a new tab. We can click start, and we can see for some reason, I guess we're zoomed in maybe too much. Let's zoom back out. All right, so we can see the confetti falling here, and then we can stop the confetti as well. Okay, very cool. And we can actually now download the confetti. You'll see that it is downloaded as a zip file. So we're going to click on this. And specifically, we want to show it in our folder. And we can see that we've automatically unzipped it. So inside of this confetti folder, we can see that we have a JS file and a min.js file. For our purposes, we're just going to right click, and we're going to copy the confetti.js file, and we're going to move it into our project folder. We'll paste that in there, and we can close this and jump back to the code, and we can now open up our confetti.js file, and we're going to modify it a little bit. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to comment out a title here at the top. This is our confetti.js, and it is downloaded from, and we'll jump back and copy this, and we can close this window now, and we're going to paste that there. All right, cool. So we have our confetti.js file here. You can see that we have some parameters that can be changed. We will get to that once we have it set up. But first, let's have a look down here. So we have something in here called an immediately invoked function expression. So this means that it is starting out with a function that can then call a series of other functions, but none of these functions within here are actually globally available, but we want them to be globally available because we just want to call these functions directly. So in order to accomplish that, we're going to delete this line here, and then at the very bottom, we are going to delete this last line as well. And then we can just highlight everything here, and we're just going to do Shift-Tab to make it move over to the very left side to show that all of these functions are now able to be called globally. So we can save that, and now we're going to copy everything, and we're going to paste this into the bottom of our script.js file. So we're just doing this for testing purposes. We are going to have a better implementation in the end. And what we want to do now at the very bottom is we want to test to make sure it's working. So we're going to call the start confetti function. You see it auto-completed that for me there. And we'll add a semicolon. And we can now save that and check it out. Okay, so awesome. That is working. We can see that we have our confetti falling. Perfect. We can actually close the console and we see now it's actually going to fall a little bit more evenly on the whole page. All right, excellent. So now we can actually go back and adjust the settings for our confetti. So if we scroll back up to the top here, where all our comments are, you see that there's a couple things that will make a big difference. So the first one is max count. So this is the maximum amount of pieces of confetti we can have at once. Just for fun, let's make it 5,000, a really crazy big number. So let's save that. And we can see that is very ridiculous. That is way too much confetti. You really cannot even see what is happening. Keep in mind also, the more confetti you have, the more graphical resources are required on the user's device. So if someone has an older computer, this might not run very smoothly at all. So let's jump back and change that. Instead of 150, let's actually make it 100. Save, come back. Okay, so that's a lot more reasonable. All right. So I think that's good. And you know what? I want them to fall a little bit faster though. So the other value I'm going to change is the speed value. So I'm going to change this from 2 up to 10. So this is the two main things that are able to be changed to make a real difference. So now you can see the confetti's falling a little bit faster. All right, cool. So I'd say that's looking pretty good. Feel free to adjust it as you like. You know what? I actually will slow it down. Let's go with like 5. I think that's a good speed. All right, perfect. Okay. So we know that the functions that we want to call within our script are the start confetti function, the stop confetti function, and the remove confetti function. Now we have to figure out where we're going to place them. So we're going to start by scrolling to the very bottom, and we're going to remove this function because we don't want it to start as we're loading the page. And we're going to go up and figure out where we actually want to place that. So back in our actual code, we want the confetti to start falling when the player has won a round. So we're going to add this right above our U1 text here. Again, you can see it's auto-completing. Start confetti, brackets, and then semicolon. Okay, so we're going to save that and check it out. So we see we have no confetti, but you see we won that round. We have a U1, and then we're launching the confetti. If we click on another one again, and you can see now this time we lost, but the confetti is still going. So of course we need to place our stop confetti. I would challenge you to pause here and see if you can figure out where we should place our stop confetti function. Okay, so now I hope you figured it out, but I'm going to show you where I would place the stop confetti function. So if we go back, I am going to place it in our reset selected function here. So this is called every time a player selects a new icon. So we're going to add in stop confetti, bracket, semicolon, save, jump back, and now, so you see that we've won, but now if we won again. Okay, now if we lose, we can see that the confetti stopped, but it didn't stop right away. It kept going just a little bit longer. I wanted to just stop and be removed instantly. So we are going to use the remove confetti function to cause that as well. So we're just going to add that below our stop confetti function. Again, we can auto-complete that, brackets, and then semicolon there. And save that, and jump back and check. Okay, so we won one, and now we lost, and we can see that the confetti instantly disappears. Okay, so that's very good. Now let's say that I won 2 in a row, which just happened. You see that the confetti restarted there, which gave it a bit more of a distinct, you see it did it again, bit more of a distinct impression that I've actually won that round. All right, yeah, another example there. Okay, perfect. So I think that that's pretty much it for our core functionality, but I think that we can do better than just pasting someone's code in the bottom of our script.js file. So in the next video, we're going to learn how we can refactor our code and learn how to implement modules in vanilla JavaScript. So we'll get to that in the next video. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to refactor our code to have the confetti logic be accessed outside of our script.js file using JavaScript modules. So first, I'm going to start out explaining a little bit about JavaScript modules and why we would want to use them. So I'm going to provide a link to this resource within the course, but we'll just go through a brief background on modules. So JavaScript programs started out very small, but as the years went on, the complexity of these applications increased more and more, and eventually JavaScript began being used in other contexts, Node.js, for example, so using JavaScript for backend server logic and things like that. And it therefore made sense in recent years to start thinking about splitting JavaScript programs up into separate modules that can be imported when needed. So Node.js, for example, has had this ability for a long time to import different modules within its code base. And if you're familiar with React or Angular, you might already know that that uses modules in order to separate out functionality and allow for reusability of modules over and over again within the same project. So you can see that there are some other examples here, CommonJS, AMD-based module systems like Require.js, and most recently Webpack and Babel. The good news is that now modern browsers have started to support this module functionality natively. That is what this article is about. So essentially what that means is it allows us to use libraries to do client-side processing. So in our case, we're using a JS library for our confetti animation. And because it is now supported in the browser, it means that just using vanilla JavaScript, we can use modules within our project. If we go down, we can see that there is browser support specifically for the import and export statements, which we'll get to in a moment. It's supported in every major browser except for Internet Explorer, but most often people don't really worry as much about supporting Internet Explorer because it's not very widely used. And if we scroll down, we can see an example of a module and how it would be used. So we have a basic example here. We have our main.js. So for us, that would be our script.js. And in their case, they have two separate modules, the Canvas.js module and the Square.js module. And we can see that the Canvas.js contains functions related to setting up the canvas, and the Square.js contains a constant called name, etc., etc. In our case, our Confetti.js module is containing the functions that we are going to be calling from our script.js, as well as the values that will set the parameters of the confetti itself. So we change the maximum count of confetti and the speed. So it's containing both of those things. If we go down, we don't have to worry about this. We're going to leave it as a .js file. We're going to look at exporting and importing next. So in the module that you want to use, a more convenient way of exporting all the items you want to export is to use a single export statement at the end of a module file, followed by a comma-separated list of things we want to export. So what that means for us is that in our confetti.js file, at the very bottom, we're going to have an export statement, and we're going to pass in the 3 functions that we're calling: start confetti, stop confetti, and remove confetti. So let's jump back and deal with that now, and then we'll come back to our explanation. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to copy all this, because we did modify it a little bit. We're going to cut that, and we can backspace that, and we're going to go over here, and everything's selected already. We're going to just paste that back in, and you can see that our values have been updated here, and we can save both of these. And then at the very bottom, we're going to add in the export statement. So you see it's changed color, export. It's going to change color again when I have a curly bracket. So now it's purple. And we want to export, as I said, our start confetti. See, it can autocomplete if I press enter, stop confetti, and remove confetti. And then we'll have a semicolon at the end. Okay, we can save that. And we'll jump back to our explanation. And then the next thing we'll need to do once we've exported from our module, so from our confetti.js, we need to now import into our script.js file. So we can see that the format is very similar. We have an import statement, and then we're going to pass in the 3 functions that we want. But this time we need to also specify where it's coming from. So we'll actually point to the file itself. Okay, so let's take care of that. In our script.js, at the very top here, we're going to have a space, and we're going to type import, curly brackets, start confetti, stop confetti, and remove confetti. And we want this from, and we use single quotes, period, slash, and we can see it auto-completes for us. And we're just going to explicitly type .js just to show exactly where that's coming from. And we can save that and jump back to our explanation. And if we go down, we need to figure out how to actually apply the module in our HTML. We need to apply this to the script. So all we need to do is include type equals module in the script element. So in our case, we're going to declare this on our script.js element. We're just going to add the type of module. So let's jump back to our code, and we're going to take care of that. We're just going to add in the type, press enter, and this is going to be a type of module. And we can save that. That should be more or less what we need to tackle this. So let's go back to our script.js file and see if we can call our start confetti function. So we'll go back down to the bottom here, and we'll call our start confetti function as the page loads. So let's save that and see if it's working. Okay, so if we inspect, go to our console, let's refresh the page. Okay, so we can see that it is working. All right, excellent. So we have successfully hooked up our confetti as a module within our script.js. So we've been able to externalize that confetti library and just import it into our script.js file. Excellent. So let's remove this and save it. And let's go back and try to actually select an icon. Okay, we're seeing here that we have an error. So it says select is not defined at HTML element on click. Let's go back to our documentation and see here if we missed something. So let's scroll down. Okay, so other differences between modules and standard scripts. If we see down here, last but not least, the module features are imported into the scope of a single script, and therefore they aren't available in the global scope. You'll only be able to access imported features in the script they are imported into, and you won't be able to access them anywhere else. So you will get syntax errors shown in the DevTools. Okay, so that's exactly what is happening for us. What this means for us is, normally, in our script.js file, this would share a global scope with everything in our HTML, and that's why it was working before. But once we switched our index HTML to type module, it meant that now this became self-contained. Our script.js is more self-contained, and we are trying to now call a function from our confetti.js file, but we can only call it in our script.js file. That's why it worked when we just explicitly called our start confetti function. But that's why our onClick select did not work, because this is no longer a function recognized in the global scope. It is a function that only exists in the script.js scope. So we're going to need to fix that. We want to make sure that the two functions we're calling, our select function and our reset function, are available in the global scope. So in order to do that, we can actually just add a line after each function. So we have our select function here, and right below it, what we're going to do is we're just going to type window, which is the absolute parent of the entire browser window. This is actually even above document and above console. And we are going to have to set a select function. So we'll just type window.select is equal to select. So we are passing our select function into our window parent so that we can call it now from our index.html. And we're going to do the same thing with our reset function. And at the top here, our reset all function, I should say. So we're just going to do window.resetAll equals reset all, semicolon, and we can save that now and check it out. So you see, now everything's working. We have no errors, and you can see when we win, we get our confetti. Alrighty. So that's it. We have everything working. So we've successfully refactored our project to use modules in vanilla JavaScript in order to separate our confetti function out. That is very cool. So the benefit of this, of course, is that in any other project, you can now import this same confetti.js file in your script by making your script.js a type of module, and then, of course, importing it into your JS file, and keeping in mind that any functions that are going to be called from your index.html will need to be reassigned to the window parent in order to be accessible in your index.html. I hope that that was clear, and I hope you can now see the benefit of using modules. It allows your code to be much more clean. And yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun making this game. And that's it for this project. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Welcome back. Let's have a look at the code and talk about an important thing we saw with ES6 modules. Now, the interesting thing that you might have seen is that we just have our script tag that is now type module. And then that script tag is now able to use the import statement, which is a new ES6 feature that we're able to use because we use that type module. And within it, we're able to import whatever we wanted from confetti.js. Now, I've added a few things here to talk about this point. I've added a console log here on line 2 in confetti.js just to let us know when the reading of this file happens. This file stays the same, nothing changes. And then the other thing is this right here. How come we didn't add a script tag over here with type module again? Because remember, with confetti.js, we're using all the way at the bottom the export statement so we can use this. Why didn't we just do that? Import both files, type module, and run them like that. Would that still work? Well, let's have a look. If I refresh the page, yep, it still works. Our confetti, yep, still works as expected. And the reading only happened once. But you may have noticed something here. Did you notice that we were able to load the script confetti file after the script.js, even though script.js uses confetti.js unlike previously, where we had to make sure that the script order was correct before we had modules. Remember, we had to load the scripts in order so that if script.js used confetti.js, then we need to upload that before it. But with modules, that's not how things work. You see, I can move this around and it doesn't really matter. Even if this goes on top and I refresh, nothing changes. If I go to the network tab, you'll see I have confetti.js and script.js because I've selected only the JavaScript files to display. And this is an important thing to remember with modules. Now that we have ES6 modules, we don't need to worry about the order of things, having multiple script files like we used to, which gets overly complex. Instead, we don't even need this piece because we just need to provide the entry point. The whole point of a module is for the browser to know what the entry point is. That is, hey, this is the first file in a series of potential modules that we need to know. I just need you to go into this file and the rest will just tell you everything. What we need, this file is going to provide. So the good practice here is when you're using modules, you usually have just one single entry file. And this one single entry file is going to tell us what we need. So right away, we see that we need to import confetti.js. So the browser goes and grabs confetti.js. Goes through confetti.js. Does it import anything? Does it need anything? Nope. Then keeps going, and sees the export. It says, okay, I'm exporting this stuff. So it creates this dependency tree, this dependency graph by itself. So us adding a script tag at the beginning doesn't really do anything. And that is why when we go to our console, it's only reading the file once. It's not reading it twice. It's not reading it here when it loads, and then when the script.js gets run, it runs it again. So the important thing to remember is, again, this idea of an entry file. We just need to provide it an entry file, and then everything else that we need, we just specify it accordingly. So it makes our code a lot cleaner. It's a lot easier for us to only use parts of the code that we need. For example, confetti.js comes with a lot of things, but we only need these three methods or functions. So let's just import those. We're being explicit. We're making our code easier to understand because now we know what our code does, what our code needs from different modules. Now, why is this exciting? Well, because now we have the potential to do some really interesting things. For example, because now we understand modules from a single file, we're able to understand exactly all the things that our program needs. This is where things like bundlers come in, or module bundlers. Things like Webpack, Rollup, Parcel.js. What they do is understand this import-export syntax and bundle or combine our code appropriately. For example, one of the things that we can do now is, what if we don't need all the things that confetti.js offers? For example, we might not need toggle confetti or is confetti paused. Maybe there's things in this JavaScript file that we downloaded from somewhere else that we don't really need. So bundlers, what they do is they're able to analyze our code and do things like tree shaking. Tree shaking is essentially saying, hey, I only need this, this, and this from confetti.js. Go have a look at these functions, see what they need, and anything else in here that we don't need, just remove it. So a bundler is able to, once again, use this information, bundle all our code, eliminate all the code that we aren't using things like tree shaking, so that when we say script.js type module, we could potentially just use the code that we actually need, not just everything like we had before where we had to load confetti.js, load script.js. So it opens up a huge world of possibilities for us. So what you'll see a lot of these days is to just have a single entry file. You might not even need the type module because you can use something like a bundler to bundle your code, the code that you wrote using import and exports, to put it all into one file or several files based on what you need. And it outputs the optimum script tags that you need for your index.html. But hopefully with this section, you now understand the power of modules and how nice it makes things for us developers, as well as things like bundlers to improve our code and our website performance. Now, I also want to show you one more thing. And if we go to the MDN web docs for JavaScript modules, there's an area for dynamic imports and dynamic module loading. Now, this is available with the latest version of Chrome, so make sure you're using that. But there's some interesting things that we can do now. You see, now we can import things dynamically. And what that means is we import, let's say, the confetti file only when we need it. So for example, if we go back to our game, let's refresh, we're loading up the script.js and the confetti.js, but this confetti is not really being used, is it? I mean, we only use this when a person wins the game. So the first couple of seconds of the user playing with the game, we didn't even need the confetti.js, but we still loaded it. Well, with dynamic imports, we can do something interesting. We can add an import statement not at the top, but anywhere we want inside of the code. So let me just copy and paste this and show you what I mean. If I go back to script.js, see at the top here how we do the import? Let's comment that out. And let's just work with start confetti. Now, if I go to where start confetti is, let's find that out. It's right here. So we're starting the confetti when we win. But because we're no longer importing at the top, if we just run this code the way it is and I refresh, I'm going to get an error because, well, stop confetti does not exist or start confetti does not exist. So we're just going to keep getting errors. So for now, just to keep things clean, I'm going to remove the stop confetti. Where is that? Let's see. Stop confetti and remove confetti. So we're just going to focus on the start confetti. All right, so let's go back to start confetti and let's do the dynamic import. So I'm going to copy and paste. And we see that we have an import statement with the location of our file. In our case, it'll be confetti.js. And then we're using promises here. So it's a .then that gives us a module, which is the confetti module. And then we can do something within the module. So in here, this module is going to give us start confetti. So I can copy and paste this code and move it up here, just like that. And now we can use start confetti by saying module.startConfetti. Now let's see if this works. I'm going to save. Let me close this and refresh the page. Oh, confetti.js failed to resolve module specifier. Let me have a look here. So we want to make sure we do a file path here, just like that. So current directory confetti.js. If I save and refresh, there you go. That is working. Now the confetti isn't stopping because we've removed the stop and remove confetti function, but it's working. But the most exciting part is right here. If I refresh this page, you'll see that only the script file gets loaded. You can ignore this file. This is actually a Chrome extension that I'm using, but you can see that only the script file gets loaded. And only when I need the confetti.js, does it actually get loaded? How cool is that? So by using dynamic imports, we can actually delay the downloading and parsing of JavaScript files until we actually need them. So you can start strategically placing JavaScript modules around so that they only get used when we actually need them, instead of just letting the user's computer do all this work, delaying the user's interaction, delaying pages being displayed to the user. We can dynamically import things and save potentially seconds from the experience of our users. Now, the way I showed you this might not be the best way to go about it, because if we comment out, where is it? Stop confetti. If we comment this out, we are going to get an error because this has to be dynamically imported as well, because we need to get module.stopConfetti. So this was just a demonstration to show you that in some cases, for some JavaScript code, you might want to dynamically import your modules to thus improve performance and only load the JavaScript that you need. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome to the project. In this one, we're going to be incorporating the NASA API to get random astronomy pictures of the day. You can see that the results are formatted into cards with an image, title, add to favorites, description, date, and copyright information. And we have several results here, 10 to be exact. If we click on an image, we can see that we can view the full resolution version of that image in a new tab. If we close that, we also have the ability to add images to our favorites page. This is accomplished using local storage. If we click here, we see that we have a little pop-up that notifies us that we've added that to favorites. We can add another one here. If we click it again, however, nothing happens because it's already added to our favorites object. We can then navigate to our favorites page and see the three images that we saved here. We also have the option to remove a favorite, and the page reloads from the top of the page. We have the option then to go back to our main page. You can see we had our loading animation there briefly. We can also scroll down the page and press load more, and it will scroll back up to the top of the page with 10 fresh images. These images are also lazy loaded in order to improve performance. It will only load an image when it comes close to being scrolled to. Very cool. Lastly, this project is also mobile responsive. If we open up our DevTools, we can see that it looks great in this view as well. All right, so that's it for the project. There's a lot of functionality packed into this one. Let's get started. Alrighty, so before we get to the project itself, we're going to start with creating a custom loading animation using Loaf. I will provide a link to this within the course. This is going to be a program that you're going to need to download. You can download it for Mac or for Windows. You can see here what it looks like. This will allow us to create custom loading animations and be able to change the color, the size, and the speed. The great thing about this is that it is high performance as it's using animated SVGs. The free version has 74 options, which should also be enough for most people's needs. We're going to start by downloading the application, in my case, on Mac. Once the download is complete, we'll click on the setup file, drag it over to our applications. The process is, of course, slightly different on Windows. We can close this now and use Command Spacebar to track down our Loaf application, and we want to launch it. Okay, so we're finally in the application. We can see that we start out with a 3D printing animation here. I want something specific to our NASA API, so I'm going to search rocket, and I can see that there are 3 results. We have access to the first one. It has a green dot. That means it's free. So that's the one we're going to go with, Rocket 1. I do want to change this up a little bit. I'm going to leave the size as it is, but I think that the stroke could be a little bit more defined, so we doubled that to 4 pixels. The duration looks good to me, but if you wanted to slow it down, you could. You see that's a lot slower. We'll set that back to 0.2 like it was. I also want to change the stroke color. I want it to be a nice kind of bright red, so something like that. You can, of course, make any animation you want to, but for the purposes of this project, that is exactly what I'm looking for. The last thing we want to do is save our SVG so that it can be used in our project. I'm going to change the name just to simplify it to just be rocket.svg, and I'm going to save it to my desktop. Okay, so we're done now with our Loaf application. It's time to get started and incorporate it into our project. There will be a special template file for this project within the course. You'll need to download it and unzip it, and then you'll be at where I'm at now. I'm going to then rename just to show that I'm working on it. Delete the template part of the file name. Then we're going to copy our rocket.svg file into our folder and open it in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so we can see we have our 3 files open here. There is some CSS provided already, and we have our index.html here. We can see that we have our title already in place, and our favicon is actually pointed this time to the NASA website so that we have the NASA favicon. Let's go ahead and launch the project. Alrighty, so we can see that we have the title here and our NASA favicon. Very cool. Let's now add our loader to the project. First, in our HTML, we'll need to add it in. We'll start with commenting out a title for our loader. Then we'll create a div. We can do this with a shortcut of just typing in the class that we're going to assign to the div. So I can type period loader is going to be the name of the class, and I can press enter, and you can see it creates a div with the class loader. Inside of that, we're going to use an image element for our SVG. So I will type img and press enter. That also autocompletes for us. The source will be our rocket.svg. You see, as soon as I started typing, it automatically populated the name because it's in the same folder as our index.html file. We will also add an alt description. We can now save this and check it out. Awesome, we have our loading animation in our project. Next, though, we want our loader div to act as an overlay that will cover everything up, so the entire screen width and height, with the loader image centered in the very middle. We'll need to add some styling in order to accomplish this. Back in our style CSS, again, you can see we already have some CSS here. Specifically, our background is already the color of white smoke, which is just a subtle off-white color. We will add in our loading CSS right here. We're going to give it the same background color as our body. So background is going to be white smoke. We want the height of this div to be 100 viewport height, so the entire height of the screen, no matter what it is. And same for width, we want 100 viewport width, so 100% of the width of the screen. Then we're going to use display flex, justify content center, and align items center in order to have our image be in the center of our page. Let's save that and check it out. All right, perfect. So it's centered right there in the middle of the page. All we need to do now is show and hide it. Normally, I would use a hidden attribute in the HTML, something like this. We can save that and check, but you can see that this doesn't work. This is because we are using display flex, and we'll need to explicitly change that display value to be none. So we'll need to have a hidden CSS class instead. We can remove this hidden, adding in our hidden class here. Then in our CSS, we'll go to the very bottom, right above our media query, to add our hidden class here, just in case we use it on any other elements. This will just be display none. So because it's at the end, it will override the display flex on our loader div. So let's save both of these and check it out now. Perfect. So our loader is now hidden. Later in the JavaScript, we will target that element and add or remove that hidden CSS class as needed. But for now, that's it for incorporating an animated loader. In the next one, we're going to start building out our UI. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Welcome back. The goal of this video will be to build our navigation UI. We don't have different pages, but it will appear that way to the user. We ultimately want two separate navigation menus based on whether the user is on the main results page or on the favorites page. We also want this navigation to be fixed at the top, as well as being the top layer, so that it is always accessible as the user scrolls through the images. Let's start in the HTML. We will start out with a container div that is going to hold everything, our navigation and our images container, which we will make later on. We want this to be outside of our loader div. So below that, we'll comment out a title for our container. Then we'll create a div with the class container using our abbreviation. So period container, press enter to create the div. Inside of this, we're going to comment out a title for our navigation. We're going to create a navigation container div now. So period navigation dash container, press enter. Inside of this, we are going to use a span for the background of our navigation. This is going to allow us to scroll through without seeing the pictures beneath the text layer of our navigation. I'll explain this more when we get to it. So to create this span, we'll type out span.background to create a span with the class background. We'll just leave it like that. Below this, we'll comment out a title for our first type of navigation, which will be our results nav. Then we're going to create another span in this. The reason I'm using spans and not divs is because spans don't take up any space. And instead of using buttons for our navigation, we're going to be using H3 elements, which are text elements, so they can be inside of a span. This span is going to have the class of navigation-items. We're also going to give it an ID. So we can do hashtag at the end of this, results, capital N, nav, so results nav, and then press enter. And you can see I have a span with the class and ID. Next, inside of this, we'll start with our H3s. So our first one here, H3, we want to give it a class of clickable. Press enter. This is going to be for our favorites. Then we want an H3 that's just going to have a bullet point and some spacing. So the way that we can get spacing to happen, this is essentially adding padding in within our HTML, is to use something called non-breakable space. So if I were to just put in space, space, space in my HTML, when it's presented on the page, it actually is going to remove all of those spaces. In order to avoid that, we can actually use this and NBSP. You can see that it is filling this out for me. And then there's a semicolon there at the end. You can see now that it has turned blue. So this is going to allow us to have a space that does not get removed when the page is created. We want to copy this a couple times. So I'm going to use 6 in total. And in the middle, I want to add a bullet point that is going to separate my favorites from my other link, which I'll just create this first. By copying that, is going to say load more. In order to get this bullet point, I can actually go back to my browser, and I'm just going to Google bullet point symbol. You can see that we have this symbol here. I can highlight it and copy it and jump back and paste it in there, and we have a bullet point in there. Very cool. Let's continue on. Outside of our results nav, we also want a favorites nav. So this will show up when we're on our favorites page. Similarly, we're going to have another span with the same navigation-items class and hashtag favorites capital N nav to show that it is different. Then we'll have the same h3.clickable. And this text will say, load more NASA images. For now, I'm going to hide this favorites navigation. That's how it will be when the page first loads, by simply adding the hidden class that we have here as well. We need to do this because our navigation items is also using display flex, just like our loader was. So we can save this and jump over to our CSS. If we scroll back up, we can see that we have some navigation styling here already. As I said, we wanted our main navigation container to be fixed position. We're providing a top of 0 so that it is fixed to the top. Our navigation items, which are on both our favorites nav and results nav, is using display flex, as I said. That's why we need to use the hidden class again. We can see here that we have the style for our background span. It's the same color as our body, also fixed position, this time anchored to the right side so that our width 100% starts from the right corner and goes to the left corner. We have a height of 60 pixels, just to make sure that we're covering enough space to allow our navigation text to have some padding on the top and bottom. All right, so that's what we have so far. Let's see how that all looks. Okay, so we can't see anything here, but if we inspect the page, we can see that our loader is hidden. That's good. We can see that we have a background here. So it's there. And we can see that our navigation items are there as well. So the problem is that our background is on top. If we were to get rid of this, we can see that we do in fact have our navigation items right there. They were just beneath our background span. So we can actually fix this by adding a z-index value. This is responsible for how the layers are stacked on the page. By default, every element has a z-index value of 1. In this case, we want the background to be below the nav items, so we're going to give this a z-index value of -1. That also reminds me that our loader needs to have its own z-index value that is above everything else, and we also want it to be position fixed so that no matter where we are on the page, we're going to see the loader when it pops up. So I'm going to add position fixed and a z-index value of 10. We will check this out a little bit later. For now, let's save our CSS file and check out our navigation. Okay, so we can see now that that is working correctly. If we refresh the page, we can see that we have our background span here still, but it is now below our navigation items. Awesome. Next, we want to make these feel more clickable and less like text, because right now they just look like text to me. So we're going to use the clickable class to accomplish this. Let's jump back to our CSS. Right below our background CSS class, we're going to add values to our clickable class. We will start with giving it a color. I'm going to choose Dodger Blue, but you can choose whatever color you would like. We're also going to give it a cursor pointer. You can see it's highlighted here. If I press Tab and Tab again, it automatically adds that for me. This will give us the hand icon that you would normally see on a button as we hover over our clickable H3 element. Lastly, we're going to add in a user select none. You can see it already came up here again as well. I'll just press Enter and right arrow. So this will disable the user from being able to select it like they would with normal text. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see we can no longer select the text, and when we hover over, our cursor changes. But I think we can make it a little more obvious that this is something that can be clicked by changing the color when the user hovers over. We'll jump back to the code to take care of that. We will use clickable and then colon to add the hover pseudo class. This will change the styling when this element is hovered over. I personally am just going to change the color, but you could actually change any property you wanted to. I'm going to paste this in here and then drag my mouse over the color, and I'm just going to use the color picker within Visual Studio to make it just a little bit darker. You can see that we have our original color there and our new color there. I think it can be a little, I think that's good there. Okay, cool. So let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so now when I hover over, we can see that the color changes. So it's very obvious, I think, that it's something that can be clicked on. Awesome. One last thing, we just want to check that our other navigation is looking good as well. So in our Explorer here, we can remove this class of hidden, and we can add that class back to our other one here. And we can see now that we have our other navigation, which is following in the same styling as our previous one. Awesome. That looks great. If we refresh the page, you see it goes back to normal. So we've finished with our navigation UI. In the next one, we're going to tackle the rest of our UI. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. So, the goal of this video is to finish the UI, including our cards as well as our save confirmation message that we will trigger. In the HTML, we'll start with the easier one first. We're going to add a div outside of our container div because it will be fixed position. We'll comment out a title, save, confirmation. You can scroll down a bit. We'll start with adding a div, so dot with the class save-confirmed, press enter, and then inside of that, we're simply going to have an h1, press enter to create that element, and then inside, we'll type added in all caps, plus an exclamation mark. We can save that, and if we jump over to the CSS and scroll down, we can see that we already have our styling in place here. It's going to be fixed position towards the bottom right. There's some box shadow and border radius to make it look modern, and a white background which will stand out compared to the background color white smoke that we have on everything else. So let's check that out. Okay, that's looking good. You can see that it stands out the white compared to the white smoke. We have our rounded corners and our border radius. I think that's looking pretty awesome. Now, let's get to the much bigger task of creating our main cards here. We'll go back to our HTML, and right at the bottom of our container, outside of our navigation container div, we're going to comment out another title. This is going to be for our images container. Scroll down a bit. Inside of this, we're going to create a div with the class of images-container. So period images-container, press enter. That'll create the div for us. And we can scroll down here. Based on the introduction video, you should have a good idea of the elements that we want to have in our card. So to start out with, we're going to create a div for an individual card. Eventually, all of this is going to be done in JavaScript, but we're going to do it all in HTML just to figure out our CSS. First thing, we're going to create a div to wrap our individual card. So dot card to give a div with the class card. Inside of this, the first thing is going to be our image, but we want to wrap that image in an anchor tag so that the user can click on that and go to the full resolution version of the image. So we will type A, press enter. We'll leave the href blank for now because, again, we'll be building that within JavaScript. We do want it to have a title to show that it can be clicked on, and this will say view full image. And we also want to add a target of _blank so that it opens in a new tab. We'll press enter here, and inside of our anchor tag is where we're going to create our image. So we'll have img. We're going to give this a class, so dot card-image-top. Press enter. We'll leave the source blank for now. The alt will be NASA picture of the day. That's going to be important because we actually won't have an image at all, so all we'll see is our alt tag for now. We'll deal with that afterwards. Next, we're going to create a div for the card-body. So this is going to wrap everything else and give it some padding. First, we're going to have our card title. We're going to use an h5.card-title. This is going to be the title of image. Below that, we're going to have a p element with the class of clickable. Press enter. This is going to be our add to favorites link that we can click on. Below that, we're going to have another p element with the class this time of card-text. For now, we can add lorem text just to fill this out. So lorem, and then press tab, will give you some placeholder text. I'm going to now use Alt-Z to word wrap it so that we can see everything. I can also add another round of lorem just by typing lorem and pressing tab again, just to make it a little bit longer, like it will be from our API. We'll press enter here to have some spacing. And below this p element, we're going to have our footer at the bottom. This is going to be for our date and our copyright info. We can actually use an element called small in order to have a automatically smaller text element. We'll also give this a class of text-muted in order to change the font color. Inside of this, we're going to use an element called strong. This is kind of a way in HTML to specify that something should be bold. So we'll do that for the date. Then below that, we'll just have a span that will include our copyright info. Okay, so we can save that and check it out. All right, so I'd say that is a pretty good start. Our text is looking good. If we go back actually quickly into our CSS, we can see that we have set a font size of 1 rem, and we've also modified the line height. And I've just added a default font of Verdana that's included on this machine. Let's jump back. Okay, other than that, we can see as we hover over that our box shadow actually gets bigger. You can see at the bottom here. So that's a nice little touch. We have our rounded corners. The box shadow makes it look like it's floating on the page. Our title looks good. If we hover over this, it gets darker, just like our links up here. It's the same class. The only thing that is not working is we don't have an image here. So let's take care of that next. I'll provide this link within the course. This is essentially just returning a value from the NASA API without having to actually set it up. And in this case, I'm going to copy the high def version of the image. So this is the HD URL value. I'm going to copy that, and we can close this tab for now, jump back to the project, and paste it in the image source. We can save that now and check it out. Okay, so we can see that image is huge, and it definitely broke our layout here. So let's try to fix that. If we jump back to our code, into our style CSS, we can see that we already had a bunch of the styling for our images container and our card and everything else as well. But we'll need to actually style our images container and give it a specific pixel value for its width. So we only want this to be 800 pixels wide. We don't want it to be any wider than that. We will also need to style the image itself. So if we go down below here, we want to style our card img-top specifically with a width of 100%. So that means it's going to fill the container that it's in. And because we have set the width of the parent container, it will fill that container 100%. We're also going to give it a height of auto as well. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking a whole lot better. It is fitting very nicely there. But you can see that we've lost our rounded corners because of our image. That means we're actually going to have to round the corners on the image itself. We can accomplish this by adding in to our card image top class a border dash radius value. This time we only want the top left and top right to have a border radius. So we can do that by typing out 5 pixels, 0, and 0. So this is for the top left, the top right, the bottom left, and the bottom right. We want those to still not be rounded because they're in the middle of the card. So we can save that and check it out. All right, perfect. So these corners are rounded here, and you can see that these ones are not at the bottom. Excellent. Okay, so let's check out the mobile view next. We'll right-click, inspect, open our mobile view here. Okay, so we can see that that is not looking too good either. This is because our images container has a width of 800 pixels, but you can see that the width of this screen is only 411. So we'll need to fix that in our mobile responsive media query. At the very bottom, you can see that I've already added a media query here for you in order to save some time. Below our body media query, we're going to target our .images-container, and we're going to change the width from that hard pixel value of 800 pixels to be 100%. You can see that the max width here is 800 pixels because any screen less than 800 pixels, our image container would not fit. So that is why we've set that as the breaking point instead of the traditional 600 pixels. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. All right, so that's looking way better. Everything is fitting in the page now. We even have a 10 pixel margin on the left and right. That is included in our card CSS. Awesome. One thing I think we could fix though here at the bottom, our confirmation message is a little too far out into the page. I want it to be balanced in the bottom and right in this instance. So we can jump back and change that. If we scroll up a little bit, we can see our save confirm styling here. It has a bottom of 25 pixels and a right of 50 pixels, we want the right now to also match the bottom and be 25 pixels. So below this, we can actually delete these lines here. And at the very bottom, we'll add in our save-confirmed, scroll down a little bit, and we'll just change the right value to be 25 pixels instead. So let's save that, check it out. Okay, perfect. So we can see now that this is looking a lot more balanced. Excellent. The one other thing you might have noticed is the text. So the text on desktop is left aligned, which looks fine, but to me, this looks a little bit off on a mobile view. Most people would center the text on mobile, and you can do that if you want to, but I actually think that justified text looks a little bit better. So if we jump back, we can see that we've also modified the line height to be smaller and the font size to be 10% smaller as well. And in here, we'll use text-align justify as our value. Let's save that, check it out. Okay, so I personally like the look of that. It makes it so that the text stretches to the left and right and has some spaces in the middle instead of having the spaces at the ends of the line. All right, so I would say that that's pretty much it for our UI. It's looking great on both mobile and desktop views. We can actually hide our save confirmation bubble now that we are finished styling it. So back in the HTML, we will just add the hidden attribute to this element, save that, check it out. Okay, perfect. We can also confirm now that as we scroll, our navigation remains fixed at the top and on the top layer. All right, excellent. That's it for our UI. In the next one, we're going to start on our functionality, beginning with an introduction to the NASA API. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. In this video, we're going to familiarize ourselves with the NASA API and set up a fetch request to pull data from that API. The first thing we're going to do is jump over to the NASA API website. I will provide a link to this within the course. If we scroll down, we can see that the first thing they're suggesting is to sign up for an API key, which you can do if you want to, but in this case, it's actually not necessary. If we scroll down, we can see that we do not need to authenticate in order to use the NASA data. The difference is, if you sign up for an API key, you're going to have an hourly limit of 1,000 requests per hour. But you also have the option of using demo_key as the API key instead, which has an hourly limit of 30 requests per IP address per hour, and a daily limit of 50 requests per IP address per day. For our purposes, that is good enough for development, and we can avoid signing up and sharing a confidential API key on GitHub. So that's what I'm going to stick with in this project. If we go down to the bottom, we can see that there are a number of different APIs to choose from. We have such things as Mars rover photos, which you can see there's lots of different types of photos we can have from the Mars rover. And there's a lot of other options here as well. I would say another alternative to this project would be to do something with Mars rover photos, which would be very cool. If you end up doing a different project with a different NASA API, definitely share it within the course, and I'll share it with everyone else as well. For our purposes, we are going to focus on the APOD API, which is Astronomy Picture of the Day. If we click on this, we can see that this is one of the most popular websites at NASA, and I believe it's been around since the late 1990s. If we click on it, we can actually go to their website for Picture of the Day. You can see it actually has the picture we were using as our sample picture here in our project. And we can see that the styling is not amazing. I think that our styling is a little bit better on our page, but we're going to have a similar functionality, except that we're also going to have multiple pictures per page that we can scroll through instead of having just one per page like they have on the official site. Okay, so let's jump back and explore the Apod API in a little bit more detail. You can see we have an example image here. It shows us the HTTP request that can be made. So it's a GET request. In our case, we're going to use a fetch method to call this API URL. You can see in the example query that we will need to pass in a query parameter of the API key. In our case, we're just going to use the demo key. And I also happen to know that we can pass in a query parameter of count in order to return a certain number of items. So let's take care of that. We can actually copy this example query here and jump back to our code and get it all set up. We're done with this page for now. We can close that, jump back, and in our script.js file, we'll have a few empty lines here that we'll use later. We'll comment out a title for the NASA API. We're going to have a constant API URL, capital U, equals, and we're going to make this a template string because we're going to paste in variables for our API key and our count numbers so that they can be changed easily. So we'll paste that in there. And above this, we'll create two other constants. First, one for our API key equals, and this is going to be a string, demo, capital letters, underscore key. And then we'll have a semicolon there. As I said, if you sign up for your own, it will remove the limits, our hourly limit, and you can just paste it in here. And we're going to change this to be a template string with $ curly brackets. You can see that turns blue. Now we're going to pass in the value of our API key constant. And above that, we are going to have a constant count, which is going to be equal to 10. You can change this number if you want to have more or less. It's up to you. I'm going to add this in with an and sign, and then count equals $ curly brackets, and then we're going to pass in our count constant there as well, and then a semicolon at the end. Okay, so that's all set up. We can actually use word wrap so we can see everything. We'll hit Alt-Z there. Below this, we are going to create an array that we're going to pass in what we're fetching from the API. We're going to use a let statement because we will modify this later on. Results array, capital A, is going to be the name of our array. And we're going to initialize an empty array by typing equals and then square brackets, and then a semicolon at the end. Below that, we're going to set up an asynchronous fetch request. This is something that I've done in a few other projects, and it's going to follow that same pattern. First, we're going to comment out a title, get 10 images from NASA API. And because we want this to be asynchronous, we are going to prepend async before we write out function. Then we're going to name the function get NASA pictures, capital N, capital P, brackets, curly brackets, and then inside of this, we're going to use the try catch statement that we were using previously. So try, curly brackets, we're going to put our fetch request in there, but we're also going to have a catch statement, bracket error, curly brackets, and then we're going to comment out a title, catch error here. So what this means is it's going to try to run something, in this case, our fetch request, and we're going to put all of that code in there. But if it fails, it will run this catch function, and it will pass in the parameter of the error that is getting thrown. You could choose to console log this or log it so that the user could see it in its own element, but we're not going to worry about that because I know that this is going to work properly. Okay, so we want to have a constant of response. This is going to await the results of the fetch request, bracket, and we're going to pass in the API URL as the constant for that fetch request. Next, we're going to populate the results array and await that response in JSON format. So response.json, this is going to convert this value into JSON. And then once that's done, it's going to pass it to our results array. Lastly, we can just console.log our results array to make sure that we're actually getting the data. The very last thing we'll need to do is make sure that we're calling this function as the page is loading. So down at the very bottom, we'll comment out another title on load, and we'll just type in our function, get NASA pictures, bracket, and then semicolon there at the end. So we can save that now and check it out. We're going to need to open up our console, and we can refresh the page now. Okay, and after a second, we see that we have 10 objects here in an array. If we expand this, awesome. We are getting data from the NASA API. That was very quick and very easy. Excellent. If we expand one of the objects, we can see the kind of data that's being returned. We can see that we have the date, which we're going to return at the bottom here. We have the explanation. If we hover over it, we can see the whole explanation. That's going to go here. We have the HD URL. That's going to be our anchor tag, which we can click to go to the high resolution version of the image. We have the title that's going to go here. And we have the URL, which is going to be the source of the image. You can see that this particular one does not have any copyright info. So some objects will have that value and some will not. If we click on this one here, we can see that we do in fact have a copyright value. So that would go right there. Awesome. So we are getting our data. That is the first step to dynamically populating our cards here. In the next one, we're going to take a look at actually using this data to dynamically build out all of our cards. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to switch from creating our card in HTML to creating it all within our JavaScript so that we can create as many as we have results. Okay, so jumping back to the code, the first thing we're going to do in our index.html is delete our card. We can actually use this arrow here to minimize everything. And then we can highlight these lines and just delete them and delete that so that it's all on one line now. We can save that. Then we're going to go over to our script.js, and we're going to provide a constant for everything that we need to target in our HTML. So the first thing we're going to add is a constant for our results nav. This will be document.getElementById, bracket, single quotes, and then results nav. We can actually copy this. We'll do the same thing for our favorites nav, and we can use multi-select to replace both of these at the same time. This is Command D on Mac, Control D on Windows. You can see they're both highlighted. I'm going to press the left cursor and then delete and type out favorites nav. You can see it changed both at once. Next, we want to have a constant for our images container. This is going to be the parent that is going to hold all the cards we're creating in our JavaScript. For this one, we're going to use a query selector to select the class images-container. So single quotes dot images-container. Next, we want to target our save confirm. So constant save confirmed, capital C, equals document.querySelector, brackets, single quotes. Again, we're going to target the class. So dot save dash confirmed. Then below that, the last one will be our loader, which is going to be equal to document.querySelector, bracket, single quotes, and then dot loader to target the element with the loader class. Next, we're going to need to create another function to actually update our DOM. We're going to create that above our getNASAPictures function, and it's going to be called update DOM, D-O-M, capital. then we'll need to actually call this. Instead of just console logging the results array, we're going to call the function in our get NASA pictures function. So we'll have update DOM at the bottom of our try statement here. Now in our update DOM function, we're ready to start creating our card. So there is more than one way that we can create HTML elements in our JavaScript. Some people might use inner HTML, but this is not the most secure way of working because using inner HTML, someone can pass in JavaScript that will become executed. So what we want to do is use our results array, loop through each item in the array, and then have a constant for each element that we want to create. Then we will add CSS classes to the constants as necessary. We will add attributes as necessary, and we will add text content as necessary. And then in the end, we will append these elements into our image's container element. So let's get started with that process. First, we're going to use our results array, and then we're going to call the forEach method on the array. This allows us to call a function for each item in the array. We'll add another set of brackets and then type out result to set the local variable that will represent each item within the array. This can be anything you want, but I'm just going to choose to name it result. After that, we'll use $sign and arrow to create an arrow function, then curly brackets, and then press enter, and make sure that we add a semicolon there at the end. So we have our forEach set up here. Now we need to actually do something with each individual result. We'll start by creating the card element, as this is the parent. We'll comment out a title for this. This is the card container. And we're going to have a constant card equals document.create element, bracket, single quotes, and we want to create a div element specifically. Semicolon at the end here. Next, we want to add a class, a CSS class to this card. So we'll just type card.classlist.add, and then brackets, single quotes, and then card. We're adding the card class. Notice that we don't need to add the period in this case because it's already expecting a class. Next, we will go down and create every other element in order. The next will be the link that is going to wrap our image. So we'll comment out a title for the link. Constant link equals document.createElement, bracket, single quotes, and this is just going to be an anchor element, so we're just going to have the letter A in there. The link, then we want to provide the attributes for this link element. We can just type link.href, so href, equals, and now we can start passing in our dynamic data. So we want this to be our result.hdurl, semicolon. So this is going to allow our link to go to the HD URL from the object we're returning from the NASA API. Next, we'll have link.title. So this is setting another attribute that we had within our HTML. Single quotes, this is going to be view full image. So when we hover over the image, we will see this title pop up. Semicolon there. Then link.target equals single quotes underscore blank. This will allow the link to open in a new tab. Next, we're going to create the image. If we scroll down here, we'll have a constant for image equals document.createElement, and then in brackets, single quote img to create an image element. This image will need a source, so we'll target that image.source to set that attribute, equals result.url, So we just want the regular URL to load the regular size image, because that will load faster. Next, we want to have our alt attribute populated. So image.alt equals single quotes. And this is just going to be NASA picture of the day. So this will pop up if the image happens to not load, which does happen sometimes. Semicolon there. Next, we want these images to lazy load so that as we scroll through, they are loaded and they're not all loaded at once. So this will increase our performance. So we'll do image.loading equals single quotes and then lazy. And then the last thing is we want to add the class of card image top. So we will go image.classlist.add brackets single quotes card dash img dash top, and then semicolon at the end there. So I think you can kind of see the pattern that I'm working with here. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out the rest of what I'm going to do in creating the constants for the elements. Okay, welcome back. I will now show you the rest of the process. So we can keep scrolling down here. Next, we're going to comment out a title for the card body. So this is the div card body that is going to contain our title and our text and our footer and everything else. We'll create a constant for this. I'm going to call it card body, capital B on body, document, create element, bracket, single quotes. This one's going to be a div as well. And then the only thing we need to do with card body is to use classlist.add to add the card-body class. Next, we're going to add in the card title. Constant will be card title, capital T, equals document, create element. This time it's going to be an H5, semicolon there. And then card title dot classlist dot add. We want to add the card dash title class to that. Then we want to have the actual text for the title. So we're going to go card title dot text content equals result dot title. So this will dynamically populate with the title from our object. Below that, we'll have our save text. We'll comment out a title for that. Then constant save text, capital T, equals document dot create element, bracket, single quotes. We want this to be a paragraph element, so we'll just have P there for that. Next, we're going to add the class of clickable, so save text dot classlist dot add, bracket, single quote, clickable, just like our navigation. And then save text dot text content is going to be equal to a string, single quotes, add to favorites, semicolon there. Next, our card text itself. So this is our explanation. Constant card text equals document dot create element, bracket, single quote, P. Card text, the only thing we need to add is the text itself. So card text dot text content is going to be equal to result dot explanation, semicolon there. We're getting closer to the end, but you can see that this is a very involved process, doing it the secure and performant way. We have our footer container. This is going to be constant footer equals document dot create element, bracket, single quotes. This is going to be our small element that we had before. The footer dot classlist dot add. We're going to add the text dash muted CSS class. And then the actual footer content. First, we're going to have the date. So constant date equals document.createElement. We're going to use our strong element. So remember that that makes everything inside of it bold. And then we want to have just the text content there be changed. This is going to be result.date. Next, we're going to have the copyright. This is going to be const copyright equals document.createElement, bracket, single quotes. This is going to be a span element. And again, this is going to be the text content that we're going to change. This time, we're actually going to use a template string because we want to add in a space between the date and the copyright. To do that, we can use backticks, so the button below our escape key. We're just going to add a space there, then $, curly brackets, and then we're going to pass in result.copyright, semicolon at the end, and we're finally finished creating our elements. That took a little while. Now we need to append them all together in the right order. So we'll comment out a title for that. We're going to append. And I like to usually go bottom to top. So the first thing is that we want the date and copyright to be inside of our footer. So we will do that with footer.append. So you'll notice there is append and append child. I'm going to use both of them, but keep in mind that append child only works with one object, whereas append, you can add multiple objects in the same line. So we're going to be using append in this case, and we're going to pass them in the right order. So we want the date first, comma, copyright. So we're passing in the date constant and then the copyright constant. Then we can have a semicolon there. Next, we have our card body. So if we scroll up, this is the parent of our title, our save text, our card text, and our footer itself. So we will do card body dot append. And again, we'll do this in order. First, we want the card title, and then we want the card text, then we want the save text, and then we want the footer. Below that, we want to wrap the image inside of our anchor element. So we will do link.append child. We can do it this time because we're only putting one item in. And we're going to append the image constant. And then lastly, we have the card at the top, which is going to contain all of these different constants. So we're going to do card.append. And we're going to pass in first our link, because that's at the very top. That is our link and our image. And then we're going to pass in the card body constant that we've appended all of this other stuff to. Lastly, let's just console log our card to see what the result of all of this is. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you see that we have nothing on our page now because we deleted our placeholder in our HTML. If we right-click and inspect and look inside the console, we can see that we have our array of 10 objects, and you can see that we have our 10 items here as well. If we expand this, we can see that we have something that looks a lot like what we had in our HTML. So we have our div, we have our anchor element, wrapped in our image element. You can see that we have two different links here. This is 2400 pixel resolution. This is 900 resolution. So this is clicking on the HD image. This is the image that's going to populate. If we expand this, we have our card body that has our title. It has our main text. And it has our add to favorites actually. So we kind of messed up the order here. We want the add to favorites text to actually be above our explanation instead of below our explanation like it currently is. So we can go ahead and change the order of that. But if we see down here, our footer is fine. We have the date and then we have the copyright. That's undefined. That's not good, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Okay, so let's jump back to the code. And let's change the order of this. So we actually want the card text to be over here. So the order that you are adding these does matter. So keep that in mind. And we can remove our console now and actually append to our images container. So we'll type out images container dot append child. Again, it's only one individual child, and this is our card that we're going to append. So that's why you can see now why I'm going bottom to top. So smallest to biggest. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, that's awesome. We can see that we have dynamically populated our cards. That is so cool. We have our images, we have our title, we have our add to favorites, we have our explanation, we have our date, and you can see the problem that we just saw is that when there is no copyright information, it just shows up as undefined. When there is some, it does show it, so that's fine, but we want to set a conditional when it's undefined to just have a blank space instead of saying undefined. So we can go back to our code and take care of that. So in our copyright section here, what we can do to fix that is we're going to have a new constant called copyright result. And this is going to be a ternary operator. So this is another way of writing an if statement in a shorter way. So if result.copyright is equal to 3 equal signs, undefined, then question mark, we want copyright result, this constant here, to be equal to an empty string. But if it's not defined, we'll have a colon there. We want it to be the result copyright value, semicolon. So again, just to go over how this ternary statement works, we're creating a new constant called copyright result. If result.copyright is equal to undefined, then we will have an empty string. If not, we will use the result.copyright data to populate this constant. The next thing we're going to need to change is we're going to copy this copyright constant, and that is going to replace the result.copyright in our template string. So let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so if we scroll back up to the top and we go through, we can see that instead of being undefined, it is just blank. Perfect. That one's blank too. And you can see this one that has a value, we can still see the value. All right, that is excellent. We have solved the problem. I know this has been a very long video, but we've taken a really big step of actually populating our DOM with the dynamic data in our cards. In the next one, we'll use local storage to start saving our favorites. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now.
Alrighty, welcome back. Now that we have the big task accomplished of actually populating our UI with the data from our NASA API, the next step in this video is we want to use local storage to save the favorites into a favorites object, which will eventually be used to populate our favorites page. Okay, let's get started. The first thing we need to do is, at the top, we're going to create a global favorites object. We're creating this up at the top because we're going to be using it in more than one function. In order to create an object, instead of using the square brackets to create our array, we're going to use curly brackets to initiate our empty object. The reason that we're using an object and not an array is that it will be easier to delete favorite items. Instead of having to loop through an entire array, we're going to be able to delete an item from the object using its key value. For now, though, let's focus on setting up our save favorite functionality. If we jump back, we can see that we have this add to favorites item. This is our save text constant. And you can see currently that it does not do anything. So we'll need to change that. If we jump back to the code and scroll down, we can see our save text constant here. We are adding a CSS class and we're adding the text add to favorites. Now we're going to need to actually add a save favorite function that will work when this element is clicked. So to do that, we can do something similar to what we were doing before in setting an attribute. So we'll do save text on click equals, and this time we're going to need another template string. So the backtick button below the escape key. We're going to pass in the name of the function, save favorite, and then in brackets, we're going to need to pass in a dynamic piece of data that is going to be different for each item in order for it to be targeted, to be saved, and later deleted. So to do that, we're going to have single quotes, single quote, and in those single quotes, we're going to use our $ curly bracket to pass in a dynamic value that will be converted into a string. So we want to use result.url because we know that this value will always be unique. We'll add a semicolon here at the end, and then we'll need to create the function down below. So right at the bottom here, comment out a title, add result to favorites, and create our function, save favorite, and this is going to have the parameter. We're going to call it item URL. That's what we're passing from above. Let's just console log that to make sure that it's working correctly. Okay, so let's save that. Check it out. Okay, so if we click on this, nothing is happening. Okay, so there is a problem with the way we are implementing this. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out what the issue is here. Okay, welcome back. So we can see that up above for our image, when we wanted to add a source attribute, we were just able to do image.source and then add our attribute. We can see for the onClick though, that instead of being this light blue color, it is a yellow color. And you might recognize this yellow color from all of our other methods. So that means instead of actually setting this onClick attribute, it is creating an onClick method dynamically that does not allow us to click on it later to trigger the function. So to solve this, we need to be a little bit more robust in how we are applying this. So we can cut our template string here, and instead of having an onClick, we're going to use the setAttribute method, and then brackets. Inside of this, we're going to pass in the name of the attribute we want to set as a string, so single quotes, onClick, and then a comma, and then we want to set the value of that attribute, which is going to be our template string, which we can paste back in. So let's save that and check it out now. Okay, so everything's loaded here. Now if we click add to favorites, perfect. We have our URL from that favorite. Let's click another one just to make sure that it's different. And yes, we can see that we have two different URLs. They are unique. Awesome. So that's how we're going to target our favorites. The next thing we need to do now is be able to pull all of the data from this item using the key of its unique URL. We can accomplish this by looping through the results array and using the includes method in order to check to see if an item URL matches the item URL we're passing from our save favorite function. You can see that it checks a string to see if it includes something. So in this example, it's checking this string to see if it includes world. And if it does, it returns true. If it does not, it returns false. So we can use this in a conditional statement. Okay, so let's jump back to the code. If we scroll down to our save favorite function, we can get rid of our console log. we'll start by commenting out a title. Then we'll target our results array with a for each method. Then instead of passing result, we're just going to call it item this time. I know above we called it a result, but in this case we'll call it an item. And then we'll set up our arrow function again. And inside of this, as I said, we're going to use a conditional statement. So if the item, so we're going to loop through each item in the array, if item.url.includes bracket the item URL that we're passing as a parameter, if it includes this, it'll be true. Then we want to set the favorites object with the key of item URL. So we're going to create an object within the object that has the key of item URL, and we want that to be equal to the item, meaning that the value will be the entire set of data, and the key will be the item URL that we are passing as a parameter. Let's console log favorites just to make sure that it's working correctly. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so if we click on Add to Favorites here, we can see that we've logged something here. So this is the console log for our favorites object. If we expand it, we see that we have the URL acting as a key. And if we expand it again, we can see that, awesome, we have the rest of our data here. That is perfect. If we minimize this and click on another one, we can see now that our favorites object now contains two objects, and they both have all of their data. Perfect. Now that we have our favorites data, we want to do more than just console log it. First, we want to throw up our save confirmation message in the bottom right. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. Below our console here, we'll comment out a title. And we want to show the save confirmation for just 2 seconds and then have it disappear. So in order to accomplish that, we will do save confirmed, the constant that we already created, dot hidden is going to be equal to false. We can see in our index.html that by default it is hidden. So we're going to make this false. Then we want to hide it again after a delay. So for that, we're going to use a set timeout method. And then inside of this, we're going to have an arrow function. Curly brackets, enter, add the semicolon there. We want to have save confirmed dot hidden be equal to true again so that it's hidden. And then at the end here, we need to add a comma and then 2000 to represent the 2 seconds in milliseconds. So 2 seconds equals 2000 milliseconds. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our pop-up here, perfect, and it disappeared. Excellent. So that's working great. If we click on the same one though, we can see that we have an added pop-up here again, but we can see that we did not add another object to our favorites. So in order to fix that, we can actually append the conditional statement that we had in our save favorite function. Instead of just checking to see if the results array item includes our item URL, we also want to check if it's already existing in our favorites object. So to do that, we're going to add to our conditional. So that means we're going to set 2 separate conditions. We can do that with 2 ampersands, so and. Then our other condition is going to be if it does not, so exclamation mark, have a favorites object with the key of item URL. So again, to summarize, we don't want to run any of this code, including our save confirmation message, unless we have a match from an item in the results array that includes the item URL, and that the favorites object doesn't already have an item with the key of this item URL. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can add this to favorites. You can see we have our pop-up here, but if we click the same one, we can see that nothing happens. We don't have a console log, and we don't have an added message. Perfect. That's working exactly as we want it to. The last thing that we want to accomplish in this video is to actually save our favorites object in local storage rather than just console logging it as we're doing now. In order to do that, we're going to need to use a method called JSON stringify. So the reason we need to use this is because JSON data stored in a web server can only be stored as a string. So we'll need to convert our favorites object into a string in order to save it in local storage, which essentially acts as a web server. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. At first, we can actually modify our console to see what this would look like. So instead of just having console log favorites, we can console log json.stringify, and then in brackets, pass in favorites. So let's save that and see what it looks like. So if we click on Add to Favorites, we can see that instead of having an object that we can open and close, we have one long string that has all of our data inside of it. Okay, so that's the format we're going to need to use to save in local storage. In order to save in local storage, it's very straightforward, just one line. We'll comment out a title for it, set favorites in local storage, and we're going to use local storage dot set item, and then in brackets, the first value is going to be the name that we want to set in local storage. This will be the key value. We're going to set it to NASA favorites with a capital F, comma, then we're going to set our JSON stringify favorites as the actual value. We can add a semicolon there, and we can get rid of this console log now. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so let's click on our Add to Favorites here. We can see that it's been added. Now, if we go over to the Application tab of our DevTools, we can see that we have local storage here. If we expand this, we can see that, yeah, we have our object in here. NASA favorites is the key, and we can see here the value. And if we expand this, we see that we have all of our data. That is amazing. If we go through and click another one, we can see that we've added the second object to our favorites object. Excellent. So that's working exactly as we want it to. The reason that we're using local storage and not just the favorites object within our code is that if we were to refresh the page and come back later, we can see that our data remains here in local storage. All right, awesome. So in the next video, we're going to tackle actually doing something with what we have saved in local storage. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. In this video, we're going to use the data that we have stored in local storage in order to populate the DOM just like we are currently with our results page. Let's jump back to the code. If we scroll back up and look at our functionality here for updating our DOM, we can see that currently it is only using the results array. So we're going to need to ultimately refactor this so that it's using the results array or the favorites object in order to build out our DOM elements.
The first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to split out this functionality into its own function because this is already a big chunk of code. So we're going to highlight everything with our for each, and we're going to cut that. And we're going to create another function above. This one is going to be called create DOM nodes, DOM capital, and then capital N after that for nodes. And then inside of this, we can paste that functionality. Then we're going to need to call our create DOM nodes function within our update DOM function. The reason we are splitting this functionality is because we'll need to do a few more things in our update DOM function. The first of which is going to be to get the favorites object from local storage. If we jump back to the browser, we can see that we will need to use another method, JSON parse, in order to undo the previous method, JSON stringify. So, as this describes, we would use JSON format to exchange data to and from a web server. In this case, local storage is acting as our web server. When receiving data from local storage, the data is always a string. So we're going to use JSON parse to turn it back into an object that we can then use to target each individual value in that object. Okay, so let's jump back to the code and take care of that. So at the top of our update DOM function, we're going to comment out a title here. We are going to get favorites from local storage. The first thing we want to do is actually use a conditional. If it is the user's very first time using the site, that means that they won't have any favorites. So we only want to parse the data from local storage if some data exists. So we will use a conditional if local storage dot get item. So remember, we were using set item in order to save to local storage. We're going to use get item to retrieve from local storage. We're going to use the same name that we had in the set item functionality, which is NASA favorites right here. So make sure that these two things are the same if you decided to make them different. So if we can get something, then we want to do something with those results. We want to set our favorites object in our code to be equal to json.parse, and then we can actually copy this whole thing again. So we want to parse the item NASA favorites from a string back into an object, and then put that into our favorites object so we can then use it again in our code. So we will now console log favorites here. Let's just make sure that we have got rid of our other console log. So we'll get rid of this one here just so that it's not confusing. Let's actually have a string here just to make sure that we know which one is which. So favorites from local storage. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, awesome. So we can see that we're logging favorites from local storage. And if we expand this, we can see it's an object format. And we have 4 objects here with all of their data. That is perfect. From here, now we need to use the create DOM nodes function to build either the results array or the favorites object. In order to do that, we're going to need to do some refactoring. If we jump back to the code, in order to do that, we're going to need to pass in a parameter into our update DOM function as well as our create DOM nodes function that is going to specify which page we want to build. So we're going to call this parameter page, and we're going to pass that to our create DOM nodes function as well. And we're going to pass it from our first function, our get NASA pictures object. This is where we're going to set the page variable. So this is going to be normally results, but because we know that this works and we want to test our favorites DOM, we're going to switch this for now to be favorites. Then we're going to go up to the top here. Our create DOM nodes function is going to take the parameter of page,
And at the very top, we're just going to console log it to make sure we are getting the right value. So let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we're successfully passing the value of our page parameter into our create DOM nodes function. Now we have all the information that we need in order to populate the page from our two different sources, our results array and our favorites object. I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out how we are going to refactor our create DOM nodes function in order to build one or the other. I'll give you a hint. You will need a conditional to change the results array constant in the for each method. Okay, so let's jump back and figure out how to do this. The first thing that you might notice is that we are using the results array and a for each on that to create our elements. We're going to need to have a new constant in here that is going to be able to be set to either results array or favorites object. So right at the top here, we're going to create a constant called current array, capital A on array, and this is going to be equal to a ternary operator. So if the page value is equal to 3 equal signs, single quotes, results, then with our question mark here, we want current array to be equal to results array. If not, with our colon here, we then want it to be the favorites object. Then below that, we're going to modify our console log to be more specific. So we'll have single quotes here, current array, comma, and then we're going to log the page value as well as the current array value. Lastly, we want to change the results array for each to actually use our current array constant instead. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we are logging our current array as favorites, and you can see that it's matching our favorites from local storage, but we can see that nothing got built here. So there is a problem with this current implementation, and that is that the for each method only works on an array, but our favorites is an object. So in order to get around that, we're going to need to use the object.values method. This will allow us to return an array of a given object's own enumerable property values in the same order that it is provided, so in order. Okay, so we'll need to implement that for this to actually work. Instead of just passing in favorites in our ternary operator then, we're going to cut this and pass in object.values, bracket, and then pass in our favorites. Now we can save that and check that out. Okay, and we can see that it's working. We can also see now our console log has changed format. Instead of returning like an object from our local storage, we can see that our current array is now in array format, and we should have 4 items here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So that's working. We're successfully populating our DOM now with our favorites object. Awesome. We can see though that it's not quite perfect. Because we're already in our favorites, we actually want to change this text to say remove favorite, and we want to also add the functionality to be able to remove a favorite from our local storage. We will tackle that in the next video. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty. So we successfully built our favorites into our DOM here, but we need to make a change. We need to change our save text context here to be remove favorite, and we also want to add the functionality to be able to remove a favorite from local storage. Let's start with changing the text first. If we jump back to the code and we go down in our create DOM nodes functionality down to save text, we can see that we're setting our text content to be add to favorites, and we are also setting the onClick event to be our save favorite function. We only want to do this now if our page value is equal to results, and if not, we want to do something else. So in order to accomplish this, we can actually cut this code here, and we're going to put an if statement, if page equals is equal to single quotes results. Then we want to do our original functionality. Else, if it's not results, then we can actually paste this in again. We want to change our text content to be remove favorite. And we want to change this function name. Instead of save favorite, we want to use the remove favorite function. So let's save that and check it out. Awesome. So we can see we've changed our text content from add to favorites to remove favorite. We can see that it's the same here. If we click on it, though, we can see that the remove favorite function is not defined. This is because we have not made this function yet. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. At the bottom, below our save favorite function, we will make our remove favorite function. So we'll comment out a title, remove item from favorites. Then we'll create our function. Again, it's going to be similar to our save favorite function in that it's going to take a parameter of item URL. And also, similarly, we want to see if in our favorites object, we have an item that has the key of item URL. And if it does, then we want to delete it. So how would we accomplish that? If we jump back to the browser, we can see that we can use the delete operator in order to delete a property from an object. So we can see that we have our employee object here, and we want to delete the employee first name, which is John. And we can see then, if we try to console log it, that has been removed from the object. So we want to do a similar thing with our favorites. So if we jump back, we are going to target an if statement. So if we have a favorites object with the key of item URL, so of course we're using square brackets for that again, then we want to delete that object in the favorites object that has the same key of the item URL. After that, we want to update the version of the favorites object in local storage to match this version where we have deleted the item. To do that, we can actually just copy this code from above and paste it here after our delete operator. We'll highlight this and use Shift-Tab in order to fix the spacing. Okay, that's better. And then the last thing we want to do is actually update our DOM. And that is going to be with the favorites page value. So we want to refresh the favorites page in order to show the new favorites page without the object that we just deleted. So let's save that and check it out. So we can see that there are 4 objects in our favorites array. If we try to delete one, we can see now that there are only 3 objects in our favorites array. That's great, but we can see that it didn't actually disappear on the page. If we manually refresh the page, we can see that it is gone now. But we want that to happen automatically, so as soon as we remove the favorite, it disappears from the page altogether. Let's jump back to the code and see if we can figure that out. Okay, so if we scroll back up to the top and we look at our update DOM and create DOM nodes function. So the issue is that we're always appending to our page, to our items container, but we are never actually resetting it. So we will need to do that. We can do that in our update DOM function. So to reset our images container so that it builds fresh every time the update DOM function is called, because we are calling it down here, so it should build the page fresh all over again, we need to target our images container constant, and we can use a trick, text content equals empty string, and this will remove all elements that have been appended to the container previously. So if we save that and check it out, let's try removing this first favorite here, and we can see that it magically disappeared from the page as we want it to. All right, awesome. That's perfect. So we've successfully changed our text content. We've added in our functionality in order to delete an item from our local storage favorites array. And we've also been able to refresh the entire page when we are deleting an object so that it automatically is removed from our UI. Awesome. There's a little bit of functionality left. In the next video, we're going to tackle actually changing our navigation around and being able to navigate between the two pages, as well as incorporating back our loading animation. All right, so I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this final video is going to be to navigate between our favorites and our results UI, as well as showing and hiding our loading animation as needed. The first thing we want to do is go back to loading our results instead of our favorites. So if we jump back to the code and we scroll down to our update DOM function call within our get NASA pictures function, as I said, we want this to actually be results and not favorites. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that the current array is now set to results. We see that we have our 10 items here, and if we scroll through, we have our 10 items here as well. Perfect. So now we're done with our console for now. We can close that, and we can also remove our previous console logs here. So we can get rid of this one here and the other one at the top here, now that we know that that's working. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is be able to switch between our results and our favorites page in our navigation. So we'll jump back to our index.html file, and we're going to add some on-click events here. So for our favorites navigation selection here, we're going to add in an on-click attribute, and this is going to launch the update DOM function, passing in favorites as the parameter so that it will load the favorites version of the DOM. Then here, when we want to just load more while we're already in our results page, we will add another onClick. This time it will be for our first function, get NASA pictures. And we'll also copy this to our other navigation item. So this down here is the navigation that we want to show when we're actually in the favorites page. This will do the same thing. It will load 10 results from the API. Okay, so we can save everything and check it out. Okay, so we see that we're on our results page. We see we have the add to favorites option here. If we click favorites, we can see that, yeah, we've navigated to our favorites page. You can see we have our remove favorite, and you can see we only have our 2 items that we had in local storage. Awesome. So that's working. But we can see that our navigation has not changed. We're already in the favorites page, so we want this to change to be load more NASA images instead of our 2 options here. We also want to add a loading animation when we first load the page. So if I were to refresh this, we can see that for a second,
it's just blank, but we want our loading animation to be there at first and only be removed once everything has loaded. So let's start with the loader. You might remember that in our HTML, we have the hidden CSS class on our loader div. So we want to remove that class when we want to show it. So we're going to go back into our JavaScript, and on our first function, our getNASAPictures function, we want to add in the loader at the very beginning. So we'll comment out a title for this. We want to show the loader. We're going to target our loader constant and the class list, and we're going to use the remove method in order to remove the hidden class. So we can save that now and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we have our loader back. Awesome. If we scroll, you can see our scroll bar here. We can also see that it's fixed position and it's taking up the entire page, so we can't see anything behind it. That is good. That's exactly what we want. But now we need to make another function that's going to remove the loader when everything has finished loading. So to do this, we're going to go back to our code, and at the very top, we're going to create a function called showContent. And then inside of this function, we are going to target our loader again, class list, and this time we're going to add back the hidden class. We're going to call this showContent function within our update DOM function after we've finished creating our DOM nodes. So at the very bottom here, we will trigger our showContent function. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so when we refresh the page, we see that we have our loader briefly, and then as soon as our content is loaded, our loader is removed. Excellent, so that's working. If we click on Load More, we can see that the same thing happens. Perfect. But let's say that I scrolled down the page, and then I clicked Load More. So you can see that what happens is I stay kind of where I'm at on the page. You can see that this image is cut off, and we have new content above us and below us. This is not exactly how we want it to work. It would be better to always start at the top of the page when we are loading our results, no matter if we've scrolled down the page or not, like I just did. We can accomplish this by using the scroll to method on our window. So this allows us to set a particular set of coordinates in the document. So if we scroll down to an example, we have our x coordinate and our y coordinate, which we could use something simple like this, or we can use options and be able to set things like the behavior. So that's what we actually want to do in this case. So let's go back and add this. So we're going to want to add this to the showContent function at the very top here. So we want to do this before we hide our loader, because we want it to scroll behind the scenes. So we will target window.scroll2, and then within this, we're going to have an object, so we're going to use curly brackets, and the first value will be a top of 0, so we want it to go to the very top of the page, comma, and then we want to set the behavior. So in that example, it had a scroll behavior of smooth, but in this case, I actually wanted to use a scroll behavior of instant, so that it scrolls instantly to the top, and as soon as the loader is removed, we don't see any of the scroll animation. It's already at the top. If we used the smooth behavior, there would be a delay in it still scrolling when the loader is removed. So let's try to save that and check it out. Okay, so let's scroll down the page here and then press Load More, Animation, and we can see we're at the top of the page. All right, perfect. So that's working. The last thing we need to do now is switch our navigation menu so that when we're on the favorites page, we have different nav items here. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out how to do this. I'll give you a hint. You'll need to pass a parameter to the show content function. Okay, so let's jump back to the code and implement that. So we're going to need to take a parameter here. The parameter, you might have guessed, is page, the same one we're using everywhere else. We'll need to scroll down into our update DOM function and make sure we are passing that page value into our show content function. Then we can go back up to the top here. And in the middle of our function, we're going to need to set a conditional. So if our page is equal to, again, 3 equal signs, single quotes, results, then we want to have our results nav dot classlist dot remove hidden. So just like we had with our loader, we are using our hidden class on our navigation items here because this is using display flex, as you might remember. And we'll need to do the opposite here. So for our favorites nav now, we want to add the class list of hidden or make sure that it is there. So if we're on the results page, we want to remove the hidden class from the results nav so that it shows up, and we want to hide the favorites nav. Else, we want to do the opposite. So we can actually copy this, paste it in here, and instead of removing the hidden class, we want to add it for our results nav, and instead of adding the hidden class for our favorites nav, we want to remove it. So we can save that and check it out. Okay, so we're on our results page here. If we click on favorites, we can see, awesome, our navigation has changed to our favorites navigation. You see that we have our 2 items in here still. If we click on this link, we have our loader, and it goes back and loads 10 new results. Awesome. So that's working perfectly. Now, let's just make sure everything else is still working. So we're going to add this to favorites. We see that we have our added bubble here. If we try to add it again, we see that nothing happens. Okay, so that's working. Let's jump back to our favorites now, and we'll scroll to the very bottom, and we're going to delete the last favorite here, and we can see that it's deleted, and it also scrolls back to the top, and now we just have our 2 items in here. Perfect. And lastly, we can see that if we refresh the page and go back to our favorites, that we maintain the 2 favorites that we had kept in local storage. Awesome. So that's pretty much it for our functionality for our project. I hope you had fun working with the NASA API and local storage. I would challenge you, if you're feeling very ambitious, to try to create a project that uses a different NASA API, so not just the astronomy picture of the day. Maybe you can build one using the Mars API, for example. Feel free to send them to me, and we will share them in the course with everybody else. All right, so that's it for the project. I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We just finished another awesome project, and how cool is that picture? I think this is my favorite one so far. All right, let's get back to talking about the code. Now, we've done a lot of projects by now, and you may have noticed something. That is, we are doing a lot of what we call imperative programming. Now, in this code review, I want to talk about a programming paradigm that is a way to write code, a way to think about code. And there's 2 types or 2 things that I'm going to talk about that are very different or opposing. One is declarative programming. The other is imperative programming. So what do they mean? Let's first start with imperative programming because this is what we've been doing up until now. You see, imperative programming is a programming paradigm. Again, remember, a paradigm is a way to organize your code, to write your code. And it uses programming statements to tell the computer what to do step by step. So let's think about that. Is that what we've been doing? Is that what imperative programming is? I mean, kind of, right? We've been declaring and grabbing things from our DOM. We've then set some variables, and then we tell it to perform some action. So we want to show content. So we're going to scroll to the top. We're going to add some classes or hide some classes. We're going to display the results. We're going to create DOM nodes. We go step by step. We update the DOM every time the user clicks refresh. We get NASA pictures. Keep going, keep going. And if we want to remove favorites, for example, we update the DOM. This is declarative programming because we are guiding the computer step by step, telling it exactly what to do. If this happens, then delete this and add this to local storage, then update the DOM. Step by step, we're holding the computer's hand and telling it exactly what to do. And this imperative style of programming is how programming really got started, right? The reason we program is to tell computers what to do, to be able to help us, to display websites, to help us with tasks. But the problem right now is that our programs, our websites are fairly small. These are small projects, but as projects get bigger and bigger, you have to keep more and more things in your head. When do we update the DOM? What happens when we update the DOM? When do we create DOM nodes? When do we show content? When do we save favorites? And what happens then? And as our programs get bigger and bigger and bigger, an imperative style of programming makes us have to understand exactly what happens each step of the way. And because we have to tell the program exactly what to do in what order, there's a lot of bugs that can form. Now, this is something that unless you have experience with, unless you've worked with large code bases, it is hard to understand. But trust me on this. This imperative style programming, although very useful, can be bug prone. So what is the alternative? What is the better solution? Well, it's declarative programming. Now, it doesn't mean that declarative programming is better than imperative programming. It's just two paradigms, two ways of writing code. Now, declarative programming expresses logic without describing its control flow. What do I mean by that? With a declarative programming, we tell the computer to say, hey, I want this to happen. And then the computer just knows how to do it. For example, HTML is declarative. That is, we don't need to tell HTML what to display on a page. There's no step-by-step output of do this, do that, then do this, display the head, add the title, add the body. No, it's declarative. Hey, I want my document to look like this. And the computer figures out how to display this information based on some structure that we agree upon, in this case, HTML. So HTML is very declarative. The script.js that we wrote is very imperative. And this is where libraries and frameworks like React, Vue, Angular come into place. Because imperative code becomes harder and harder to what we call reason about or understand and keep track of in our mind, more and more bugs are introduced. And libraries and frameworks like React help us write more declarative programming so that we don't have to worry about these if-else statements. If else, do this, then do that. Then if this happens, do this. It's declarative. For example, with React, this idea of update DOM, we don't need to do it. In React, we simply say, hey, I want this to display on a page, kind of like HTML. And React is going to decide when that update to the DOM needs to happen. When should the render or when should we update the content of the DOM? This is all done in React. Yes, there's still programming. Yes, there's still JavaScript. We still have to give it instructions. But instead of step-by-step logic, React gives us a higher level of abstraction. It takes away some of this complexity so that it does it really, really well. It still does imperative programming underneath the hood, but for us, as programmers, we are able to write declarative code like HTML. And even though we don't know underneath the hood exactly how HTML renders things on a page, we're able to declaratively say what we want to happen, and the rest is taken care of by a computer. So frameworks like React, Angular, and Vue are able to do this declarative style of programming. Not all the time. Obviously, there's still ways to do both in each tool and library, and it depends on how you write. But this idea of a declarative style of programming, where you tell it what you want the output to be, and the computer does it for us, is a nice way for us to avoid bugs in the future. Now, this is a bit of an advanced topic, but it is a good thing to talk about at this point because most people don't understand why we need tools like frameworks and libraries. And this is exactly the reason that we want them. Things like updating DOM should be something that a library does really, really well for us instead of us having to write it one by one. I'm going to include a video from my other React course, which talks about this idea of imperative and declarative programming when it comes to React, so that you can dive in a little bit deeper. But for this code review, start noticing these things that we start doing, these complexities of if this, then that, if this, then that. As more and more complexity enters our code, there's more and more rooms for bugs. So that's when we want to start using libraries and frameworks that allow us to write more declarative code. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Now, the success of React comes down to 4 key things. And these React concepts are what we're going to go over in the next 4 videos. But in this one, let's talk about the first one. And the first one, React says, hey, don't touch the DOM, I'll do it. What do I mean by this? You see, many existing frameworks and libraries before React were directly manipulating this DOM on every page. First, let's just go over what a DOM is. If you remember, DOM is our document object model. It's what the browser uses to display, well, a website or a web app. And JavaScript is simply manipulating this DOM. That's all JavaScript is doing. For example, if I right-click over here and select Inspect, you'll see that here, if I click on Unvote, we'll get a little flash saying that, hey, JavaScript just updated this. If I click again, I get a little flash. The DOM is just the tree representation of the page. We start all the way up from the HTML tag, all the way down to the body through each individual element. And websites were built using things like this. All these ways that browsers allowed us to manipulate the DOM. They gave us the DOM API that we could access using something like inner HTML or get element by ID, get elements by tag name. This API allowed us to traverse the DOM, access any node we wanted to, maybe remove them, add new nodes. And before React, this is what libraries did. You either did this manually, or you used jQuery, or you used some sort of a library that allowed you to use this in a simple fashion. You see, this way of programming was called imperative. That is, in an imperative paradigm, you directly change individual parts of your app in response to various user events. So you had, let's say, your JavaScript file. You'd say, hey, if user is logged in, well, then go change that little icon over here to the user's profile. And now that the user is logged in, we'll also show profile page. Okay, so JavaScript goes, changes the DOM, and updates the profile page. And then, okay, now that we're also logged in, we also need to display friends. Okay, let's do that as well. Modify the DOM. And all right, that's good. We're good. Oh, by the way, it's been 5 seconds and we need to display a chat over here. Okay, I'm going to go and do that. Now, this sounds intuitive, but the problem with this imperative approach is that it becomes difficult to see the relationships between events and all these edge cases. Remember this diagram over here where we had AngularJS that all of a sudden had all these relationships affecting each other and all these arrows pointing to different things? Well, instead of this imperative approach, React came up with a novel concept, a more declarative approach. And this is what React says to you. Hey, DOM manipulation is one of the biggest performance bottlenecks. It takes a long time for DOM changes to happen. The browser has to do two really intensive operations. One is to repaint, that is, change an element and add it onto a page. And then reflow, which is to recalculate the layout of the page and move things around if need be. So changing the DOM was a really expensive operation. So React says, hey, you know what? Let me take care of that. I'll find the best way for me to change the DOM and just declare to me what your app looks like. So all we need to do is say, hey, this is a JavaScript object of how I want the app to look. And React is going to hold this JavaScript object, this massive blueprint of how things should look. And based on this blueprint that we give it, well, React just says, hey, just tell me what the page should look like, and I'll take care of it. I'll do everything for you. I'll find the best way to use the DOM. You're never going to touch the DOM. Just tell me what the page should look like. This declarative paradigm is called that because we declare that, hey, this is what the state or data of our app should be like. And based on this state, well, then just make those changes. So if user is logged in, then React already knows exactly what to update and what to do. Now, this idea of a declarative style meant that we didn't have to directly say, do this, and if this happens, then do that, where we just say one by one exactly what should happen. Instead, we tell it, this is the state of our app. And React automatically just does it for us. The difference is that all the different states are accounted for in one place. That is one big JavaScript object that describes how our app should look. And this resulted in less complexity, better code quality, and faster developer times. So it created this whole idea of, hey, you can build web interfaces without touching the DOM. And this is where the name React came from. The name React is simply saying, hey, based on whatever the state or data of the app is that describes our app, I'm just going to react to it and change everything for you so that you get the display that you want.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. In this one, we're going to be looking at the creation of a math-based game. This is going to highlight the usage of timing events as well as procedurally generating random correct and incorrect math equations. We're also going to be able to navigate different views within our game container. So you might see here, we're starting on a splash screen, and we have some radio buttons here. This allows us to select one type of round that we want to try in the game. You can see that we have a best score here. That's going to be stored in local storage for each corresponding amount of questions. If we highlight 10 questions and click Start Round, we see that we have a countdown here. That's accomplished using some set timeouts. And then you can see that we have our game page here. We have an element here that is highlighting the equation that we're going to evaluate. And then we have a series of 10 multiplication equations. There'll be a random number of correct and incorrect equations that we have generated. And the user will need to evaluate if this equation is correct or incorrect. And as they do that, it scrolls down automatically to the next equation. It is starting a timer when you click on the first button, and it stops the timer when you reach the end. And then it transfers to the score page. We can see here that our time was 16.5 seconds. This is the base time of 13.5 seconds plus a penalty of 3 seconds. There is 0.5 second penalty for every incorrect guess. We then have the option down here with a play button to start it all over again. We can see now that our best score has been updated, and if we refresh the page, we see that it stays because it is stored in local storage. All right, so that's about it for the functionality. Let's get started. Okay, so the first thing you will need to do is download the template for this project from the course. Once you have it unzipped, you'll have a nice folder here. I'm going to go about actually renaming it. I'm going to get rid of the template part so that it's just math-sprint-game. Then I'm going to open it up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can see that we have our 3 files here. In this case, because there is so much JavaScript, I have provided 100% of the CSS, so this is already built for you. You might notice that there are CSS variables here at the top. This is going to allow you to quickly and easily change colors around to make the project look the way that you want to. Of course, you can feel free to change up the fonts. I'm using a Google font. And you can also change up the background, which is a hero pattern background as well. The one other thing to keep in mind about this project is that it does mostly use hard pixel values. This is because for something like our select item div on our game page, it needs to be at a very specific position in order to line up with the equations. Something to keep in mind, you might not want to alter these so much in your version of the project. So the goal of these first 2 videos will be to create all of the necessary pages in our HTML. So that is going to start with our splash page, then our countdown, then our game page, then our score page. We're going to build them out in order inside of a game container. So to begin with, let's start by adding our game container. In the body of our HTML file, we'll start with creating a div.game-container, press enter to autocomplete that. And inside of our game container, the first thing that we're going to want to add is a shared header. This isn't necessary, but this is how I've constructed the game. I just think it looks more like a game this way. So we'll comment out a title for that, and we'll create a div.header to have a class of header with that div. And then inside of that, we're going to have an h1, press enter there, and then I'm going to type out the title, Math Sprint Game. We can save that now and use our Go Live server to check it out. Awesome, so we can see that we have a pre-styled container here, and our header looks great as well. You might notice that the container is actually a little bit more white, but it is still a little bit see-through. This makes it easier to read, but still provides an interesting background. Okay, so let's now start with our first view, which will be our splash page view. Okay, so we're going to start with our splash page first. We're going to go below our header, and we're actually going to leave a space just to separate these different views in our minds here. We'll comment out a title for splash page. And as we're going to create a number of divs, there is actually an even further shortcut we can take in Visual Studio Code. If we are creating a div that has a class or an ID, we can just start typing out the class or ID shortcut, and it will automatically create a div. So in this case, all of our page views are going to have the class of card and then their own unique ID. So to do that, I can just type out period card, that's the name of the class, and then hashtag with the ID, which will be splash-page, and press enter. And you can see that it created a div for us with that command. Excellent. So the goal of this container is to take 1 out of the 4 selections of the amount of questions that we want. The easiest way to accomplish this is going to be to use a form and then 4 separate radio inputs. Radio inputs only allow you to select 1 at a time.
So it's perfect for our usage. We'll start with the form. So we'll type form, and then we want to give it an ID. So hashtag start-form. That creates our form. We don't need to worry about the form action because we will have a submit button at the end of the form. So everything is going to be wrapped inside this form. We'll start by having a parent container for the 4 radio input items so that we can move it around. So this we can use .selection-container to create that parent div. And now we'll need to create our radio buttons. So these radio buttons are going to be a little bit different than ones you might be used to. We're not going to have the traditional circle radio button. We're going to make it fully customized, and it's actually going to hide the radio button itself, and we're going to create something using the label that looks more like a button. Okay, so we'll comment out a title first. This will be for our first option, which is our 10 questions radio input. We'll have a div for each radio container, so div.radio-container. And then we're going to start with a label. This is going to be for our value-10, so that'll be the ID on our radio input. And we're going to make the label say 10 questions. Then we're going to have our input type here. We're going to have an ID to match our 4, which is value 10. It is important for accessibility to make sure that you're always using a label on any input element and that the 4 attribute matches the ID attribute of that input. So next, we're going to change the input type to be radio instead of text. And then we'll need to provide a name. So the reason we need a name attribute on our radio elements is so that we know which radio elements go with which item. So all of them will need to have the name of questions in order for only one of them to be selected. The last thing we're going to need to add is the value attribute. This is what we're actually going to pass into our JavaScript. So in this case, we want a value of 10. The other thing we're going to use this radio container for is to show off our best scores. So we're going to do that with a span element here. So we'll have a span.best-score. Then inside of that, we'll have another span. This will say best score. And then we'll actually have a third span with best-score-value as the class. This is the one we're going to target within our JavaScript in order to replace the value. But for right now, we're just going to put in a static value of 0.0 seconds. Okay, so that's it for our radio container. So we have our parent container, we have our label, we have our actual input that is going to have the name questions, it's going to pass the right value, they're all going to have unique IDs, and they're all going to have these best score spans that are going to be populated in our JavaScript. In order to create the other 3, we can actually just copy this and paste it. Okay, the spacing is way off there, and way off there, and wow, I don't know how the spacing is so off, but let's fix that. We'll highlight this and Shift-Tab. This one is off, just this one though. Shift-Tab that back, and then we will Shift-Tab this back. Okay, now that that's done, we actually have about 5 values that need to be changed in each of our radio containers. I'm going to show you the quickest way to do that. So we'll scroll back up to the second one here, and I can actually highlight the number 10, and then I can use multi-select, which is built into Visual Studio Code. So on Mac, I would press Command-D. On Windows, I'm going to press Control-D. You can see once I press it, that I have multiple cursors. If I drag this over, there's one more value 10 there. So you see that I have all 5 of them highlighted at once. I can backspace and then type in the new value, which is going to be 25 for this option. I can do the same thing down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and change it to 50. And then down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll change that to 99. So that's a lot quicker and easier than having to manually go through and change 15 values. Awesome. Okay, so now we're finally ready to save it and check it out. Okay, so that looks great. As I said, all the styling's done, so I expect it to look great. But one of them should be selected. If we jump back to our HTML, we can actually add the selected label class, -label, onto one of our containers to see what it would look like selected. Awesome. That's something that's going to be manually added to the correct radio element in our JavaScript. We can remove that for right now. The last part of this that we need to add is our start button. This is what is going to submit our form. We're going to have it right above the closing tag for our form. Let's comment out a title for that, start button. We'll create a parent div, selection-footer, press enter. Inside of this, we're going to have a button.start to give it a start class. We'll also have a type of submit. That's what's going to cause the form to be submitted. And we'll also have a label of start round. Okay, so let's save that, check it out. Okay, so that looks great. Awesome. That's it for our splash page. Next, we're going to move on to our countdown page. This is going to be a lot more straightforward. The first thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to actually hide our splash page. We're going to do this by adding the hidden attribute on the parent div of our splash page. In our JavaScript, we're going to toggle this attribute on and off as we switch between pages. Now, at the very bottom here, we want to have a space. Then we'll comment out a title for our countdown page. Then inside of that, we're going to have a card class in our div, hashtag countdown-page for our ID. Press enter. We have a div there. And then inside of this, all we have is an h1 with the class of countdown. And then the first value is just the number 3. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So that's the start of our countdown page. All right, nice and center in the page. In our JS, we're going to use set timeouts to change the text content value once per second so that it actually counts down 3, 2, 1, go before switching to our game page. But we'll get to that later on. Let's take a break here, and then the next one we'll build out the rest of our UI. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is to finish building out the rest of our elements in our HTML. So we're going to start by jumping back to the code, and we're going to hide our countdown page that we created in the last video with our hidden attribute, and we will continue on to our game page. So we're going to comment out a title for that. We're going to create a .card div with the ID of game-page. Press enter. Inside of that, we're going to have a parent div for each of the equations. So we're going to comment out a title for that as well. This is going to be our item container. So this is something that we are going to populate dynamically in our JavaScript. But in this case, we'll create a div with the class item-container. And inside of it, we're going to manually create the items that we will later create in JavaScript just to see how they look. So this will just be a simple div with the class of item. And then inside, we're going to have an h1. And it's going to have an equation, something like 3 times 3 equals 30. I know this is wrong, but it's just to show how it would look inside our UI. We can copy this a few times here. Okay, and we can save that now and check it out. Okay, so that's looking good. It shows that we can have about 7 equations in the view at once. We're going to still need space down here for our buttons. But we also want to have something in the middle that's actually going to highlight which equation we're having to evaluate in that moment. So to do that, we can jump back, and at the very top of our item container, we're going to create a separate div with the class of selected-item. So I commented on this class in the last video. This has a set height on the page that it's going to appear. So it doesn't matter which order, but I like to put it at the top here. So we save that and check it out. We can see that we have our selected item right here in the very middle. So you can see we have 3 on the top and 3 on the bottom. So that's exactly where we want it. And we want the equations to kind of scroll through while this stays stationary. We can actually see that if we scroll up and down with our scroll wheel, that we're able to scroll within our item container, which will be important because if we have 99 items here, or really any more than 7, it will need to scroll through. We've accomplished this maintaining the scroll functionality while at the same time hiding the scroll bar. I'll provide a link to the article that suggested how to do this, but it's pretty straightforward. In this case, we're targeting our item container and the WebKit scrollbar pseudo class, and we're just giving it a display of none. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is make the buttons at the bottom. So this is how we're going to select right or wrong. We're going to do this outside of our item container here, and we'll comment out a title for right/wrong buttons. We'll create a div item-footer. Inside of that, we're going to create a button dot wrong. So that's our wrong button. Provide the label there. Scroll down here, and then we'll create another button with the class of right and then our label of right. So we can save that and check it out. Okay, so that looks great. Now you can see why I limited it to only 7 equations at a time, because we still needed space down here for our buttons. You can see as I hover over them that they get brighter. These buttons are what is eventually going to register the user's guess as to whether or not the equation in the selected view is right or wrong. All right, so that's looking good. We will deal more with how we're actually going to scroll through this once we get to the JavaScript, but the idea is the reason we're removing the scroll bar is so that the users don't scroll themselves and that the equations scroll down a certain amount so that this equation is highlighted and then it scrolls just enough for this equation to take its spot and be highlighted there as well. Okay, so that's it for this page. Let's move on to the last one, our score page. We can actually delete all of the items we just added here because they're all going to be added dynamically in our JavaScript to our item container. So we can just delete everything inside of there. We'll also need to hide our game page now that we're working on our score page. Okay, so down below, we're going to comment out a title here for our score page. Same thing, we're going to create a div with the class card, hashtag the ID score dash page. Press enter to create that. Inside of this, we're going to have a score container div that's going to act as a parent. So dot score dash container. And then inside of this, we're going to have a series of H1s that is going to show the actual score that we got in the game. So the first one will have a class of title. This is just going to say your time. The next one is going to have a class of final-time. So this is going to be the final score. This is going to be the biggest. So we'll make it 3.4s. Then we'll have another H1. This is going to show our base dash time. So this is the how fast we actually got through it. So let's say 2.1 seconds, 2.4 seconds, I guess, just to make it make sense. And then lastly, we're going to have an h1.penalty dash time. This is going to show the penalty we have for incorrect answers. So we get 0.5 for each incorrect answer. So we got 2 wrong here. So it'll be plus 1.0 seconds. So these two will be standard H1s, but these two will be actually a bit bigger font size wise. And then below that, we're going to add in a play again button. So this will have its own parent container. So score-footer, the div there, and then we're going to create a button.play-again to create a button with the play again class, and then we'll just add in the label of play again. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that looks great. We have our your time here. We have the biggest time being the total time, and you can see down here we have the base time plus the penalty time. Okay, awesome. So that's looking good. All of these number values, of course, are going to be populated dynamically from our JavaScript. So we'll need to get rid of those static values later. But for now, we just want to make sure that it's looking good. The last thing we're going to do is we're actually going to hide our score page, because now that we're ready to start on our functionality, we're going to start at the beginning with our splash page. So we'll delete the hidden attribute on our splash page. Alrighty, so in the next video, we're finally ready to get started with our functionality, beginning with our splash page. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we're ready to get started with our functionality. We're going to start on the splash page. So the first thing we want to accomplish is we want to be able to click on one of these radio container divs and have the whole thing light up blue. We also want to pass in the corresponding value from each of our radio selections that's going to be passed through when we press our button down here. Okay, so let's get started. If we jump back to the JavaScript file, you can see in the template that I've included some JavaScript to start out with. This is to save time so that we don't have to just write all of this stuff out. You can see that I've grouped it into some categories here. This is targeting each of our pages IDs. And then this is for our splash page. We have our start form. We have our radio containers using a query selector all. So we have an array of all of our radio containers. We have an array of all of our actual radio inputs. And then we have an array of all of our best scores. But we'll get to that one a little bit later on. Next, we'll be able to replace our countdown with this query selector. Then on our game page, we're going to populate our item container with this query selector. Then lastly, on our score page, we'll be able to change the numbers there. If we scroll down, we can see that we have a couple of other things already added, including some functionality here, but we'll get to those later on. For now, we're just going to scroll right down to the bottom and start by adding an event listener to our start form. This is going to lead directly into a click event, comma, and then we're going to create the function actually inside of the event listener. So we can do this by adding in some brackets, and then an arrow function, and then our curly brackets, and then press enter, and then we'll add the semicolon there at the end. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the radio containers array. So if we jump back to the HTML, this is containing all of these parent divs on each of these radio containers. And we're going to loop through each of them. We're going to use a for each method to accomplish that. And then inside of that, we'll have another bracket to represent each element in the array that we're going to run a function on. We're going to use another arrow function here, curly brackets, open that up, add a semicolon there at the end, and then we'll comment a title for the first thing we want to do, which is we're going to need to actually reset so that we remove the selected label from each one of our items here. So we're going to comment out a title, remove selected label styling, and we're going to use the radio L that we're passing in our for each, and then class list dot remove bracket single quotes, and then our selected dash label class. So that's needed in order to reset, so to be able to change to the next one. Now we need to actually add it back if that corresponding radio input was checked. So we could do that in a series of if statements, but in the interest of writing dry code that is not repetitive, we're going to include a conditional within our for loop here. So we'll comment out another title for what we're going to do here. And this is that we want to add it back if the radio input is checked. So if you remember, we're actually looping through these divs here and not the input itself. So in order to target the input itself while looping through this element, we can actually target the children of this element. So child 1 would be this label element, and child 2 would be this input element, which is the one we want to target. Because it is 0 indexed, this is actually child 0, and this is child 1. So we'll jump back to our code and actually target that. So we'll have our if statement, if radio L dot children, and then we'll have a square bracket for our index, which is going to be 1. That's going to target the second HTML child of our radio element, dot checked. So this is a Boolean value, which will be true or false, depending on if the radio button is checked. And then we're going to have curly brackets here. And inside of this, we will then just do radio L classlist dot add bracket single quotes, and then add our selected dash label class, and then a semicolon at the end. Okay, so let's save that and see if it's working. Okay, so we've highlighted our 10 questions, 25, 50, 90. Okay, awesome. So that is working. The next step is going to be to do something with the forms submit event. So this is going to be triggered when we press this start round button here at the bottom. We're going to do that with an event listener. So at the bottom here, we're going to comment out a title for event listeners. And this is going to be listening on the start form, even though it's triggered by our button. And we're going to add an event listener, bracket, single quotes. It's going to be a click event, comma, and then we're going to add in a function that we have not yet created. It's going to be called select question amount, capital Q question, capital A on amount, and we'll add a semicolon there. And then above that, our previous function, we're going to create this function as well. We'll comment out a title here, form that decides amount of questions. And this function will be select question amount. And we're actually going to pass in the event as a parameter. Okay, so if you remember from a number of the projects, when we submit a form, it resets the page because it's trying to pass that form off to a web server. We want to avoid that, and we can do that using the prevent default method on our event that we're passing into our function here. The information that we want to get from this function and from our radio inputs is the amount of questions per round. This is a value that we're actually going to need in a few different functions to generate the correct number of equations, for example. So we're going to create a global variable for this at the very top here. So we're going to use a let, because this value will change, and it's going to be question amount, capital A, and for right now, we're going to start it out as equaling to 0. We can go back down here, and we'll need to actually create a separate function in order to get the value of the radio input, and then we'll call that function within this select question amount function. So right above this here, we're going to comment out a title, get the value from our selected radio button. So we'll create a function, get radio value. And then inside of this, we're going to start with setting a local variable for let radio value. And then inside of this, we're going to use our radio inputs array. So if you remember, this is a query selector all that is selecting all of our inputs. We're going to use another for each here. And then in brackets, we're going to assign it to the radio input local variable here, arrow function, curly brackets, press enter, semicolon at the bottom. If we actually jump back to our page here, every time we are clicking on one of these, we are actually triggering our radio input to be checked. So that means that that Boolean value in the radio input is switching from checked false to checked true, depending on which one is highlighted. So in this case, this is the radio value that would have the checked attribute show up as true. So if we go back, we want to just check and loop through each of them and see which one is checked, because only one of them can be checked at once. So if radio input.checked is true, so we don't actually need to write out is true, we can just type if radio input.checked, then we want to assign radio value to be equal to the radio input dot value. So that's going to now pass in this value attribute here. Okay, and then lastly, we want to return that radio value. Okay, so this is something that is going to happen every time our form is submitted. It's going to run this function, which is then going to run this function. We'll actually need to, of course, call that. And we're going to set our question amount value to be equal to, and then calling this radio value function because it's going to return a value here. And that will then populate our question amount. So we'll console log this as well to make sure that it's working. We'll have single quotes question amount and then colon there, because we're going to have a lot of consoles through this project and we want to be able to know exactly what we are logging. Okay, so let's save that now and check it out. So we're going to open up our console here, right click inspect, open up our console. Okay, so you can see that I've clicked randomly above here. So this is not quite right here. I just realized that I made a mistake when I was making my event listener. I made it a click event, and because the form is taking up the entire space, anytime I'm clicking on the form, I am going through and logging the question amount, but I only want to actually do that when I click on this button here to submit the form. So I'll jump back to the code and scroll to the bottom. Instead of being a click event, we're actually going to be listening for the submit event. So I made that mistake there. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. Okay, so we can see now that I'm clicking up here that that is not happening. That's good. Let's highlight a value now and submit. Okay, so we can see that we are still having a problem. It is still not working here. Our question amount is still undefined. So I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out what is not working. Okay, welcome back. So now I'm going to show you how I actually figured this out. I had this same issue when I was building the project. In order to figure it out, I actually went over to the Sources tab in my DevTools. You can see that it's showing our script.js file here, so you can select that over here. Once that's selected, I'm going to hide the navigator because, of course, I don't have a ton of space here. And I'm going to scroll right down to the bottom. And I'm going to add a breakpoint where my radio value function is called. I can do that by just going over here and clicking to the left of the line number here. You can see it adds a red dot. So now I'm going to try to submit it again. And you can see that we're paused in our debugger here. And now we want to step through our code one line at a time to see what's going on. So we'll use this step button here. So you can see we've jumped up into our getRadioValue function. We can step through that. You can see that our value is currently undefined. And if we go down here, we can see that we're starting to now loop through. So it is actually the first item that is checked. So that's our 10 questions value. So this first statement should be true, meaning we should go down into our if statement. So we are, and we can see that if we actually hover over this, we can see that our radio input.value is 10. This is still undefined. If we go another step, we can see now that our radio value is 10, and then we want to return our radio value. If we press step again though, we can see that instead of going back to this function and assigning the question amount, we can see that it's looping through and trying the if statement again. So this is trying for the 25 questions radio input, and you can see that this time it did not go into the if statement because radio.inputChecked equals false. And the same thing will happen 2 more times. And then you can see that the radio value is still 10, but we're not actually returning it. The problem is we're not returning any value at all. This is a simple mistake of putting the return statement inside of our loop when we actually need it to happen outside of our for each loop when it's done. So let's go into our code and fix that. We can actually click right here just to remove that breakpoint so that it doesn't happen again. It doesn't get triggered again because we're kind of done with it now. Switch that back to the console and jump back to the code. And so what we can do here, as I said, we simply need to move this return radio value to be outside of our for each loop. So if we save that now and check it out, you can see we have 10 questions highlighted, start round, and we can see we have a question amount of 10. Awesome. It's no longer undefined. Let's make sure it's working for the rest. Okay, 25, 50, and 99. Awesome. So that's working exactly how we wanted it, and we've accomplished what we wanted to for this video. We're dynamically adding our selected label class, and we're also able to get the question amount value when we click on our button that submits our form. Awesome. In the next video, we're going to focus on the functionality of our countdown page. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so the goal of this video is going to be to switch from our splash page into our countdown page. Let's get started. The first thing that we need to do is we want to call a function once we have our question amount value. So below our console log here, we will create a function called showCountdown that we're now going to create above. So right above our getRadioValue, we're going to comment out a title. This is going to be to navigate from splash page to countdown page. Okay, and we'll create the function showCountdown. And how we're going to accomplish this is just by swapping the hidden attributes on our pages. So we want our countdown page dot hidden to be equal to false, and we want our splash page dot hidden to now be equal to true. So let's start by saving that and checking that out. Okay, so we have our selection here and we have our start round, and we can see that it changes as soon as we click that button to our countdown page. Excellent. And we can see that we have our question amount here. But what would happen if we refresh our page and we don't select some questions and we click start round? So we can see that it still goes to our countdown page, but our question amount is undefined. This is bad because going forward, we need that question amount in order to populate the game page, which is the next page after our countdown. So we need to prevent this from happening. We only want to go to the countdown page if we have a valid question amount. I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure that out. Okay, so this is going to be more or less straightforward. If we scroll back down to our select question amount function where we're calling our show countdown function, instead of just straight up calling our show countdown function, we're going to cut it and we're going to have a conditional. If we have a question amount, then we're going to call our show countdown function. So if you recall just now, the question amount there was undefined, so that would not pass this check. As long as this has some kind of value, it will pass the check and then show the countdown. So let's save that, check it out. Okay, so now I'm going to click Start Round. You see that it's undefined and we did not go to our countdown page. But if we were to select 10 questions, we can see that we have a question amount and then it goes to the countdown page. Excellent. Now that we have that working, we actually want to make our countdown look like it's, counting down. That's what countdowns do. So we're going to go back into our code. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually remove the text here in our countdown, remove that number 3, because we're going to populate it dynamically in our JavaScript. Save that, jump back to our JavaScript. And above our show countdown function, we're going to need to create another function that is going to actually run the countdown itself. So function, this is going to be called countdown start. And I'll comment out a title for that as well. This is going to be displays 3, 2, 1, go. And we'll also need to call this function. This is going to be called inside of our show countdown function. And now we'll need to figure out the logic for this. I would again challenge you to pause here and see if you can complete the function. As you can see from our comment, we want to display 3, 2, 1, go. And we want a delay between showing each of those values. What we're going to need to do first is we are going to set our countdown constant. So we have that from above. This is going to be targeting this H1 here. We're going to start out with adding the text content value of 3 as a string. So we're replacing what we just removed. And then below that, we're going to use a set timeout, brackets, and then we're going to have the function within our set timeout itself. So we're going to have another set of brackets, and then an arrow function, and then our curly brackets, and then press enter. And we want our countdown.textContent now to be equal to 2. Add a semicolon there. And then right after our curly bracket, we're going to have a comma, and we're going to add the time in milliseconds that we want to wait before executing it. In this case, we want to wait 1 second. That is 1,000 milliseconds. So we want to show this text content of 3 for 1 second, and then switch the text content to be 2. And we'll add a semicolon here at the end. And you can probably see where the rest of this is going. We're going to copy this below 2 more times. This time, we're going to switch it to 1. And we're actually going to increase the timeout as well. So this is going to be 2 seconds. And then our last text content is going to be go with an exclamation mark. And this is going to be 3 seconds. So let's save that and check it out. So we'll select 10 questions and start round, and we have 3, 2, 1, go. Excellent. So we now have a working countdown. Awesome. So we have the first 2 pages of functionality taken care of. In the next one, we're going to start diving into our game logic. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we're finally ready to start getting into the logic that is specific to this game. If we jump back to the code, you might have seen that there are some functions that are actually included in our template as well. This is to make it a little bit easier. We will need to make some modifications in order to get it working correctly. The goal of this video is going to be to use math operators to create a set of correct equations and a set of incorrect equations randomly for the player to then evaluate. We're going to start with looking at the code that we already have here. So we can see that it's mostly commented out. So I'm actually going to uncomment the parts that we're going to need to work in. And we'll leave the comments that are actually explaining what the code is doing. Okay, so let's go in order and fix everything one at a time. So we can see at the very top that we have also included the equations array. We're initializing it as an empty array, but this is what's going to be populated throughout our function with both our correct and incorrect equations. We start here at the top and we look at the comment. We want to be able to randomly choose how many correct equations there should be, and we also want to decide how many wrong equations there should be, and then we're going to use those values to loop through and create those equations. So we will need to focus on the random part. So to do this, we can jump back to our browser. And if we go to the resource, I'm going to provide this within the course. In order to get our random number, we're going to start with the math random method. So this is going to return a number randomly between 0 and 1, including many decimal places. If we scroll down to our example here, we can actually run this, and we can see that this actually is pretty much exactly what we need. We can see here at the bottom that the last option is console logging the math random. This is leading to multiple decimal places. If we look at the get random int console here, so this is the one at the top, we can see that we're returning math floor. So this means we're returning the nearest whole number. So you can see instead of it being 0 point something, it's just 0. And this is our math random times the math floor of a maximum value. So in this example, it's a random number up to 3. So that can be 0, 1, or 2 because it's 0 indexed. So if we run it again, we can see we have a number 1, run it again, number 2, run it again, 0, and then 1, and then 1 again, just to show it's random, not going in order. So we want to accomplish a similar thing in our project. So we can actually go ahead and copy this chunk of code here. And we'll jump back to our project. So right above our create equations function, we're going to comment out a title. This is going to be to get random number up to a max number. And then we'll paste that in here. And we'll need to pass in a value for this max parameter. So in this case, we want our max value to be our question amount, right? Because we don't want to have more correct equations than we have possible equations, because that's what our question amount is dictating. So to do this, we can just have get random int bracket, and then we're going to pass in our question amount value. Similarly, for our wrong equations, now that we know our correct equations, we can actually just subtract correct equations from our question amount. So we'll do that as well, question amount minus correct equations. We're going to want to console log each of them, so we'll do that below each, console.log, and again, we'll have a title just so that we know exactly what we're logging, correct equations, comma, and then we'll log the correct equations constant. We can copy this, paste it below here, and we'll change this to be wrong equations, and then we'll change this as well to be wrong equations. We'll actually need to comment out these because they're not going to work at the moment. And we can save and check out what we have here so far. So we'll jump back to our project, and let's select 25 questions this time, start round, and we can see that we have a question amount here, and then nothing happens. That's because we actually did not call our create equations function. So we'll need to do that as well. We're going to call that right below our countdown start. Okay, so let's try that again. Okay, 25 questions, start round. Okay, perfect. So this time we can see that it's working. We have a question amount of 25. There'll be 2 correct equations and 23 incorrect equations. So that's the thing with random, it could be any number. So this could even be 25 and this could be 0 potentially. So let's refresh that and just try it again and make sure that it is random. This time we have 21 correct equations and only 4 wrong equations. Okay, awesome. So let's jump back and continue. We want to actually see the equations themselves. So let's start working on looping through and pushing to the equations array. So I'll uncomment out these 2 for loops here. And we can see though that we're still missing something. So the way I have this set up is that the equation value is going to actually do the math. And I'm using multiplication for everything because that makes it a little bit trickier than if I were to use addition or subtraction. And I'm also going to only limit it to be up to 9 times 9 so that it's not super difficult. So in order to do this, we want to loop through and create random equations. So our first number and our second number need to be totally random. So we can again call our getRandomInt function. And this time, as I said, we want a maximum of 9. So I'm just going to pass in 9 as the maximum there. And I can copy this. This will also go here and here and here. Okay, excellent. So we can see we've resolved some of those issues. So what's going to happen is, let's say that we have a random number and both of them are 9. So we have 9 times 9. This will create the number value. And then the equation itself is going to be a string of that. So 9 times 9. And then it's going to have in what we've calculated here as the result. So that'll be 81. Then we're going to push this into an equation object that's going to have the value and then the equation values. That'll be this whole thing here. And then we're also going to have another value that is going to be evaluated. And that's going to say whether or not it is a correct equation, meaning that it's true. This is going to be useful later on for the player guesses because we're going to use this to see if the guess was correct or not. And then that whole thing, this whole object here, is going to be pushed into our equations array. It works a little bit similarly in this, but there's a little bit more complications happening here. So first, we're going to have a wrong format array. So if we scroll up to the top, we see that we have our first, second number here, as well as our equation object. This is already included in the template. And we have a wrong format array as well, also included in the template. So what this is doing is, it is splitting to have 3 possible options in our array that have slightly different formatting. So you can see that we're messing with the numbers here. In this one, we're messing with the second number. In this one, we're messing with the equation value. And in this one, we're messing with the first number. So they're all going to be 1 digit off. What we want to randomly decide is which one of these to show for each wrong equation. So we'll only have 1 of these for each. To do that, we need more randomness. So in this case, we want to choose the format choice. This is going to represent the index. So it's going to be either 0, 1, or 2. In order to do that, again, we can use our getRandomInt, this time to a maximum of 3, just like we had in our example. And lastly, we're going to console log our equations array at the very bottom here, once all of the loops are finished. So console log, equations array, again, we're going to have a string just to show which is which, comma, and then equations, not object, we want equations array. Okay, perfect. So you can see that the rest of this is very similar, other than the evaluated is going to be equal to false. Awesome. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we'll go with 10 questions just to make it easier to see. We can see that we have 5 correct, 5 incorrect equations, and we're logging our array. That is awesome. So we can see that we have a bunch of random numbers here, and we have 5 correct and then 5 false. So that's looking great, but the problem is that we have all of our true and then all of our false. We want this array to be shuffled, all of these objects to be shuffled and returned in a random order so that it makes it a little bit more challenging. So in my development of this project, I searched for how to shuffle an array randomly, and I found this very helpful article on Stack Overflow. This is something that I use all the time, anytime I have a problem. You can see that this is actually from over 10 years ago, but it is still relevant today. So the user was asking, I have an array like this, how can I randomize and shuffle it? And if we look at the answer here, the unbiased best shuffle algorithm is the Fisher-Yates shuffle. So we can see that they've very helpfully pasted the code here. So we can actually copy this and add this to our project. Instead of copying this one directly into our code though, just because our project is pretty complex as it is. So what I'll do is, in our folder here, I'm actually going to create a new file called shuffle.js, and I'm just going to paste this inside here, and then I can save it, make sure it's saved, then I can close it, and go back into my index.html and add it as a separate script. This is going to work because this script does not need to be loaded at the very beginning. It is going to be loaded once we have selected an amount of equations that we want. Okay, so we add that there above our script.js, and we can save that as well. And then minimize our Explorer and jump back to our code. Now, to actually implement this, we are going to add this in our create equations function. Right above our console log, we're going to call the shuffle function, and we're going to pass in our equations array, because that's the array that we want to shuffle. And of course, we're making sure that this is going to happen after our for loops have already finished. So let's save that now and check it out. This time, I'm going to go with 25 questions, start round. So we have 13 correct and 12 incorrect equations. And if I expand the equations array, we can see that, yeah, they are definitely mixed up. So we have true, false, false, true, false, true, true, true. Awesome. So we've successfully created our random equations that are both correct and incorrect, and we've successfully shuffled them around so that the user has a bit more of a challenge. Awesome. In the next video, we're actually going to build these equations into our game page in the DOM. All right, so I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to get our equations here to be displayed in our game page on the DOM here. So we're going to start by jumping back to our code. And in our create equations function that we just created, at the very bottom, instead of just console logging our equations array, we want to call a new function. This function is going to be called equations2DOM, DOM all in capital letters, semicolon there, and then we're going to need to create that function below. So we'll comment out a title, add equations2DOM, okay, and we're going to create the actual function here, equations2DOM, and then inside of this function, we're going to use our equations array to dynamically create our elements, and then we're going to append those elements to our item container. So let's jump into that. First, we're going to use our equations array with a for each again, and then we'll have our equation as our local variable, then an arrow function, curly brackets, press enter, semicolon there, and now we'll actually need to build each of the elements that we need. So this is going to be a div with the class item, and then inside of that, we're going to have an h1 that's going to have the value of the equation. So this value here. Okay, so let's take care of that. We'll comment out a title for our item. We'll create a constant item equals document.create element. So again, as a reminder, the reason that we're doing it this way and not using something like inner HTML is because this is more secure and actually higher performance as well. Next, we'll do item.classlist.add, and we'll add the class of item That's our CSS class. Comment out a title for our equation text. Create a constant. Equation text equals document.createElement. This time we want an h1. Then below that, the equation text constant, we want to target the text content, and we want that to be equal to our equation.value. So again, we're going to loop through and run this functionality once for each item in the array. So each one will have its own individual value. And then the last thing we'll do is we need to append. So we're going to need to append the child of the equation text into our item. So this is how we're putting our h1 inside of our div. And then we need to append our item into our item container. So we'll use append child there as well and add in our item. Lastly, we're going to need to swap the hidden attributes for our pages. We're going to do this above our getRandomInt function. So up here, we're going to comment out a title. This is going to do something similar to before. It is going to display our game page. And we're going to create a function called showGamePage. And in here, we're going to have GamePage.hidden equals false. So that's going to show our game page. And CountdownPage.hidden equals true. That's going to hide our countdown page. So we're going to call this actually within, if we scroll down here, we're going to call this within our showCountdown function. So at the very bottom here, we're going to have a set timeout because normally when we have our countdown, it's actually going to take 4 seconds to get through this countdown. So that's why we don't want to show the game page right away, but we want to show it at the end of this countdown. So we can do that with a set timeout, show game page, comma, normally it would be 4 seconds, which would be 4,000. But for now, in our development, as we're testing, we want the countdown to be as short as possible. In this case, 400 milliseconds. Okay, so we'll save that now and check it out. Okay, so we're going to select 10 questions, press start, and perfect. We can see that we're getting to our game page, and we can see that we have all of our equations array values in here. Excellent. We can see, of course, that we are able to scroll with the scroll wheel, but there's no scroll bar itself. This is because we're going to need to actually automate the scrolling after each right or wrong selection. But for now, we're not going to worry about that. What I do want to sort out is having our selected item div right here in the middle so that it's highlighting this first equation. And we're also going to need to push this down so this first equation is actually in the middle here. And we'll want to add a spacer at the bottom as well so that we can scroll so that this last one is actually up here in the middle. If we go back to the code and scroll back up a little bit, we can see that I have one more function that I had added within the template. We can actually go ahead and comment out this function. And this is going to do a couple of different things. First, it's going to reset our item container using the text content equals empty string trick. Then we're going to add a top spacer on the bottom. Then we're going to add our selected item div. Then we're going to add those to our container. Then we're going to want to create our equations and build them in the DOM. And then lastly, we're going to add a bottom spacer, as I mentioned before, so that when we scroll through, we're still able to get the bottom equation lined up right there in the middle. So we're going to need to do a little bit of refactoring here. So instead of calling the create equations function in our show countdown, I'm going to call the populate game page function instead. And then we're going to go up here and we're going to remove this function call here as well as the console log because we know that our equations are going to show up in our DOM now. And then back down in our populate game page, we have an extra space here. In our populate game page function, we're now going to call those two functions in here. So create equations is going to be called first, and then we're going to call equations to DOM after that. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to select 10 questions, start the round, and awesome. So we can see that we have a space at the top here, and we have our selected item div here, and it's in the middle of the page, and we can see that if we scroll down, we have enough space at the bottom so that our bottom equation can end up in our selected item div. Excellent. In the next video, we're going to tackle the right and wrong functionality and have that automatically actually scroll between our equations. Okay, so I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video will be to automatically scroll in our item container every time the user inputs a guess by clicking on the button. And also, we want to capture the value of their guess within an array. First thing we're going to need to do is we're going to create some global variables. So the first thing is going to be related to our scroll. We're going to have a let of value y, capital Y, and this is going to start out equaling 0. So this value is going to change as we go through and click on our right or wrong button, and it's going to go up 80 pixels at a time so that it scrolls just enough for the next equation to be inside of this selected item container. The next thing that we want to add at the top here in our equations umbrella is a player guess array. So this is going to store all of the player guesses that we're getting from our right and wrong buttons. These will be evaluated later on when we check the score by comparing the player guess array to the equations array. But for now, we want to continue in our scrolling and actually getting the values in our player guess array. So the next thing we'll need to do is actually call a function on the buttons in our HTML. So on our wrong and right buttons, we're going to add an onClick attribute. So this is an event listener. So when it's clicked, we want to launch the select function, which we'll need to create. And inside of this, we're going to pass in a value of false. And we can actually copy this. So that'll be a value of false for wrong. And then a value of true for our right button here. Okay, so we can save that, index.html. We're going to jump back to our JavaScript. And we're going to create the function right above our show game page function. We'll start by commenting out a title. So this is going to scroll and also store the user selection in the player guess array. Okay, so we'll create that function select, and that's going to take the parameter. We're going to call it guessed true because we're going to use a conditional on it, and it'll make more sense if we phrase it that way. Before we get into the actual scrolling, which is what we need to accomplish next, we're going to jump over and look at a quick reference that I'll provide in the course. So what we want to do in this case, in our item container, is we want to control the scroll for that specific item container div only. So that's why we're going to look at the element scroll method here. So this scrolls a particular element, a particular set of coordinates inside that given element. So you can see that we can do it in two different ways, with X and Y coordinates or with options. So I'm going to do it the simpler way, I think, with the X and Y coordinates. So this means horizontally, which we don't need to move horizontally at all. And this is for the vertical or the Y value. So now you also might understand the variable name value Y. So that's what we're going to pass in here, and that's going to control our up and down scrolling. Okay, so let's go back and implement that. So I already know from building the project that we will need to scroll 80 pixels at a time. So we'll comment out a title for that, and we're going to change the value Y, and we're going to use plus equals 80. So what that means is every time we hit this function, by pressing on a button, it's going to increase the value of Y by 80. So because it's starting out at 0, the first time it's going to go to 80, and then the next time it's going to go to 160, and so on and so forth. Then below that, our item container is what we want to scroll. We're going to use the scroll method, and we're going to pass in a horizontal value of 0, comma, and then our vertical value or y coordinates is going to be our value y variable. Okay, excellent. The last part of this is that we want to add the guesses to our player guess array. So we'll comment out a title for that. Add player guess to array. For this, we're going to use a ternary operator with a return statement. So we'll start out return guessed true. So if you guessed true, then we want the player guess array to push the value true. So that means our array will add an object that is just the value of true, or if I did not guess true, so if this condition is false, then in the player guess array, we're going to push false instead. So now I hope that makes more sense why I've named this guess true. So if guess true is true, we're going to push the value of true. If guess true is not true, meaning we press the wrong button, then we're going to push a value of false into the array. Lastly, we're going to add a temporary console log that is going to log our player guess array, but it's always going to be one behind because we're putting it above here. Keep in mind, we can't put it below here because after we've hit our return statement, it won't execute any code below that. But this is not how it's going to work in the end. This is just to make sure that this part is working. So we'll console log that there. Okay, so now we're ready to save it and check it out. So we'll select our 10 questions again, start round, and now when I press one button, you can see that it automatically scrolls to line up perfectly with the second equation here. You can also see that the player guess array is empty. This is because it console logged before I actually return the value. If I click it again, we can see now that I have one value in the player guess array, but that is actually my first guess here. If I were then to click wrong, which should provide a value of false, you're going to see instead that it's going to say true, true, because my first two guesses were true. But if I now click right, which equals to true, you'll see now that it was true, true, false, and so on and so forth. So for right now, it is one behind. And you can see that it scrolls through, which is great. But if we keep going, we can see that we only had 10 questions, but it continues to take guesses. So this is not a problem because in our check score function, which we're going to create in the next video, once the player guess array length is equal to the question amount, it'll automatically switch to the next page. So we'll worry about that a little bit later on. So for right now, though, we've accomplished what we wanted to in this video. We're successfully scrolling and we're successfully adding the values of the player input into a player guess array. So we'll take a break here, and in the next one, we'll focus on the check score functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now that we've taken care of actually taking the user's input from the button and scrolling down automatically, the goal of this video is going to be twofold. The first thing that we want to accomplish is essentially setting a stopwatch that starts counting when the first button is pressed and stops counting when we have gotten to the last equation. Then from there, we want to take the player guesses and see if those guesses were correct based on the evaluated value in our equations array. Then from there, we are going to use the base time from our stopwatch and add in the penalty time from all the incorrect guesses and then be able to create the final score. So there's lots of little things we want to accomplish. Let's get started at the beginning. So the first thing we want to do is deal with our time variables. So we'll need a couple global variables that are going to be used throughout. So the first one is going to be a let, and it's going to be called timer. This doesn't have a value because this is actually going to represent the interval that we are going to stop and start. We'll get to that in a moment. Next, we're going to have a variable called time played. This is going to be incremented every 10th of a second using our interval function that's going to run every 10th of a second. Next, the final time is going to be converted to base time. Then we're going to have a value for penalty time. All of these are going to be set to 0 for now. Then we're going to have final time, also going to be equal to 0. And then the last thing we're going to have is what is called final time display. So this is actually going to be a string, and it's going to be in the format that we want, 0.0s for seconds. Okay, the next thing we're going to want to do is create a function that is going to be triggered when we click on our game page, and this is going to actually start our timer. So we're going to make this right above our select function here, comment out a title, start timer when game page is clicked, and then we'll have our function start timer, brackets, curly brackets, and then inside of this, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to reset the times. So this is so that when we use it more than once, we're always starting out with 0 values. So time played needs to be 0, penalty time needs to be 0, and our final time needs to be 0 as well. Okay, and we're going to add an event listener at the bottom that's going to trigger this start timer function when we click on the game page. So we'll add this to the bottom here, game page, add event listener, and we want to add a click event, and this is going to be the start timer event. Awesome. Beyond that though, we need to go back up to our function and actually make it start a timer of some kind. So this is where the intervals come in, because we want to make it act like a stopwatch that is starting and stopping. So if we jump back over to the browser, we can see that we have a resource here from W3 Schools that is talking about JavaScript timing events. So there are a few different types of timing events. We are using set timeouts already in our code. This is what is allowing us to change the text content on our countdown. But in this case, we're actually going to be using intervals. So this is set timeout executes a function after waiting a certain number of milliseconds, whereas the set interval will execute a function repeatedly a certain amount of milliseconds apart. So if we actually scroll down to the set interval example, so you see that we're launching a function at every given time interval. And if we look at the example here, we can see that we are setting the variable here to be set interval, and then it's going to launch a certain function every, in this case, 1 second, because it's 1000 milliseconds. If we scroll down below, how to stop the execution is we need to call the clear interval method in order to stop our stopwatch. So if we scroll down to the example here, we can see that we're actually going to use the variable of the timer that we created. So that will set the interval. And then later on in the script, we're going to need to call clear interval, and we'll pass in the timer as the value to clear that interval in order to stop our timer. Okay, so let's jump back and see how we can implement that. So let's start with creating our function that we want to call 10 times per second. So if we go back, first we're going to create the function that we want to call every 10th of a second. So we'll comment out a title, add a 10th of a second to time played. That's going to add to our time played global variable. So create the function, add time, And in this function, we're just going to have time played plus equals 0.1. So that means that every time we run this function, we're going to increment the time played value by 0.1. Okay, now we're going to need to call this function within our start timer. So to do that, we're going to call timer equals set interval, bracket, we're going to call the add time function, comma, and we're going to call it every 100 milliseconds. So that is 10 times per second. There's a couple more things we're going to need to do. So if you remember, we're starting the timer when the game page is clicked, but we don't want to keep starting the timer. So we actually want to remove the event listener that is triggering this function so that this function can only be triggered once. So to do that, right below here, we're going to target our game page, and instead of using add event listener, we can actually use remove event listener, and then we're going to put the event listener click start timer, so the same as before, and we want to remove that so that this only triggers once. We only want to start this once. We only want to reset the times once. Next, it is good that we are adding time to our time played, but this actually also needs to then go into our function that it's actually going to check the time and evaluate our guesses. So we're going to launch into the check time function that we're going to need to create above. So right above this, console log a title, we want to stop the timer and process the results. And then eventually we want to go to our score page for the first time. So we'll create this function of check time. And for now, we're just going to keep it very simple. We just want to be able to clear the interval. So for this logic to work, if you remember before, if we jump back to our browser, you remember before that if we just keep clicking, you can see that this keeps going on and on infinitely. And we want this to stop as soon as the player guess array length is the same as our question amount. So to do that, we just need to have a conditional in here. So if our player guess array dot length, so that's going to be a number, is equal to the question amount, then we want to clear our interval called timer, which of course we've created right here. So that's going to stop our stopwatch. The other thing we can do is we can remove this console log player guess array, and we can actually put this now up into our check time function so that it will actually have all of our guesses rather than being one guess behind like it was previously. Okay, so just to summarize, we are starting with this function when the game page is clicked due to our event listener here at the bottom. And then we're going to reset these values. Then we're going to set an interval, meaning that we're going to start adding time. And then we're going to remove the event listener so that we don't run this function again. Then we're going to keep adding time, 1/10 of a second at a time. And then we're going to keep running this function over and over again. And if it happens that the length of the player guess array is equal to the question amount, then we want to clear the interval, which is going to stop our countdown from happening. The one other thing I'm going to add actually is that we want to console log our time played as well. So this check time function is going to be launched every 1/10 of a second, so we should see our timer updating every 1/10 of a second as we're going through. Okay, so let's save that all and check it out. Okay, so 10 questions, start the round, and you can see that so far nothing has happened. We're not logging anything. But when I click, you can see that our timer is going. Awesome. So every 1/10 of a second, we are running that function, which is adding a 1/10 of a second to the time played value that we're logging here. Now, if we keep going through, you can see as soon as I've reached the last equation, our player guess array has all 10 guesses, and you can see that the interval is cleared and it has stopped our timer. Okay, excellent. So that is exactly the functionality that we wanted. Now, we need to look at if our guess was correct or not, and then add penalty time accordingly. So this is going to happen in our check score function after we clear our interval. I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out how we're going to evaluate each guess in our player guess array. It's going to be right here. And also how we're going to end up with our final time, which will be a combination of our base time plus 0.5 seconds for every incorrect guess. That'll be our penalty time. Let's see if you can figure that out. I know it's a tall order, but just give it a try. And in a few seconds, I will show you how I'm going to solve this. Okay, so welcome back. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to loop through the equations array. So we'll comment out a title here first, check for wrong guesses, and then add penalty time. So this is only going to happen once our interval is cleared and once all of our guesses are in. Then we're going to evaluate them all at once rather than evaluating them one at a time as we go through. So we're going to use the equations array, and we're going to use a for each method on that. And inside of this, we're going to pass in equation. So this is our singular equation, and then arrow function, curly brackets. We also actually want to pass in, with a comma, the index of our array of each value as well. You'll see why in a moment. So we want to have a conditional statement here. If our equation dot evaluated is equal to the player guess array with that same index. So another way of thinking about this is if we look up at our equation array, you can see that we have a value here. That's the actual equation. And then we have evaluated, which is either true or false. And then in our player guess array, we're pushing the values of either true or false. So essentially what we're doing is we're checking this in each individual equation in our equation array. So if this, which let's say that the first value was true, if this side equals to our guess, so the first value in our player guess array is true as well, then that means that we have a correct guess. So I'll comment out a title. That is a correct guess, and we have no penalty. We want to have an else here, though. If that's not the case, that means we have an incorrect guess, and we want to add a penalty here. And this is going to be penalty time plus equals 0.5. So we're going to add 0.5 seconds every time we have an incorrect guess to our penalty time global variable. So I hope that that makes sense. It'll make a little bit more sense, I think, when we're actually doing it. And then below here, the calculation for our final time is pretty straightforward. Final time is going to be equal to time played plus penalty time. And then we're just going to console log everything here. So we'll console log our time, comma, which is going to be our time played, then our penalty, which is going to be our penalty time, and then our final time, which is going to be our final time variable. Okay, so let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we're going to use the 10 questions again. We're going to start the round. We can see that nothing has happened here, but we can see that we have some insight into the amount of wrong and correct equations. So because we have 8 wrong equations and 2 correct equations, I'm going to only click on the wrong button. And that means my penalty time should be 1 second, because that's going to be 0.5 seconds twice. So let's do that. Okay, so the timer has started and now it's ended. And we can see that we have a base time of 2.9000012. We have a penalty of 1 second, and then we have a final time that's adding those two things together. Awesome. So that is it for our core functionality of evaluating our player guesses and setting and clearing our interval. In the next video, we're going to actually pass all of this into our score page and switch from our game page to our score page as well. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to switch from our game page here to our score page and populate the score page with the results that we have here. So that is our base time, our penalty time, and our final time. Okay, so let's get started. So if we jump back to the code, we're going to create a function above our check time function. This is going to be called scores to DOM, what we want to accomplish with it. And this is going to format and display time in DOM, scores to DOM. This is similar to our equations to DOM function. And inside of this, we want to have everything formatted to be only one decimal place. So if you remember from our results just now that they had up to 10 or so decimal places, we want to be able to remove those. So if we jump back to the browser, we can accomplish this by using the toFixed method. So this formats numbers into a fixed amount of decimals. So in our case, we actually only want 1 decimal, so I'll change that to 1. And if we run this, we can see that our 123.456 just becomes 123.5. Okay, so that's exactly what we need for our purposes. So we can close that and jump back to the code. And in this scores to DOM function, we want to set our final display time. And this is going to be equal to our final time, which we're getting at the bottom of our function here, final time dot to fixed, and then we only want 1 decimal, so we'll pass in the value of 1. Okay, and we want to do a similar thing for our base time, and this is going to be equal to time played dot to fixed to 1 decimal, and then same thing, penalty time equals penalty time to fixed to 1 decimal. And then lastly, we want to actually update the elements in our HTML. So if we see here, we want to update this and this and this. So we actually can delete these from here now because we're going to populate them dynamically in our JavaScript. So we're going to save our HTML file, jump back to our JavaScript file, and we can see at the very top here that we have the constants for each of these elements. So we're going to target these here. In this function, we're going to start with our base time element dot text content, and this is going to be equal to a template string because we need to add back some text here. So we're going to have base time colon, and then we're going to use $ curly brackets to pass in the variable of our base time semicolon at the end here. We're going to do a similar thing for our penalty time element, and that's going to have a text content, another template string, and we're going to say penalty colon, and then we're going to have a plus. So it's going to say like plus 1 second of penalty time. And we'll have the $ curly brackets again. We're going to pass in the penalty time variable. And then we'll also have S at the end to represent seconds. And we'll do a similar thing for our final time L. And this text content is also going to be equal to a template string. This time we're going to start out with the variable, which is our final time display. And we're going to add in an S there again for seconds. And then the last thing we're going to do is first, we're going to make sure that we call our scores to DOM function. So we're going to want to call this right after our console log here. Scores to DOM function. So that's going to be in our check time function, and that's only going to be triggered within our if statement when the player guess array length is equal to the amount of questions. And then also, we want to actually switch from our game page to our score page. So to do that, we're going to need another new function that is called show score page that's going to be triggered at the bottom here. And we'll make this right above here. So I'll comment out a title here, show score page. I would encourage you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out this function. It's pretty similar to ones we've created already. Okay, so we can see here to create this function of show score page, we're going to do what we did before, which is simply toggling our hidden attributes on our different pages. So in this case, we want our game page.hidden to be equal to true. So we're hiding our game page, and we want our score page.hidden to be false, meaning that we want to show our score page. Okay, so let's save that all and check it out. Okay, so 10 questions, start the round. We're going to go through. So again, we should only have penalty time of 1 second. I'm going to just select right for each one of these. And awesome, we can see that we went directly to our score page as soon as we finished our guesses. We can see that it has dynamically updated our time. You remember that we actually deleted all these values in our HTML. So that is perfect. We have our time of 3.6 seconds, which is our base time of 2.6 seconds, plus our penalty time of 1.0 seconds. We actually are missing the S on this base time. So let's go ahead and add that back in there. Save that. And we'll just run through it one more time just for fun. Make sure it's still working. Okay, so again, we have 3.6 seconds, but for a different reason. We have a base time of 1.6 seconds and a penalty time of +2 seconds. Okay, awesome. So that is working perfectly. Now that we've reached the end of our gameplay loop, the next thing to do is be able to click our play again button to start it all over again. So we'll need to jump back to our HTML in order to accomplish this. So for our play again button, we're going to add an onClick attribute like before, and we're going to call the function play again with our brackets here. And now we're going to need to save that and make our play again function in our JavaScript. So we're going to go back and we're going to create this right above our show score page function. We're going to comment out a title, and this is going to reset the game. So we'll create the function play again. And inside of this, we're going to need to reset a couple of things. So you may or may not have remembered that in our start timer function, we actually removed the event listener. So we actually need to add it back when we want to start a new game. So we'll need to do that here at the top. So we're going to have game page, add event listener, click event, comma, and then start timer. Then we actually want to hide our score page. So that is our last page, and we want to show our splash page again. So we're going to swap these hidden values here. The next thing is we want to start over with our equations array to be empty. So we'll just do equal and then square brackets. Same thing with our player guess array. That also needs to be emptied out and started over, as well as our value y also needs to be back to 0, so that when we run through again and we're adding 80 every time we want to scroll, we're starting at a zeroed value. Okay, so let's save that all and check it out. So this time I'm going to go 10 questions again, and I'm going to click through. And you can see here that I've accidentally hit the play again button without actually seeing my score. That's a problem that we're going to need to fix. Let's try another round. Okay, so we can also see another problem when we try to do a second round, and that is we are not starting at the top of our item container, we're starting way further down. So we're going to need to reset that as well. I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out how to fix these two issues. Okay, so I'm going to show you now how I would fix these two issues. I'm going to start by hiding our play button, and I'm only going to unhide it a second after I've shown the score page. So in the HTML, we're going to add the hidden attribute to our play again button here, save that, and then we're going to jump back to our JavaScript. And in our show score page function down here, we're going to comment out a title, show play again button after 1 second, and we'll use our set timeout here, and we'll create another set of brackets inside that bracket, create an arrow function, curly brackets, semicolon at the end, and we're going to have the play again button dot hidden equal false. So this is going to unhide it. And then after our curly bracket, we're going to have a comma, and then we're going to have 1000 milliseconds. So after 1 second of showing the score page, only then will we show our play again button here. And then also when we reset the game, we want to set the play again button dot hidden to be equal to true so that we are re-hiding it before our next round so that it has a delay when it shows up in the score page again. Next, onto the scrolling issue, we want to go down into our scores to DOM function. And while we're passing the scores to our DOM, we want to also reset our item container because it means that the game is over. So we'll comment out a title here. So we want to scroll to the top of our item container, and then we want to go to our score page. So to do this, we are going to target our item container. And instead of using a scroll method, we're going to use a scroll to method. This is very similar, but in this case, we're scrolling to a specific point on the page rather than a certain value up or down. And in this case, we're actually going to use options this time. So to use options instead of just a horizontal and vertical value like we did before, we're going to need curly brackets and then a space. And then we're going to have a top of 0. So that means it's going to go to the very top. And we're also going to set a behavior value as well. And this will be a string. So most people would choose smooth. That will have it animate and go to the top. But in this case, I'm going to use instant. Not that we're really going to see it anyway, but instant means that it will scroll right to the top instantly. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we'll go to our usual 10 questions, and we're going to fly through, and we can see that we did not have a play again button until about a second later. So that's great. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, if we click the play again button, so that's great. We go to our splash page again. And if we choose another round, we can see that now our item container has reset back up to the top. So our first equation is lined up perfectly here. And if we run this again, we can see that it's working. And our play again button also still has a delay in the next round before showing up. Awesome. So that's it. We're finished with our core gameplay, at least. The last thing that we're going to sort out in the next video is going to be updating our best scores in our local storage. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this last video is to store and update our best scores in local storage. And we want to have a best score for each amount of questions. So for this, we're going to need an array of objects. If we jump back, we're going to create this in our equations heading at the top here with our global variables. And we're going to let best score array equal an empty array. So we're just initiating the array up there. We're going to use this in multiple functions. That's why it is a global variable. Next, we can scroll down. And at the very top here, we're going to create a function. So this function is going to check local storage for best scores and then set our best score array values. So we're going to call this function get saved best scores. So we've worked with local storage in a bunch of other projects. An important part of working with local storage is to check if a value already exists. So to do that, we're going to use a conditional if local storage.getItem, and then we'll have the item name, which is going to be best scores. Then we want to set the best score array to be equal to json.parse of our local storage.best scores item. So if you remember from before, the reason that we need to parse is because local storage acts as sort of a web server, meaning that it can only store values in strings. So we're returning this string and we're parsing it to turn it back into an object, which is going to then populate our array. We're going to have an else statement here this time. So if it does not exist in local storage, essentially we're going to create it. So this will be accomplished by having our best score array be equal to, and then we have our square brackets here. We're going to press enter. We're going to have a semicolon at the end there. And then we're going to actually create our best score array objects. So first, we're going to have a value called questions, and this is going to be equal to 10 in the first one, comma, and then we're going to have a value called best score, and then this is going to be equal to our final time display. So you can see that right off the bat, we do have a value for this, so it won't be undefined. At the very least, it'll be 0.0 s, which stands for seconds. Okay, so we'll have a comma here, and we'll need to create 3 more objects to encompass all of our possible question choices. And we'll change this to be 25, and this will be 50, and this will be 99. And then lastly, still within our else statement, we're going to actually set this in local storage. So local storage.set item, and we're going to call it best scores. So make sure that this and this and this all match if you decide to change the name, or in any other project, make sure that they always match, comma, we're going to do the opposite of parse. We're going to use json.stringify to pass the best score array object into local storage as a string. So again, this converts the array into a string in local storage. This gets the array as a string from local storage and converts it back into an array by using JSON parse. Okay, so that's it for this functionality. What's going to happen the very first time is because we don't have an item in local storage, it is going to run through this else conditional, which is going to populate the best score array and then stringify it and pass it into local storage. We're going to actually need to call this every time we load our project. So we're going to go right down to the very bottom, and we're going to comment out a title on load, and we want to check and get the saved best scores. We want to check local storage. Okay, so let's save that. You can scroll back up to the top here. Okay, and check it out. So if we go over to our application tab in our local storage, we'll clear this just to be sure, so there's nothing in our local storage. And we can just refresh the page, and we can see that we have our array, just as we made it. So you can see that our best score values are all 0.0s, just like we had in our placeholder text. Excellent. So that's working as we want it to. Now that we have this value in our local storage, we want to actually populate it in the DOM. The first step to that is going to be to jump back into our HTML and scroll up to the top and actually remove all of these hard-coded 0.0s. So we'll use our Command D, Control D trick to highlight them all at once, and then just click backspace, save that, and jump back. And we can see now that our best scores is blank. And now we need to actually pass this value into our DOM. So back in our JS, we're going to make a function at the very top, and we'll comment out a title for this. This is going to be to refresh splash page best scores, and we're going to call this function best scores to DOM. So inside of this function, we want to update all of our best score spans that we have here. If you scroll to the top, you can see that we actually have an array because we're query selecting all of them. We want to try to, in the most dry way possible, populate all of those items with the corresponding best score from our best score array. So I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out how to do it. I will give you a hint. It involves a for each loop. So pause the video and see if you can figure it out. Okay, so we're going to start out with our best scores array. So this is all of our elements. And then we're going to use a for each bracket and then another bracket to set our local variable, which we'll call best score. We're also going to need to pass in the index. The reason we're going to pass in the index is because we're going to use this index to reference the indexes in our best score array inside of our loop. So we'll need a arrow function here, curly brackets, press enter, semicolon there. Then inside our for each loop, we're going to set a local constant of best score L. So this is for our best score element. This is going to be equal to our best score that we're passing in. So the individual element we're passing here, and we're just resetting it to a constant because we want to use that constant, best score L, in order to change the text content of each of the items. So what are we going to change it to? So in this case, we are going to have it be equal to a template string. And we're going to use the $ curly brackets. And for this template string, we're going to actually reference our best score array, and we're going to pass in the index of each value in order to get the best score of each of the corresponding values, because the best scores array of elements has 4 items, and the best score array has 4 items as well, and they all go in the same order. So we're going to pass in best score array, square brackets, index, so that I'll have the right corresponding index, and then we want to pass in the best score, which is going to actually be our final time display, and then we want to add the S to the second at the end of it there. Okay, we also need to call this function, so we're going to do that at the end of our get save best scores function, right outside of our if-else statements. So we will call best scores to DOM, and then a bracket and semicolon there. And the one last thing we're going to change actually is that our final time display can just be a time, 0.0. So we can get rid of the S because we're going to add it back right here. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, awesome. So we can see that we have repopulated our DOM with the reset best scores of 0.0 S for seconds. Excellent. Now, the last thing that we need to do is actually pass in the current final time to local storage if it is better than the value that is in there, or if it is replacing a 0 value. So let's jump back to the code and take care of that. We're going to start by going down and creating another function below our 2 functions here. We're going to comment out a title. This is going to be to update our best score array. So right off the bat, we are just setting it if it doesn't exist, or we're pulling it from local storage, but now we need to actually update it with the real best scores. So that's what this function is for. So update best score. And then inside of this, we are going to start with an array, as we have been for the majority of this project. In this case, it's going to be our best score array, and we're going to use a for each method. And then inside of the brackets, we're going to target the score as well as the index yet again. We're going to have an arrow function, curly brackets, press enter, semicolon there at the bottom. The first thing that we want to do, we're going to comment out a title, is we want to select the correct best score to update. So we only want to update the 10 question best score when we have a final score that is for the 10 question amount. So if our question amount is equal to score.questions, so you see that this matches this value here from above. If this is equal to question amount, then what we want to do is return the best score, so this is our final time here, as a number with 1 decimal. So const saved best score, we're going to set up a new constant for that, is going to be equal to number bracket, and then best score array index dot best score. So this is identical to how we targeted it up here to pass it into our text content. Then, if that is the case, we need to have another condition. So we only want to update if the new final score is less or replacing 0. So to do that, we'll have another condition if the save best score constant, so remember this is the number value of our final time display here, if this is equal to 0, which it will be from the beginning, or, so for the or, we're going to use the backslash key and shift to create the, I don't even know what these are called, but they're like upward slashes, vertical slashes, I don't know what they're called exactly. That will signify an or in our conditional, so one or the other can be true for the conditional to be true, or if save best score is less than the final time. If that is the case, then we want the best score array index.bestScore to be equal to the final time display. Okay. And then lastly, below our for each loop, we want to pass the best scores to DOM, so we do want to update it again in our HTML. So we'll comment out a title for that, update our splash page. And we also want to save to local storage again. So we'll just do local storage.set item and best scores. This is exactly the line above. I actually could have just copied this. JSON.stringify, and we're going to stringify our best score array. Okay, and the very last thing we need to do is actually call our update best score function, and we're going to do that inside of our scores to DOM function, and we're going to do it right after we set our final time element here. And we'll add a semicolon there. Okay, so we can save that all and now check it out. Okay, so lots to get through here. You can see that all of our best scores are currently at 0, so that's what we want. We're going to now do the 10 question round, and we're going to do it slowly so that we ensure that we have a bad time, like a poor time, not a bad time. Okay, so we're very slowly going through this. Okay, so we have a final time of 12.5 seconds. So as soon as we went to our score page, you might have seen a flash here, and you can see that our best score has been updated in our local storage. Awesome. If we click play again, we can see that, yeah, we've updated our best score here in our DOM. Excellent. The other test that we need to pass is we want this score to be updated only if we get a better score. So let's go ahead and try getting an even worse score than that. Okay, so we got a worst score, 18.6, and we can see that nothing happened. We still have our 12.5 here. Okay, so now let's test and see if it replaces if we get a better score. So we'll just go through really quick, and we can see that our new score is 5.6. You can actually see that our local storage jumped, and you can see here, yeah, we've updated our best score because the score we just got was better. Awesome. So we finished with our local storage functionality. That's great. One last small tweak is that we need to restore our countdown page functionality. So if you remember, we shortened the amount of time that we're showing the countdown page for our testing purposes to be 400 milliseconds. We want to turn that back up to 4,000 milliseconds so that we can see the whole 3, 2, 1, go countdown thing. So we're just going to switch this line here back to be 4,000. So let's save that and check it out. And we can close that for now. And we'll go 10 questions. And we can see now we have our 3, 2, 1, go. And then we have our game here. We can see that we got 2.3 seconds. That was very lucky. Only one of them was an incorrect guess. And we can see that we have updated our best score. Excellent. One last thing to check, just for my sanity, to make sure it works. We're going to start on another round and make sure that it updates the correct value in our local storage. Okay, so we got 16.6 seconds, and you can see that as our new best score for our 25 questions, and our 2.3 seconds for our 10 questions score remains here as well. Excellent. We have actually finished with our project. I know that it's been a very long one. I'm hoping that you learned something about how we can randomly generate numbers. We can use intervals as kind of a stopwatch, and we can evaluate and update values as necessary in local storage. So I hope you had fun with this, and if you decide to tweak the project and change it up, feel free to share it with me, and I will share it with everyone else in the course. That's it for this one. I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
Woohoo! I think we managed to make math fun again. Also, I got 7.1 second for my best score, so try to beat that. All right, let's talk about code. Now, in this code review, I want to talk about this countdown start and the show countdown function. You see, I think code should be really easy to understand and also not have too many things dependent on one another. What do I mean by that? Well, if we look at the show countdown, we start the countdown. So we have the countdown start, then we populate the game page, then we have a set timeout to show the game page. So logically, looking at this, I say, okay, so the show countdown navigates from splash page to countdown page to game page. So I start the timer, which is right over here. We do 3, 2, 1, go. Then we populate the game. So let's just take a look at where populate the game is. Right here. So populate the game, we're just essentially adding things to the DOM. And then we run a set timeout to show the game page. And we have to do this 4 seconds because we're waiting on the countdown to start, right? If we just do 0 seconds here, and we just do show game page, and I save, and I refresh, if I do start round, you see that we don't have the timer. Well, because this set timeout, show game page, is reliant on this countdown start to end, right? We have a 3, 2, 1, go. And all of these things need to happen in sequence. We say, hey, do countdown 3, then in 1 second, do countdown 2, then in 2 seconds, do countdown 1, and then in 3 seconds, do countdown go, and hopefully, if things work out, in 4 seconds, do show games page. But this code is dependent on too many factors, right? Set timeout isn't actually an accurate way to do things. For example, 1 second doesn't mean that this is going to show in 1 second. It's saying, I'm going to do this countdown text content in 1 second when I get the time. If our browser is working on something else, it might take longer than a second. So this code is really what I call fragile. We want to make sure that these things aren't reliant on each other happening in sequence in order. For example, populate game page actually happens before the countdown start ends. Let me show you. If I do, let's say, in here, at the set timeout, I'm going to say console log, and I'll do a 2 in here. And for the populate game page, I'll do a console log at the very end, console.log, populate, done. If I save this and go back to the page, open up our console, I'm going to make this a little smaller just so we can keep going through the game until we get it wrong. Now in here, if I do play again, oh, I think I have to refresh. Let's refresh and try that again. Start round. Did you see what happened? We have populate done, then the 2 happens. So that means because this function is synchronous, it actually finishes before the countdown start, which has a bunch of asynchronous functions, which is the set timeout. Because we have 1 second, 2 second, 3 second. Now I won't get into how exactly set timeout works. This isn't the video for that. You can read up on it if you want. But essentially, this is confusing, right? We expect things to happen a certain way, but looking at this piece of code, there's all these things that are reliant on each other. Some of them don't happen in order. So we want to make our code less fragile. So how can we do this? Well, this is how I would go about doing it. I want to try and make the show game page actually be called in the countdown start. The first thing I will do is to adjust this countdown start so we don't have these 3 set timeouts of 1, 2, 3. Ideally, we don't have to have separate functions for them and it all goes into one. And we can do that with set interval very easily. So what we can do is let's comment this out just so we can see it. And I'm going to create a variable, let countdown. And this countdown is going to equal 3 because that's where we start. And of course, we're going to have our countdown text as 3, or we can just say count down right here. Next, we can use set interval. And set interval, unlike set timeout that happens only once, let me run a function on every interval. And that interval is what we give it as the second argument. So the first argument is the function that we want to run, and the second one is how often we want to run it, or how many seconds in between, or milliseconds. In our case, every second I want you to run this function. So what's this function going to contain? Well, we first want to decrease the countdown by 1, so we can just do minus minus here as a shortcut. That's the same as saying countdown minus 1 equals to countdown. And then in here, once the countdown has decreased, we can say countdown dot, or countdown right here, dot text content equals the new countdown. Now this naming is a little bit confusing. We see that we have the countdown, which is a DOM element, and the countdown. So let's just do count just to make things cleaner here and understandable. So this is going to run in 1 second. So countdown is going to be 3. Then this is going to run in 1 second. And well, it's going to keep updating the countdown text content. Next, we have to account for what happens when we have 1 second left and we have the go left. So if the countdown is 0, well, in that case, we can say if count equals 0, then we'll have the countdown text to say go, right? Just like we have here. If the countdown is 0, it's going to say go. else if the count is -1, so that is, it's already gone past go, and we want to start the game, then we can, well, what can we do? What happens after go? Well, after go, we want to show the game page, right? So instead of doing the set timeout show game page here, we can now just grab show game page, remove this, and just have it in here to show the game page. Otherwise, we just run the countdown number. So we can actually adjust this. We can do 5 here if we wanted to. And every second, it's going to keep going because it's not going to be equal to 0. It's not going to equal -1. It's going to show the new count, keep going until it hits 0. Once it hits 0, we're going to update the text content to equal go. And it's going to keep going. And then in 1 second, we're going to run it again. And when it gets to -1, it's going to show the game page. And every time it runs 1 second, set interval. Now with set interval, it's really important that we clear this interval. So every time you use set interval, because we want to stop the timer eventually, we have to run the clear interval. And we do that at the very end where we no longer need the interval. After the show game page, because we no longer need to run this 1 second timer, we can just say clear interval. And in here, give it a reference to that interval. And this is why set interval, you usually assign it to a variable. So we'll say const time count down equals set interval. So that now we can reference this set interval and just clear it, just like that. Now, let's actually test this because I wrote a bunch of code. Hopefully, it still works. If I save and refresh, all right, no errors so far. If I click questions, 5, 4, something's wrong. Let's have a look. Countdown is not defined. Let's see, where did I make a mistake? Oh, right here. Countdown, we want to update this because remember, we renamed our variable to count. So let's do count. Let's save and refresh. Once again, let's do 10 questions. Start the round. 5, 4, 3. Let's start the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Look at that. No errors. Everything works as expected. But our code now isn't really dependent on all these things happening in order. I mean, sure it is, but now if we read the code, show countdown, what do? Well, we're going to start the countdown because, well, that's what the function tells us, to start the countdown. And then we run this set interval every second and run through the countdown until we get to clear it. And then we show the page. Now, this populate game page actually happens before, if you remember, I demonstrated it before the countdown start ends. But I like making code really easy to understand. So even though that's already happening, I like putting it up here because it shouldn't affect anything. It's going to populate the game page, and then it's going to count down the start so we can show eventually our page. Let's save and refresh. Start. 3. You see that populate is done. And then we start the game. Now, our code isn't as fragile, right? Things make sense. Show countdown. Then populate the game page, then start the countdown timer. The countdown timer doesn't rely on anything else. It just has its own internal thing, a countdown of 1 second. And we changed it to 5. We can do whatever we want. And unlike before, where we had all these steps that had to happen in sequence, now we have more flexibility. How cool is that? All right, that's enough for me. I need a bottle of water because my mouth is dry. That was a lot of talking for me, but I hope you had fun. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.